If you like audiobooks or audio shows, check out a free trial of Audible. Just click the link in the description.
Welcome to MINDSHOCK. This is your host, Bruce McGuire, here with the long-awaited Joe Rogan vs. Eddie Bravo Flat Earth Showdown, a logical analysis of this epic and much talked about debate. And the ongoing debate, I mean, this is one of the biggest media influences on the flat earth insanity that has spiraled out of control since then. So this took place on the Joe Rogan Experience 948, which was streamed live on April 18th, 2017. So that's almost 3 years now ongoing out of this flat earth insanity. And MINDSHOCK covers the flat earth debate and other debates. And as I've stated many times, what I find interesting is the flat earthers, even if wrong, they're just mopping the floor with all these globe earthers from a logical debating standpoint, not falling for logical fallacies, using logic, reason, critical thinking, deductive reasoning, all of these things. So it's such a hilarious topic to cover. Because even if the flat earthers are completely wrong about everything, the legitimate scientific line of inquiry, as opposed to the globe earther religious faith-based model and faith-based argumentation, while masquerading as being scientific, in actuality only proving the indoctrination into scientism, not science, which of course, very, very big difference. And I will define it right before we get into this logical analysis. But as always, if you like the podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure you subscribe to the channel, hit the bell for notifications. Make sure you allow your device to have those notifications come through. If you like the podcast, hit that like button and share it across social media platforms, of which you can find us on Twitter, Reddit, Patreon, and Facebook. Patrons, of course, do get priority in logical analysis requests, true crime requests, or any paranormal conspiratorial topic requests. All right, so before we jump in here, I will give the difference between science and scientism. So in general, science is a field of study referring to the natural world that is supposed to adhere to the scientific method. Now, the problem with modern science, of course, is that it's politicized pseudoscientific religious scientism, which basically deals with dogmatic faith-based models presupposed as true, effectively being nothing more than a house of cards. Now, again, that doesn't mean they're wrong. You can make assumptions that are true before all the trolls and cognitive dissonant masses get triggered here and try to pretend that I'm a flat earther or advocating flat earth in any way. Clearly, I am not. I am advocating for the use of scientific method, for the use of logic and reason when discussing any topic. Science is skepticism. Real science is the opposite of taking things on faith, not falling for or justifying one's faith-based religious views like Joe Rogan using nothing but logical fallacies. Now, that doesn't mean that Joe Rogan doesn't happen to believe a priest that happens to have the correct model of the universe. I'm not saying what the correct model of the universe is. That's a topic for another podcast. I am only logically dissecting this debate/conversation on the Joe Rogan Experience 948. Brendan Schwab also guest stars for comedic relief. But the main point is here, and in all MINDSHOCK podcasts, is using logic and reason, not being faith-based, religious, dogmatic. True science is skepticism. True science is not falling for logical fallacies like appeal to authority, because once again, history has shown that whatever was commonly believed or accepted, most things that were accepted actually turned out to not be true. If you just go back through what's available of human history. Now, of course, the victors write the history books and things of that nature, particularly in the field of physics. If you haven't checked out Run Z Cow's dismantling of the theory of relativity, check that out. He presents it in pretty easy to understand terms. I might do a logical analysis on that because I keep bringing it up and many, many people just refuse to even look at it. But any truth seeker is going to seek more information, more data, Because why jump to assumptions, jump to conclusions just to conform to the masses? Appeal to popularity fallacies galore. Obviously, science is not consensus. It's actually the opposite. Whatever the truth is, that's what it is. And I'm going to define logic as well right here because there's some goofballs out there. They're asking a podcast dedicated to examining conspiratorial, supernatural, true crime topics to not use logic. There are goofballs out there. They didn't understand what was being presented, so they don't want it being presented in a logical fashion. They want something they can keep up with, and because I guess they're that lazy, that cognitive dissonant. They're that ego-dominated. The Dunning-Kruger is so extreme that they don't want to put in the work to actually learn logic. But here is logic defined. You can search this in any dictionary. I'll give you a similar definition to this. Noun, reasoning conducted or assessed according to strict principles of validity. Okay? So we're talking about strict principles of validity. How valid is something in terms of assessing reality or truth if it is religious or faith-based? If there's no actual evidence. Now, someone saying there's evidence doesn't mean there's evidence. Someone saying that experiments were performed, and not only did the experiments, now these are experiments, of course, designed by fallible humans. These experiments using fallible technology made by fallible humans, they're giving their conclusions. Now, you would have to assume they're not corrupt. You have to assume they're not only competent, they're competent enough to not have made any errors in their interpretation using fallible technology in setting up fallible experiments. Now, obviously, there are experiments that are not fallible, but you're not going to take it on faith. You're not going to be religious about it. So that's the important thing to note here before I dive into this logical analysis, because sometimes I take for granted that a lot of listeners understand what logic is, understand what science is, understand the differences between science, religion, faith-based dogmatic thinking. And a lot of people don't, and then they get all weird and triggered when I start doing these logical analyses. So hopefully these definitions at the beginning are a little bit more helpful from the outset. So any kind of comments, theories, debunkings, rebuttals, you can leave them in the comment section, but make sure you at least understand the points being presented and the definitions first, because otherwise we're just going to be wasting time. So, and anything that would have any kind of discussion or discourse of value, at least have the correct definitions, and the definitions are empirically verifiable. So this is not a difference in opinion of any kind. The definition is what it is. Whether someone acknowledges that definition, whether someone understands the definition or how it relates to the points being presented, that's their issue. That doesn't affect objective reality, which is, again, another good example of the difference between science and religion. When you're talking about faith-based religious views, those are one's personal faith-based religious views. That doesn't necessarily correlate with objective, verifiable reality. That's the field of real science. So let's jump right in here.
Well, if you're talking about carbon dating, there's a lot of science that goes back and forth. Like it ain't shit, or it's real, or it's not legit.
It's pretty much universally acknowledged that carbon dating is effective.
Okay, so he's saying Joe Rogan right off the bat with a fallacy. It's universally acknowledged that carbon dating is effective. Now, they're talking about dinosaurs. That's the lead-in. I'll start here, but in general, I don't really want to address the dinosaur aspect of this, because that's just an entirely different rabbit hole and a subject for another podcast. But Joe Rogan's go-to fallacies are appeal to authority and appeal to popularity. So he is so bereft of cognitive ability that he always defaults to these two things, which is beyond silly. So if someone doesn't believe in God, you're not going to default, oh, well, it's universally accepted by priests that God is real, therefore it's real. If you don't believe it, go to a seminary school, get an education in this. And that's the extent of his argument with Eddie Bravo on basically any topic. Joe Rogan just is not a high functioning logical individual at this point. Now, in the past, he made some interesting points about the moon landing conspiracy and things of that nature, where he did exhibit critical thinking, deductive reasoning, not falling for fallacies. He exhibited some decent cognitive ability back in the day. Now, I don't know if he just did so many drugs that he just can't anymore. I don't know what the deal is, but now his go-to is just defaulting to these two particular logical fallacies, but he defaults to other logical fallacies as well. So universally accepted carbon dating, just real quick, obviously it was all fallible human technology was universally accepted as true at one point. Same thing with, let's say, DNA testing technology. I bring up this example all the time. There's a lot of people being exonerated now because previously universally accepted DNA technology as being true or accurate, efficient, effective, whatever you want to call it, it wasn't as purported. So particularly, again, with carbon dating, what humans understand about the nature of the universe, the fallible human minds in a politicized field of science, archaeology, however you want to examine it, status quo is maintained. I mean, these are basics. If you just study a little bit of logic and psychology, how ego works, how institutions function in the world, and how they have always functioned. So when you have this amount of control over institutions, academic, so-called scientific, connected with the government, they have grants, they have all these things, protecting status quo is a given. So carbon, how much do humans truly understand about carbon dating and how accurate is it? Because all these new results are showing that if you do a carbon dating test on something, they were doing tests and the results were coming back drastically different every time. So how accurate is it really? I mean, Joe Rogan's taking on faith. Like, let's say it is accurate. Joe Rogan doesn't know that. He took it on faith. Like, just for the sake of argument, let's say it is accurate. Joe Rogan took it on faith. So he's just preaching his religion that he believes these particular set of priests. Now, again, doesn't mean the priests are wrong. Let's assume they're correct, just to get the point across here, to see how religious Joe Rogan is in his faith-based indoctrinated thinking process. All he can do is appeal to these authorities. He's taking it on blind faith as gospel truth that these so-called scientists, effective priests, they said the correct information. Now, he has no proof adhering to the scientific method. There are priests that might have said they adhere to the scientific method, but big mind shock here, humans, fallible humans, might lie or simply be mistaken. Again, we have all of human history to fall back upon, and yet Rogan just cannot comprehend these basics that a child can comprehend. It's very interesting. It's mind-shocking. I don't know whether it's sad or funny. I mean, it's bizarre. I oscillate between the two because on one hand, Joe Rogan is supposedly a functioning adult, yet on the other hand, he doesn't seem to understand these basic principles of logic that a small child could understand. Or, as some people theorize, he's simply a shill of some kind, and he's pretending here. He knows, but he's pretending to further an agenda. All right, let's continue.
Okay, well, not the stuff that I'm looking into. I don't know. I'm looking on YouTube now. Remember, I'm getting all my shit from YouTube. So don't take my word for it.
I know, but
I don't know. I
think you chase your tail with this shit. But you chase your tail with this shit.
So what does chase your tail mean? So basically, Joe Rogan is attacking the scientific process. He's saying you should just take things on faith. If you haven't heard the previous Joe Rogan podcast, Logical Analysis, when Joe Rogan and Eddie Bravo go at it about nuclear weapons and things of that nature, I did a logical analysis on that podcast. It was very interesting. Joe Rogan does a lot of projecting. So his subconscious does recognize the legitimacy of Eddie Bravo's inquiries. Now, we're not saying Eddie Bravo is right about anything at all. No, we're saying a neutral, objective, logical, scientific inquiry into any topic is legitimate. Because why would you take something on blind faith? And if something really is true, what's the harm in verifying it? I mean, it's very, very strange how anti-science Joe Rogan is. He doesn't want legitimate, scientific, neutral inquiry. He doesn't understand that science is skepticism. He doesn't understand that not everybody has been indoctrinated into this cult of authority worship. I mean, everybody kind of has, but some people broke that indoctrination. They're learning how to be truly scientific, which is to be truly skeptical, to only accept evidence that adheres to the scientific method, not to this religion of authority worship, which Joe Rogan is part of and advocates. And I don't know if that's, again, due to mental weakness or due to the fact that he might be a shill. It's just, it's kind of bizarre, but so he's saying Eddie's chasing his tail. I mean, isn't all of science chasing your tail? Because if you're interested in the truth of the world, You're not just going to take something on blind faith and never examine. There's no such thing as settled science. I mean, this is a point that's peddled by propagandists of politicized climate change, these tax lobbyists, all of these corrupt individuals pretending to be scientific. Now, again, I'm not saying they're wrong about a conclusion. I'm saying that they're peddling religious dogma. It could be about something that's true. That's not the point here. The point is to be logical. I know some people are so anti-logic, anti-science, that they only want to talk about conclusions. They don't want to address whether conclusions were reached logically or not. And the danger of just taking things on faith all the time is that your brain basically atrophies. It's like exercise. You don't just stay on the couch forever. Like an obese person that's on the couch forever, you can't ask them to just roll off the couch and run and do a triathlon in record time. Now, is the point to get a certain time in a race? I mean, for some people, sure, but the value of the exercise. So that's the same thing with being logical. Your brain needs logical exercise. When you don't logically exercise your brain, it will atrophy, and you will be basically a brain-dead zombie, a sheep or a lemming. And Joe Rogan is a good example of that, unless he's faking and he's a shill. I don't know. I'm not going to pretend to know. I am only logically analyzing the argument that he's putting forth coming out of his mouth. So he's saying that Eddie Bravo is chasing his tail. All of science is basically chasing your tail. You're constantly doing experiments. You want to verify the experiments. There's always unknown variables. So unless you become no longer concerned with the truth, you will not stop examining and re-examining. That's the very nature of science. And of course, Joe Rogan's very anti-science.
This shit, man.
No, I'm not. I'm having fun. It's entertaining.
Do you really love it?
He loves it.
Figuring out how we're being bullshitted is very.
But that's
I'm obsessed with it. How are they bullshitting us? I love that.
See,
shit.
I like that.
I love that.
I like that Eddie's like
I don't
this.
like
I
just
think
wanna-
you need people like this. Like
Yes.
he loves it. Like he loves it.
I think this is how crazy I am. I think we're being lied to about fucking everything.
Your kid's gonna grow up just
I'm
super
crazy.
skeptical of
Fuck
every.
yeah.
Science is skepticism. I mean, it's so weird how the cognitive dissonant masses, the sheep and the lemmings, they took things on faith and they don't want that pointed out. That's why they get emotionally triggered. That's why the subconscious, that's why when you study psychology, these are just basics of psychology. We don't need to get into any super advanced things that require decades of study. Just on the surface, it's like being proficient at the English language. You don't need to know the nuance of all these obscure English words, but you should learn all the letters of the English language. You should know how to make words in basic sentences if you want a basic level of English comprehension. Same thing with the language of logic. You just want a basic understanding, same thing with the language of psychology. You want a basic understanding of how the subconscious works, why people get emotionally triggered, and then you'll be at a certain competent level. Now, people that are not, I think I'm at a relatively average level. I think an average individual can understand everything I'm saying. And some of those cognitive dissonant trolls out there, they think that I'm pretending to be this incredible high-level intellectual. No, this is all average stuff. And if they're that far below average, that's on them. I think everybody can get at a basic level. I think I'm at a basic level. I think everybody can get to this basic level. You just have to put in a little bit of time. It's like you don't have to be a record-holding triathlete, but I think everybody that doesn't have a major disability is capable of doing a little bit of running, a little bit of biking, and a little bit of swimming. That's it. I'm not saying that you should be able to get all these great distances in short amounts of time, but there's a certain base level of fitness everybody can achieve. Same thing mentally. There's a certain base level of logical understanding of psychology that everybody can achieve with just a little bit of time investment.
I'm already telling him
Just-
don't trust anything you see on TV.
No.
We don't let him
Why
watch
let him watch
TV.
TV?
We let him watch a little cartoons here and there, a little bit. But
And you can already tell from Joe Rogan's face, he can kind of see where it's going and he doesn't like it. He's not as great as hiding. Like, again, when you go into micro expressions. So just the basic definition of a micro expression, right from Wikipedia, I mean, there's nothing advanced here. It's the innate result of a voluntary and involuntary emotional response occurring simultaneously and conflicting with one another. This occurs when the amygdala responds appropriately to the stimuli that the individual experiences and the individual wishes to conceal this specific emotion. Now, what's interesting about micro expression, of course, it doesn't last long, but someone involved in the entertainment industry, like even actors or politicians, they're very good at controlling their emotions. They're very good at lying and pushing forth propaganda and a certain narrative. However, these micro expressions, the involuntary aspects of it, the involuntary emotional response, they can't help that. Now, it only occurs again, it's a micro expression, so it's not a full-on expression that lasts seconds and seconds and seconds. They're very, very brief. But you can catch them if you know what they're looking for. And Joe Rogan, again, perfect example. I went over a lot of his micro expressions. Some of them he concealed better than others. Like he was pretending that Eddie Bravo was he was straw manning a lot in Eddie Bravo's direction, but his micro expressions betrayed his true motivations. And we're looking at that right here now as well. He doesn't like where this conversation is going because he knows it's legitimate to be skeptical. Science is skepticism. He knows Eddie Bravo's line of inquiry itself is legitimate. Regardless about the conclusions, Eddie Bravo might be completely insane, everything he believes might be false, but the line of inquiry itself is legitimate. That's my only point here.
Bob's corrupt as fuck.
But I'm going to raise him not trusting TV, you know. I don't give a fuck what anybody says. You can't say nobody would ever disagree with that. The TV is not good for kids. It's not good for kids.
Why don't you have a show on the Alex Jones channel? What has happened?
I agree.
You
what
went
the
there.
Fuck?
I went a total retard on him. I went full flat Earth on him.
Even he doesn't believe in flat Earth.
No. Most.
I mean, I don't know if Joe Rogan's overselling the laughter or his appeal to incredulity, logical fallacy here, where he just thinks it's so ridiculous, he's going a little over the top, or that's a genuine reaction. He really does think flat Earth is that over the top ridiculous. I can't really tell. Again, Joe Rogan's been in the entertainment industry for a long time, so he has a decent control of emotions and pushing narratives and doing these things.
Most conspiracy theorists do not. They think flat Earth is the most retarded thing ever. When Joe first brought it up, like about a year and a half ago, he said, "Dude, he was trying to basically say how stupid people are." He said, "Do you know people still believe the Earth is flat and the sun is 3,000 miles away?" And I remember sitting there thinking, "Shit, what are they, Amish or something? Like, how dumb do you have to be to think the world is flat?"
Videos later,
how dumb?
No.
And then you brought it up again. And then you brought it up again. You brought it up again, like maybe 6 months later, and I said on your podcast, I said, that is so dumb. That's got to be some kind of CIA psyop. It's got to be some kind of destruction.
Did you take a weird left turn?
And then I was in class, and we were talking about conspiracy theories, and my buddy Manny, full blown conspiracy theories.
Jiu-jitsu class.
He goes, do you ever my jiu-jitsu class? He goes, we're talking about my YouTube class.
I thought it was conspiracy class. I was like, God, you go to school?
He teaches.
That was actually a pretty good joke from Brendan.
I teach.
No, I know that. I thought he meant like a straight class.
Open your eyes.
I teach people how to
Look
kill,
out the
Brendan.
door.
I'm
there
very
you
aware,
go.
brother.
Also, so Manny turns to me and goes, "Dude, you ever look into flat Earth?" This was like 8 months ago or something. And I said, right when he said that,
Manny, you ever look into astronomy?
Yeah.
You ever go to seminary school?
Right when he said that.
Manny, did you miss fourth grade?
Right when he said that.
Manny, anybody drop you on your head?
So the appeal to incredulity logical fallacy takes many forms. So instead of listening to the merit of an argument, they just make jokes about it because either their subconscious has recognized they're too mentally weak to handle an honest examination of a theory. Now, we're all guilty of this. I'm not saying I wasn't guilty. When I first saw the flat Earth, I mean, obviously, that's the initial reaction. You're indoctrinated into having that reaction, similar to how the CIA kind of engineered the term conspiracy theorist to get that knee-jerk reaction, the socially engineered, propagandized reaction to just dismiss conspiracy theory if it's the word conspiracy. Conspiracy theory, conspiracy theorist. To just ad hominem completely dismiss, because, I mean, all conspiracy theory really is being scientific. Thinking critically. Using deductive reasoning, not assuming everything's a coincidence at all time. That's the realm of the coincidence theorists, not very logical.
Manny, what are you smoking?
I can't believe anything that ever comes out of his mouth again.
That's
what I thought. I'm like, Jesus. And I'm like,
that's the correct way. Oh, man. See, that's why ad hominem logical fallacies are probably the fastest way to seed an argument, because you don't like the source. So, like, yeah, I mean, if somebody in a clown suit just goes up to you and says, A is the first letter of the English language, and they're, whatever, on a ton of drugs and they're spazzing out, you're going to automatically you're not going to listen to the argument that A is the first letter of the English language. What they're saying could be true, so to just dismiss it based on appeals to incredulity or ad hominem logical fallacies, very, very silly textbook Joe Rogan.
I'm like, Manny, please don't ever bring that shit up again. You keep that shit, dude.
Cut to.
Dude, that's a
We're
CIA
getting dramatic.
psyop.
I sense the turn.
And then another guy comes, I'm telling you the story, and then Ernest comes up to me and he goes, hey, man, you ever look into flat Earth? I said, dude, Jesus goddamn Christ.
Okay,
I go,
so
that's
when
the
did it
dumbest
turn?
shit. And he goes, hey, man, I got a master's in engineering. Look into it. And I just wanted to go. I just went home and I was just going to
How about looking at what fucking school that was so we can tell people?
Yeah.
And again, you see Joe Rogan appealing to authorities. And he roped in the no true Scotsman logical fallacy. So with the no true Scotsman fallacy, he's saying that that school couldn't have been legitimate that gave him that master's in engineering because of Joe Rogan's own biases, mental weakness, religious indoctrination, his faith-based model of thinking. He can't understand how somebody who went to an institution, so that's disrupting his view of authority. So he has to appeal to this logical fallacy, no true Scotsman, which is just an appeal to purity. So he's kind of protecting a universal generalization. So in his brain, obviously, a university giving a degree, for example, in physics, it's legitimate in his brain. What he fails to see is that this itself is a logical fallacy, appeal to authority. So just because someone goes to seminary school and they say that God is real, it doesn't mean you just take on faith and believe. That doesn't mean that's true reality just because they went to an institution and got some kind of a degree. But Joe Rogan doesn't understand that, or he's pretending not to. Again, I really don't know. Can someone be this silly at his age? I mean, I guess so, but I don't know.
Phoenix Online.
But hey, man,
that's the same shit.
Yeah. I'm so crazy. I so don't believe anything.
You want something else to do.
Yeah, I tried to debunk it. I was trying to debunk it. I was Mr. Debunker.
Eddie, there's a fucking Japanese satellite that takes a photo from 22,000
Those are
miles
the
out
worst
every 10
pictures
minutes.
ever.
All right, so he is, again, appealing to authority. Not only that, but he took on blind faith that the distance they said the satellite was the exact distance. Like, let's say they were off by a couple miles, but Joe Rogan would never know that because he took as gospel truth on blind faith. So even if that is a real satellite taking real photos of the Earth, the way that Rogan presents it, completely illogical and faith-based. That's the point of this logical analysis.
Come on, those Japanese
It doesn't
pictures.
show that it's flat, though, even if the pixel is all
Jamie,
fucked
pull
up.
up those pictures. It does
Those
not the worst
Japanese-
pictures.
put up those
Eddie,
Japanese pictures.
It's from 22,000 miles away.
And he just keeps repeating ad nauseum. So again, this is a proof by assertion, logical fallacy, or argument from repetition. So Joe Rogan thinks if he repeats it enough times and puts inflection on the distance, which again, he accepted on blind faith as gospel truth. He's making faith-based claims. He has not provided any evidence that these claims are true. Maybe they are, maybe they're not. But he's only arguing from his own religious faith here, appealing to authority and just making an argument from repetition using inflection to try to further the argument. Again, someone in his position who's been in the entertainment industry for a long time, they know how to manipulate people's emotions. He's a comedian. He knows how to try to sell a bit and things of that nature. I don't know how, if he thinks that Eddie Bravo is just that stupid or his listeners are that stupid, they're not going to pick up on these basic logical fallacies. And he just reeks of desperation in trying to get people to accept his own religious faith-based views, pretending to be scientific, masquerading as science. He wants everybody to get on board with that. Anybody pointing that out, unless of course he's a shill and this is all a dishonest plot, but we don't know.
I can't believe you believe those pictures.
Do you remember when you had a flip phone? You remember when you had a flip phone, dude, and you had the front-facing cameras were always dog shit?
Always.
And the back-facing one was pretty legit.
They're all, yeah, that's how it works, man.
22,000 miles away. It's hard to take a good iPhone 7.
So have you ever seen a picture of it flat,
Hold on.
though?
Eddie,
No, I didn't say
Eddie,
that. I didn't say that.
Eddie.
But the crazy thing, I'm not saying it's flat. I'm just saying,
it's not
damn, when you
round?
look into it, I'm saying we don't know what the fuck we're on.
But wait a minute, Eddie.
And so this is a shifting the burden of proof fallacy. So the illogic cognitive dissonant masses and the very indoctrinated faith-based sheep like Joe Rogan, they always want to pretend, they always want to straw man and pretend that Eddie Bravo is saying it's flat and then turn the argument around and shift that burden of proof to try to make Eddie wrong, or whoever they're arguing with. He's trying to get them to scientifically defend their position, which they can't do. So they have to immediately shift that burden of proof and straw man like crazy. I mean, it's a very limited playbook of the cognitive dissonant coincidence theorist.
Eddie,
That's what I'm saying. We don't know
this Japanese
Look into
satellite.
it.
Hold on, Eddie. This Japanese satellite that all these hundreds of scientists worked on.
Fake.
So appeal to authority mixed in with appeal to popularity. I mean, that's Joe Rogan's go-to. He's got nothing except that. It's quite silly. You'd think he'd develop a little bit more of a diversified playbook. I mean, he did, these short no true Scotsman fallacies. Sometimes he uses compositional fallacies. But in general, those are his two go-to, and then he just repeats it. Then he just falls for the logical fallacy of argument from repetition. So he's got no actual scientific substance to anything he's saying. He's just asserting his faith-based claims religiously. And obviously the real question is Joe Rogan really this silly and he's being authentic, or he's a shill and he's just peddling propaganda?
Like
NASA,
a decade.
they fake moon
they
landings.
Shoot it out into the space.
They
They
fake
take
the moon landings.
a picture every 10 minutes and you can download it from the website.
So again, this is a compositional fallacy. If you can download something, that makes it real. So if you download a Hollywood movie or stills from some kind of theater play production, from a theatrical play, that means that they're real. That means it wasn't a stage setup. That means it wasn't CGI. So if you can, does Joe Rogan realize how silly he sounds? You can download it.
There's
CGI composites.
So constantly making CGI in some sort
Constantly.
of a computer bank somewhere.
Yes. Like they do it in NASA. NASA, that's what they do.
Why do you think if they have the technology to make CGI that looks that good, why don't they have the technology to shoot a camera into space?
Oh man. Oh wow. That was pretty low from Joe Rogan. Not a lot of functioning power there. If you have the technology to make a CGI composite of Jupiter, does that mean you can send something there? If you can make a CGI composite of a galaxy, a theoretical galaxy, just incredible distance away, that means you can put a camera there? This is as silly as Neil deGrasse Tyson's argument that it would be easier to go than to fake it, that faking a moon landing is harder than going. So they should just shoot all movies about Mars on Mars, because it's easier to go than to make a movie about it. These guys are pretty funny. And he's also saying that the CGI is that good. This particular, he's talking about the Japanese satellite. These CGI images are not particularly good. There are other ones that are pretty good, but the ones he's talking about here they do not look very modern. You could probably make this in the 90s, if not the early 2000s. What he's talking about here. So just complete non-congruent argument. It's nothing but fallacies. There's no logic at all coming from Joe Rogan. It's bizarre. Usually he does a little bit better job than this, at least. But
where's the pictures from NASA? How come they don't have any?
They don't have that space kind of.
They don't have the technology?
No, they just never did it.
They never did it. They never put. So it's not NASA's business to have a satellite in space taking pictures of the Earth. And even if that's true, like let's say NASA's legitimate, never lied about anything. How can Joe Rogan say that with a straight face that they just never? It's bizarre. You'd have to, even if NASA's completely legit. How can any non-cognitive dissonant mind, a functioning logical brain, deny that it's a little strange that there's no satellite taking photos of our home? It's just weird. You have all these observatories. And it's just bizarre. Again, I'm not falling for false dichotomies here. I'm not jumping to assume one model is true or false versus another model. But that is strange no matter how you look at it. It's just this is an agency that's in charge of space. And there's nothing taking photos or videos of our home. It's kind of weird how Joe Rogan can say that with a straight face. It's weird. He doesn't even mention the International Space Station footage. He just thinks they never... there are legitimate arguments to make here. Joe Rogan doesn't make them. It's just weird. He's that illogical.
These
Eddie,
Japanese pictures, I've seen them. Put them up.
They don't
They're
have
terrible.
that kind of
Show me a
space
real
satellite.
picture. Show me a real picture.
Listen, NASA does not have one of those satellites.
Fake.
Why do you think that's fake?
That's fake as fuck.
Why does it look fake as fuck?
It looks like something you'd see in a movie.
So Joe Rogan's default position is always it's real unless proven fake. I mean, that's the opposite of all logic, reason, and the very nature of science. That's the very opposite. He's just going to take everything on faith unless definitively proven false. It's bizarre. It's just absolutely bizarre how he's never-endingly appealing to authority, appealing to popularity, and also shifting the burden of proof. He's saying it's up to Eddie to prove that it's fake, and he's supposed to just take it on blind faith as gospel truth. So if you can't definitively prove that the Bible's fake, you should believe every word. You should just take it on faith. I mean, that's Rogan's argument here. It's just beyond silly.
That's because when they do it in a movie, they try to make it look like this, which is what looks real.
If that's real to you, man, shit.
You don't think it's real?
They faked 6 moon landings.
Stop saying that because it's irrelevant.
It's irrelevant? Wait a second. So Joe Rogan, in this instant, he's not even disputing the fakery in this moment. I mean, there's a logical argument. He can say if they didn't fake it, he's saying it's irrelevant as if either they did or whether they did or didn't, it's irrelevant. So, okay, let's say you're some kind of a art forger and you forged a bunch of paintings. And then now you put in the past, and now you made a new painting and you're saying it's legit. Let's say you bought a Picasso or a Rembrandt and you're saying it's legit, but you have a history of faking these. And Joe Rogan is saying it's irrelevant and you need to take on blind faith as gospel truth that this new painting is going to be legit and exactly as you reported, even if you or your company in previous times have faked it, or it's irrelevant, or at least there were suspicions of fakery. So let's say there's other legitimate art dealers that have never had even suspicions of fakery, but the one with the most suspicions, Joe Rogan is saying it's irrelevant whether there was any funny business, regardless of whether they were real or not, but there were suspicions of fakery, and Joe Rogan's saying that's irrelevant. It's like if a serial killer killed a bunch of other people, now they're in court, you should just take their word for it because the other killings are irrelevant. Even if they were suspected, there was some maybe circumstantial evidence, but no definitive evidence, and they were cleared on technicalities or whatever. And then they used the "my dog ate my homework" excuse of losing all the evidence to prove their position. But regardless, in this new case, the serial killer his word should be just taken on blind faith as gospel. It's irrelevant whether he was even accused in multiple cases of killing other people, and there was at least circumstantial evidence of that. Joe Rogan thinks it's irrelevant. You can't make this stuff up.
We're not talking about the same people.
It looks fake to me.
Eddie, that's 1969. We're talking about 2017.
That looks fake
So
as
you
fuck.
think there's some gigantic conspiracy involving the Japanese government where they put up a fake picture of the Earth from 22,000 miles up every 10 minutes?
All right. And then so he's got, of course, this appeal to incredulity again. He's finding it hard to believe. There's a certain basic level of reasoning that he doesn't have. So again, or he's pretending not to have. So he's just this triggered, I don't know. But you have different churches in different countries. They're all going to keep the faith. They're all going to say God is real. They're all going to support each other. So as George Carlin once said, you don't need a formal conspiracy when interests converge. So if governments in general, if there is, so this is the part that the illogical heliocentrists don't understand. I'm not talking about the scientific ones. For some reason, they don't talk about this publicly. Hopefully they will soon, because otherwise the flat earthers are just going to continue to grow at an exponential rate with Joe Rogan. If these are the arguments that Joe Rogan puts forth, can he really be surprised when flat earthers are growing in numbers, when on mainstream media, all you see are logically fallacious, faith-based defenses of this model? These appeal to incredulity fallacies, that's all they have. Appeal to authority, appeal to popularity, appeal to incredulity. Everything should be argued logically and scientifically. That's my only point here. Not about jumping to conclusions. I'm not saying Joe Rogan is wrong about any of the conclusions. I'm not saying the heliocentric model is incorrect. I'm saying you can't expect people who are being logical and non-religious to just accept things on faith. The same way you can't discredit a religion by saying different churches would blow the whistle on each other, or they wouldn't be complicit in some kind of religious faith-based ideology. So there's two levels here. One, if the government is, of course, 99.9999% of people working on all these projects, they wouldn't know. So only, the very, very top of the totem pole, if the conspiracy is true. But here's the point. Understand the conspiracy first. Before you agree or disagree or try to argue in any way, first understand the conspiracy so you could argue logically. The conspiracy alleges, the Flat Earth conspiracy alleges that all of these governments would be working together, similarly to either different mafias. So different mafias in different countries. You got the Yakuza, the Triads, the Russian mafia, the Italian mafia, all these different mafias. They wouldn't necessarily blow the whistle on each other if it threatened their existence. The mafias, they need to be able to function. Or we could use an even simpler example. Let's say slave owners. So different slave plantations have different slave owners. They want all the slaves and all the different plantations to believe the same thing. It's in their best interest. Now, different slave owners, they might have rivalries. They might even be real rivalries with each other. But they wouldn't do anything that threatened their very institution. So if their institution rests on this deception with space agencies and governments, of course they wouldn't blow the whistle on each other. I'm not saying this conspiracy is true in any way. I'm just saying these people like Joe Rogan, they're either faking it or they're that silly that they can't even understand the basic conspiracy. They wouldn't blow the whistle on each other. Would the Catholic Church blow the whistle on priests abusing kids? No, it makes it look bad on the whole institution. Even if you have different factions, different groups in different countries, the institution itself is what's being protected. It's not that hard to understand, Joe
Rogan. High resolution,
yes.
downloadable
Yes.
photo. You think
Yes.
it's fake? Well, why wouldn't it be real? What?
So his default position is, why wouldn't it be real? The burden of proof is on the one making the claim. How does Joe Rogan not understand the very basics of science? It's not up to someone to prove something's not real. It's up to you to prove it's real. Why is he expecting everybody to take it on faith, on blind faith, just because he's been indoctrinated into a cult of authority worship and he takes everything on faith without proof of adherence to the scientific method? Why would you believe something is real if you can't prove it? It's very, very bizarre. Like, what if Eddie Bravo just said he was an alien and he's an interdimensional hopping alien? And what is Joe Rogan going to say? Well, why would you think it's not true? It's beyond silly. You have to prove something true first to believe it. Why would you just believe it? It's just very, very strange.
Why isn't it just as likely that the Japanese actually did launch that thing into space?
Well, just as likely, but how would you? So he's saying it's a 50-50 chance now. Just as likely. He's saying it's a 50-50 chance whether they're in on a conspiracy or there is no conspiracy. Now, that's silly in itself, because how would you be able to ascribe likelihoods or chances if you don't have any of the information? If it turns out it's all a psyop and there's irrefutable proof of the heliocentric model, which there might be already right now, you'll have to tune in to other podcasts, but in the future, whether it turns out the Earth was flat or not flat, at that point, if there's definitive scientific evidence of it being the flat Earth being a psyop and not true, or of it being true, regardless of what it is, that's not the point here. We're doing a logical analysis. The point is not jumping to a conclusion or trying to find a model to cling to desperately cling to on faith. And if it's not this model, you got to pick this other model. Just this kind of silliness. That's not what MINDSHOCK is about. That's not what these logical analyses are about. He's saying it's just as likely. Again, that kind of silliness, that's like saying it's just as likely to go to the moon as it is to fake footage of it. So all movies about Mars should just be shot on Mars, because it's just as likely you got the technology to shoot it on Mars as it is to fake it. Beyond silly.
Why would it be fake?
Okay, and now he's not only shifting the burden of proof, but he's moving to motive. Now, again, this is another go-to strategy, which is also beyond silly, because I think Eddie Bravo even used this example. He might use it here right now. I'm not sure if this is the first time he used it, but jumping to motive is so silly because, again, true motives are unknown, especially if this conspiracy is true. The reason would have to be very, very good, and it might be classified. How is a civilian supposed to know the real reasons for a deep conspiracy? Like, what kind of... I mean, the mental gymnastics the cognitive dissonant sheep have to go through to justify their faith-based belief system is just—it's beyond silly. But let's see how this plays out.
It's propaganda, man.
Okay,
Why
so
would they care that it's not
is there
flat?
a photo of this flat Earth?
No, I don't. Like I just said again.
So again, he's jumping these black and white fallacies, straw man arguments, and shifting the burden of proof. So Eddie just said that he doesn't even believe that the Earth is flat. He doesn't know what it is. Now he has to repeat it because Joe Rogan, again, too mentally weak to even defend his own claims, to even logically discuss something. He has to immediately jump to motives, jump to black and white fallacies. It's just very, very silly. Not a good showing for Joe Rogan. This might be his worst one ever.
That's all I
There's
asked.
Is there a photo of
there's
this?
no photo of the flat Earth from space. There's no photo of the round Earth from
That's
space.
not true. That's not
That's the
true.
truth. It's all
No,
fake.
those. Why do you say they're fake though? What
They
evidence?
look fake. They look CGI.
But you're not an expert in imagery.
Is Joe Rogan an expert in imagery? So again, he's appealing to authority. You have to be an expert in imagery. So the problem with this, which is of course it's a very severe problem, because you have that guy Math Powerland or whatever his name is. He's an expert in imagery, right? He's supposedly he's an artist, and he says he was fake. He was the one faking it. So according to Joe, if he's an expert, we should believe the expert. How silly is that? I mean, you have experts on all sides of every issue. So it just doesn't. This appeal to authority fallacy doesn't make sense. I mean, I guess it's possible Joe Rogan's just not operating with a full deck, and he's really good at hiding it. So in a lot of podcasts, he's just, even though he's so silly and illogical, he's got really good at hiding it. So it doesn't, he doesn't expose that too much. But here, he's so emotionally triggered that it just completely fried his brain, and he can't make any logical points. I don't know.
Looks fake to me.
What would convince you, though?
When I
Hold on a
watch
second.
Avatar,
When
I
you
don't need to be an
watch-
expert to know it's
you went
fake.
to the
When I watch
movies,
Avatar,
Eddie.
I'm not an expert. It's fake.
Avatar's at the movies. When you watch some ridiculous kung fu video, being a martial arts expert, if you were sitting next to someone who told you that their sensei can't compete in the UFC because they're too deadly, wouldn't you get pissed off? Because you're an actual martial arts expert. That's just like you, with no science background whatsoever, talking
I'm
about
crazy.
these photos. I
I'm
know, but
crazy.
why think like that?
Why think scientifically? Why think logically? When you can just be a blind believer like Joe Rogan.
That?
I'm crazy.
But why indulge
Crazy.
that?
Why encourage science? Why encourage objective, logical, critical thinking? Why encourage science? We could all just be religious.
But why not indulge?
owns crazy.
Why not indulge the full realm of possibilities and not cling to the conspiracy every single time?
No.
Oh, that's an interesting point there. Interesting projection, subconscious psychological projection by Joe Rogan. He's the one who's not accepting the full range of possibilities because he's not even honestly, non-dogmatically considering what Eddie Bravo is saying. As you saw in his response, he was just immediately mocking, turning off all logic, while only having logical fallacies to support his own faith-based belief system. And I think he even knows he's projecting. If you look at this micro expression here, he almost looks defeated just by saying that. It's almost like it popped out of his mouth and then he realized that it applied to him.
No, it's NASA can't get pictures. They've been doing CGI composites
But please answer
this
my
whole
question.
time.
Forget,
So I'm not
forget
gonna-
about stating what NASA does. Please answer my question. Why do you always go towards the conspiracy? Why do you never consider the possibility
too
that
many
maybe
lies.
Eddie Bravo always considers the possibility. I mean, how many times does he have to say he doesn't know what the real truth is? It could be real. He says it could be real like a million times. He just doesn't know, and he's not going to take it on faith. So Joe Rogan is just being so intellectually dishonest, unless his English comprehension is just, if he's that daft that he doesn't understand what the words "I don't know" mean. Eddie Bravo is not saying the conspiracy is definitively true. He never says that. So, but he's saying that he's always going to the side of the conspiracy. Well, here's the thing. If you're dealing with a particular mafia and it's just the same players, you got prohibition, if they're running drugs, if they're running human trafficking, if they're running whatever, their fake art, if they're running some counterfeiting program, they're just lying about everything all the time. Would you believe them? Of course. Of course, when you're discussing proven liars, people that are constantly involved in conspiracy and deception, if they're just full-time criminals, of course you're not going to take on blind faith their word. I mean, they might be telling the truth sometimes. They probably are. But you're, of course, going to be skeptical. You're going to be scientific. Science is skepticism. I don't know why this is so difficult for Joe Rogan to understand, unless, of course, he's faking. Is he really this silly?
But
Too
Eddie,
many
they're not
lies.
the same people.
It's all the same.
So everybody's
It's
lying?
a global thing, yes. All the European space agencies lying.
They're all
in on it. It's
That's-
a global thing.
So what do you think's going on up there?
I think all governments, most of them, the globalists, they're all working together to control their
What's the
people.
advantage, though,
That
Eddie, if the
seems so
Earth isn't
crazy.
round?
Yeah, I
What's
told
the
you I'm
advantage?
crazy.
And you could see Brendan Schwab now getting triggered. He's like, what's the advantage if it's not a sphere? So just because he doesn't see the advantage, he's going to write it all off. That's like, again, I think Eddie Bravo is going to bring this up, or he's brought it up in the past. If you walk into like some apartment and you see a dead body and yet there's a security camera, there's fingerprints on the knife, but you don't see a reason for someone to have killed the person, and say, oh, well, I guess they're not dead. There's no reason for it. What's the reason for killing the person? Like, you're going to ignore all the evidence. That's why being scientific is important. You're not going to focus on motive, because that's the least important part of all of it as far as the information that can be known. Like, even if a certain person killed another person, you might not ever really know the true motive, but that doesn't mean they didn't kill the individual. That's why you have to focus on the actual physical evidence. That's why you use logic and reason. You know, there are crazy people out there. You might not ever really know the motives, but to dismiss theories because you don't understand a motive, I mean, is there something sillier than that? I don't know. This is all this is all getting rough.
I know, but what's the advantage that it's not round?
Then if
They control you, bro, with
They
the
just
ice
want to
wall.
fuck with us?
keep you on a there's I don't know, man. I don't know what it is.
Doesn't make sense.
So if something doesn't make sense to Joe Rogan's limited understanding, then it's not true. So I guess calculus is all fake, because if Joe Rogan can't figure out the equations, if it doesn't make sense to him, or any of this advanced chemistry, or any of these things, it must all be fake because it doesn't make sense to him. He can't figure it out, therefore it's fake. Oh man, Joe Rogan is funny, but not for the reasons that he thinks.
Look
Why
into
wouldn't
it.
they
Look
make
into
sense.
it.
Why-
They could just control
why
people
You
lie?
just
gotta
as
find
easily
out
on
and
a
find the
ball.
sense. You could find the sense.
No, the real
it's really
problem
easy.
would
You put
be-
them on a ball because, again, I'm crazy. You put them on a ball. My guess is you're on a ball. You're nowhere. Don't try to go anywhere. Just stay there and work.
Oh, hell no.
Stay
You
there
saw
and
the
work.
Truman
You ain't
Show.
trying to go
You
nowhere.
watched
So they
the
sat
Truman
down.
Show a little too
So they
much.
sat down and said, you know what? We got to release some fake math that shows that you can demonstrate that the Earth is round.
Well, and notice, so this is funny. Fake math. If the math, who said the math is fake? If the math is real and it shows that it's not a globe, then what? Crickets. Because notice how Joe Rogan says there's real math, or says there's math that shows that it's a globe, but he doesn't actually provide it. He doesn't actually provide it. So again, he's just demonstrating his faith-based religious thinking, because if the math shows that it's a globe, why does he not lay it out? And if it's that easy, just do it. Well, it's going to take 30 seconds? They've already been talking here for 10 minutes or whatever. Just take the 30 seconds and prove it if you know it. But of course, Joe Rogan doesn't have the proof. He's only advocating his religion here.
We got to
Dude, there's no
release that.
pictures
We got to
of
work.
the Earth from space, man.
What is that? We just looked at one, Eddie. Stop saying that.
It was fake.
You don't know that it's fake.
Okay.
But you're saying, look,
So he's saying Eddie Bravo doesn't know that it's fake, so everybody's supposed to take it on blind faith as gospel truth that it's real. Does Joe Rogan know that it's real? So we're moving into just really deep realms of hypocrisy now. So he's criticizing Eddie Bravo for not knowing that it's fake for sure, and yet he's pretending it's real for sure. Too funny. And he's getting very triggered now, as you can see in his micro expressions.
it's a real problem when you
I'm
say
crazy.
something. But don't say that.
I
Just
am.
stop. Just stop and think. Because you're communicating to millions of people. And
Exactly.
you're saying something that doesn't make any sense.
Again, he's arguing it doesn't make any sense. Something doesn't have to make sense for it to be true. Again, to whom does it make sense? Joe Rogan's just missing all of these just basic logical points that a small child can understand.
It does make sense.
But you don't know anything about imagery. You don't know anything
don't?
about what.
And does Joe Rogan? And yet he's talking about it. Why is he saying it's true if he's not an expert? So, like, the level of hypocrisy that Joe Rogan is going to, I mean, it's almost unprecedented here in his podcast, because he's criticizing Eddie Bravo for saying these things not being an expert, while he himself is not an expert, and yet he's purporting that they're true, that they're legitimate. Does he not see the hypocrisy here? It's just weird.
You don't know anything about that.
It looks fake to me.
You're saying
That's a
it looks.
fake ass
But
picture.
you don't have. Come on, Eddie. You're just looking at it with the naked eye. It looks real to everybody else in this room.
Oh, appeal to popularity again. If it looks real to everybody in the room, that must mean it's real. But he just admitted if they're not experts, according to Joe Rogan, you have to appeal to authority. So if you're an expert, that means it's legitimate. But if none of them in the room are experts, why are we going to assume it's legitimate? Joe Rogan doesn't even make sense he's not even consistent with his own faulty logic.
Okay.
You're
So what
coming
does that
at it
make
with
me?
a confirmation bias.
Crazy, right?
And he's not? Oh, did he just project confirmation bias? But again, intellectually dishonestly, because Eddie Bravo is not saying that it's fake. He's saying it looks fake. He doesn't know for sure. Whereas Joe Rogan is trying to religiously preach that it's definitely real. So not only is he being intellectually dishonest, but he's not even being logically consistent with his own faulty logic. And again, you can see through his micro expressions that he's very frustrated now because he got so triggered, and Eddie Bravo is just refusing to take it on blind faith as gospel truth. Eddie Bravo is refusing to drink the Kool-Aid of the religion that is the cult of authority worship that Joe Rogan is part of. Eddie Bravo wants to be objective, neutral, scientific, and skeptical. And Joe Rogan does not like it.
No, I don't think it makes you crazy.
I'm just having fun with it.
But you have
So
this
don't-
direct
yeah.
inclination to always go towards a conspiracy.
To always be skeptical. The direct inclination towards science instead of religion. Joe Rogan doesn't like that.
It
When I
doesn't.
think
Why
it's-
does it doesn't
it
have
gives
to
your
piss
opinion-
anybody off?
it's a disservice
You should just be
towards
like,
your
hey,
opinion.
that's what you think. Cool. No, it
it's-
doesn't have to. Like you're getting angry about.
No,
it.
I'm not getting angry at all.
Well,
And then you could again see how quick he denied that and how his body language betrays the amount that he's triggered. He's very triggered now. So now he's turning on his experience and control. So he tries to adjust his voice to pretend that he wasn't angry or triggered.
we're
I'm
just being
not even-
stoners here. We're
but
being
I'm not
stoners.
raising
I'm like,
my
I don't
voice.
believe that shit.
I'm not raising my voice. What I'm trying to do is corner your
sober.
ideas. I'm trying to corner your ideas because you're saying these things you're very influential. You're saying these things to millions of people, but
Yeah.
I don't think you're thinking correctly.
So Eddie Bravo, who's being logical, scientific, skeptical, neutral, objective, is not thinking correctly. And Joe Rogan, who's offered nothing but logical fallacies and faith-based religious defenses of his indoctrinated belief system, is thinking correctly. So how much is Joe Rogan's opinion on who's thinking correctly or incorrectly worth? Now, again, the whole reason this is hilarious is he might have accidentally believed in the correct model, but that has nothing to do with this logical analysis because Joe Rogan's completely illogical.
I know. That's why I've stated many times
That you're crazy. But
I'm
here's the
losing
problem.
my mind.
And I think Eddie Bravo is just saying that because he doesn't want to deal with their silliness. Because he knows that they're so cognitive dissonant and mentally weak, they're not going to even consider, they're not going to be scientific. They're not going to be neutral, objective, logical in any way. He knows that. So to just be slightly more dismissive and to avoid more direct confrontation, I think he's just saying that he's crazy just for that reason. And just to have fun and screw around because it's really, he doesn't want to be that serious because he's not triggered about this, but they're so triggered and so serious that he just wants to kind of diffuse the situation. That's just what I think, why he's just thrown out there just to diffuse the situation. Or maybe, I don't know, maybe he really does think he's crazy. I probably does. I don't know. I'm just making my own logical analyses of this conversation.
When do you think you started losing it?
I think I was, as soon as I found out when I was 11 that everybody wasn't Catholic,
That was it.
that's when I started losing my mind.
So I think Joe Rogan, it just really seems he's not that intelligent because I don't think he realized the way he just jumped off that question, when do you think you started losing it? As if, again, not considering all of the possibilities, like what Rogan projected earlier about himself. So he didn't even consider the fact that everything that Eddie Bravo is saying could be true. So he immediately just jumped to his own cognitive bias that Eddie Bravo must be crazy. So now with this presupposition in mind, he just threw it out there. When did you start losing it? Because it's completely impossible that he's not losing it. Right, Joe Rogan? Just too funny.
And I'm like, wait a minute. I'm like, everybody's not Catholic? I thought everybody was Catholic. There's other religions. Then how do we know we're right? There's a bunch. What's a Jew? Oh, shit, there's more Jews than Catholics. How do we know we have the right religion? I'm like, okay.
You start
then
questioning
right there,
it.
yes. That's when I started going crazy.
That's so funny.
People that question authority are usually looked at as crazy. Conspiracy theorists.
Yeah, but
the CIA
but here's
coined the
problem.
term conspiracy theorist.
You're a smart dude.
And so now Joe Rogan's trying to interrupt him. Stop, because he knows that everything he's saying is true. He wants to suppress that. Very obvious about it.
There's a problem in the way you approach these things.
Because he approaches them logically, neutrally, objectively, scientifically. Joe Rogan doesn't like that, so he has to pretend that that's the problem because his own subconscious recognizes in himself that he's so mentally weak, he just took it on faith. And what makes it even worse is that he doesn't used to always be like that. So I think that's what makes it harder for Joe Rogan, if he's being genuine here and not just shilling. But because he knows in the past he did have the mental strength to question, and now he kind of just went along with the establishment. He's sold out, as many of his former fans have said. And that's what makes it even more difficult, because he realizes that Eddie Bravo is genuine and he's not, or at least is not severely indoctrinated and suppressed and towing the propaganda line of the official narratives like Joe Rogan is now doing while pretending not to.
Because you approach them all knowing before you even start that they're a conspiracy.
So nice projection there, because now Joe Rogan is saying what he's already knowing, that the earth is a globe, before even approaching and logically, neutrally, objectively examining the theory. Not thinking that the theory is true, but at least being scientific, neutral, and objective about it.
I'm telling you what I think.
So that's confirmation bias.
Confirmation bias, like everything that Joe Rogan just did. Like he just assumed those satellite photos were legitimate. He has no proof. He just took it on faith and assumed. That's his own confirmation bias. So another psychological projection there by Joe Rogan.
Telling you, hey, dude, when you lie so much, you got to prove it to me. You lie so goddamn much, I'm never going to be saying the things that a defense attorney would say. I'm saying the thing that the prosecuting attorney would say.
All the time.
That's what I'm saying.
But it's not a good. It's not a good analogy. Because
wait, it's not a good analogy. So you're supposed to just trust the liar every time. Has Joe Rogan never heard of The Boy Who Cried Wolf? Does he not even know like these basic children's level fairy tales?
Because it's court.
Exactly how I look at it.
Court's filled with lies.
Yeah,
you're allowed to manipulate the words.
The government's being accused of lying,
and
they've been caught lying. So they're in court.
But here,
so
Eddie,
are you
it's
saying
not the government? It's not the government.
Oh, whoever, just in general.
It's scientists.
So now Joe Rogan is denying the involvement of scientists with government and how they rely on each other to keep up the establishment. It's the establishment. So these scientists are all part of the establishment. They're all part of the government narratives. So I can't tell if Joe Rogan is really that silly that he really believes what he's saying now, or of course he's shilling. I mean, it's hard to believe that if he's a functioning adult, that a functioning adult could not understand these basic things, but I don't know. Again, I'm not going to pretend to know. I don't know Joe Rogan personally.
It's all government scientists. You think there's these independent scientists coming? It's all government scientists. They're all trying to get their grants. They're all.
Why would you think?
They control. You don't think the globalists haven't controlled science and information since day one?
You
think this is like a new thing?
Their name, the globalists.
Dude,
if
I'll
they
tell
were
you
the
right now.
flattest, they would be like, yeah, it's flat.
It's flat.
But they're like, no, fuck these guys. We're globalists.
No, the
We're gonna
globalists
talk
is
to
what
these bitches.
Alex
I feel
calls
like Eddie could
people
flip me if we just spent a day together.
I think you're just trying to make fun.
So you know what's weird is Joe Rogan just wants to, again, appeal to incredulity and make a joke out of it all, so nobody seriously considers what Eddie Bravo is saying. Again, people who think Joe Rogan is a shill or some kind of government agent, gatekeeper of sorts, he doesn't want people considering what Eddie Bravo is saying, so he has to immediately throw in jokes or whatever to derail any kind of honest conversation.
Hey, I'm just having fun, man. I like finding out.
I don't think Eddie's crazy, though.
I don't trust shit coming from the government. Well, does that make me crazy?
But
yes.
The problem
he's got a little too deep, but he's
the
not
problem
crazy.
is this idea of the government. The government consists of a bunch of
They
individuals
control science. They
with
control
100
history.
different agencies. Eddie, do you
Yeah,
know
I
they
got
have
pissed hard.
infighting? Do you know like the CIA and the FBI
course
go
they
after
do.
each other?
So just like slave plantation owners had rivalries. They were going after each other, but they would never do anything that threatens the institution as a whole. That's the part that Joe Rogan either honestly has an issue with because he's not at a high functioning mental level. He's just very, very bereft of logic and reason. Or he's shilling and he fully knows and understands and he's just peddling propaganda. Either way, this concept, again, that's why George Carlin said you don't need a formal conspiracy when interests converge. So when you have he's talking about these government agencies infighting. Yeah, sure. I mean, there's infighting between families too. That doesn't mean they don't have allegiance to their own family, right? So what does infighting mean? Like there's infighting, if there's infighting between troops that are fighting against another country, that infighting doesn't mean they're against their own country. And on a larger scale, if there is a conspiracy that includes the smaller groups, their infighting means nothing because they're still going to protect that main goal if the conspiracy is true. And Joe Rogan just, I don't know why it's going over his head, or he's just pretending to be this dumb. I don't know.
Of course they do.
There's no one government.
There's a lot of personal shit going on in between. Of course,
but it's not just personal shit. There's a bunch of different factions that you call the government.
I agree.
And the idea that it's all like the government can't be trusted.
I just say that because I'm not going to. I mean, you want me to pick out some agencies? Yeah, NASA. I could pick out some NIST. But just in general, it's history, science, education, energy. Everything has always been controlled by the government since day one. Radio has been used as propaganda since the day it was invented. You think some independent dude just invented radio and then he started broadcasting like his favorite music and shit and his thoughts? No, it was the government from day one in radio. It was the government in all countries from day one in TV, in the movies. It was all radio, TV, and the movies have always been about propaganda. Always in every country. It's nothing new. It's old school gangsters. Our country is the most
what does this have
gangster.
To do with what does this have to do with the world being flat?
So that's Joe Rogan missing the point completely. So Eddie Bravo just explained the institutionalized nature of how government has kind of a monopoly on all institution and technology, which facilitates the propaganda. So it wouldn't want to lose that control. That's the main point here that Joe Rogan is missing completely and then dismissing because he didn't understand the point. So this is where Dunning-Kruger comes in if Joe Rogan's being genuine. So Dunning-Kruger, in the simplest terms, it's just the Dunning-Kruger effect, and it's a cognitive bias where people assess their own cognitive ability greater than it really is. So basically, it's the inability of people to recognize their own incompetence or lack of ability. So Joe Rogan, of course, because of his ego, is very triggered, ego-dominated. He's not going to see that he understands far less than he really does. So he's going to assume he's at a certain competency level. So if he's not understanding what Eddie Bravo is saying, he immediately thinks that it's not related because he doesn't understand the relation, or he's faking, whatever it is.
This is how gangster our government is. There was a war on drugs. We started a war on drugs. Turns out we're bringing it in. Then there's a war on terrorism. Turns out we created Al Qaeda. You understand why I'm crazy? I'm crazy because of that shit. I'm like, you could believe that shit. You want to believe that shit?
But the
Good luck.
problem
But I
is
ain't.
that you just apply this to everything.
The problem is, so applying logic, critical thinking, reason, science, that shouldn't be applied to everything. There's certain things that Joe Rogan wants you to take on blind faith as gospel truth. You're not allowed to apply science and skepticism. Science is skepticism. You're not allowed. You have to take it on blind faith as gospel truth. Because this is going against Rogan's indoctrination cult of authority worship that he's propagating. So that's why he keeps calling it a problem. The problem is, the problem is, the problem is. How many times did he say that in the podcast? Perhaps it's not a problem. So again, Rogan accurately projected his own confirmation biases and all of these things earlier. So now it's being exposed even further by calling being objective, skeptical, logical. He's calling it being a problem. Science is a problem for Joe Rogan. He just wants things taken on blind faith as gospel truth.
Basically, anything coming from the government. Anything coming from the government.
The dinosaurs don't come from the government.
Ooh, so now Joe Rogan is showing his ignorance there, where he doesn't understand the history of finding dinosaur bones, the Smithsonian, all of how it's all government controlled. Now, again, I'm not saying dinosaurs aren't real, but it is a fact that the government is connected with dinosaur bones and with all archaeology in certain ways. Not necessarily across the board, but in certain ways through institutions, through academia. So again, these are very, very basic things that for some reason Joe Rogan just cannot grasp. So plenty more to come. This is just the first part of this analysis from this podcast. We will be continuing with part 2 shortly, but hopefully this was an entertaining dose of Joe Rogan's lack of logic or critical thinking ability, of cognitive reasoning of any kind. And we will continue to examine this in relation with Flat Earth and these other conspiracies that Eddie Bravo is talking about. Hope you enjoyed another edition of the MINDSHOCK podcast. If you like the podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure to subscribe to the channel. You can check us out Twitter, Reddit, Patreon, and Facebook. If you like the podcast, hit that like button, share it across social media platforms. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings, leave them in the comment section. This is Bruce McGuire signing off.
If you like audiobooks or audio shows, check out a free trial of Audible. Just click the link in the description.
Welcome to MINDSHOCK. This is Joe Rogan vs. Eddie Bravo, Flat Earth debate on the Rogan Experience podcast Logical Analysis, Part 2, where we continue to examine the fallaciousness of this so-called conversation regarding Flat Earth and conspiracies, and how Joe Rogan has a very limited playbook when it comes to defending his faith-based beliefs, which, even if ultimately accidentally true, were not arrived at logically scientifically. And that is the whole point of logical analysis on the MINDSHOCK podcast. I am Bruce McGuire, and if you like the podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure you subscribe to the channel, hit the bell for notifications. If you like the podcast, hit that like button, share it across social media platforms, of which you could check us out on Twitter, Reddit, Patreon, and Facebook. Patrons do get priority for logical analysis requests, topic requests, and true crime case requests. All right, let's dive in right here. So in the previous episode, I kind of dissected the main points of logic itself, the difference between religion and science and scientism and the overlap there, what each entails. What does it mean to be scientific? Science is skeptical. Science is skepticism. It's not taking things on blind faith as gospel truth just because a priest calling himself a scientist of a particular organization or university, which in effect is being treated as a church by people like Joe Rogan, who can't think logically or critically, who can't use deductive reasoning. So let's continue from where we left off last time.
Just there's so much fraud when you look into
Astronomy
it. I'm like, I don't
doesn't
trust
come from the
shit.
government. It comes from scientists.
Look into it. Look into it, man.
But Eddie, I have looked into it.
All right, so now, okay, so this is kind of funny because Rogan keeps going with all these circular reasoning fallacies, and obviously his Dunning-Kruger is so extreme. I went over Dunning-Kruger on part 1 of the logical analysis, as well as many other logical analyses. It's basically someone's own lack of competence to see their own incompetence. So, and of course that comes from ego. Joe Rogan's very ego dominated. He can't even consider the possibility that he's wrong here, which is why he always jumps out with, the problem is, where he doesn't even realize that it might not be a problem to be logical, scientific, neutral, and skeptical of all claims, and actually wanting real evidence that adheres to the scientific method before jumping to one particular religious belief system or another. Because if you're using science, then it won't be religious. But Joe Rogan can only put forth faith-based religious claims here. And he's saying it's not coming from government, it's coming from scientists. So again, this, I can't tell if Rogan's just that silly and he's not on even a children's level of logic and reason. I'm not sure that's the case, or he used to be, then his brain got fried by drugs, I don't know. Or he's just shilling and he knows full well exactly what's going on. But it's the same thing, the whole nature of the conspiracy which Eddie Bravo is putting forward. And once again, I keep quoting George Carlin because people like Joe Rogan, for whatever reason, the mental capacity is not there to understand that you don't need a formal conspiracy when interests converge. So all these different industries, people talk about the military-industrial complex in terms of conspiracies with government, but it's really the military, big pharma, academia industrial complex, because they all scratch each other's back because that's what holds up the house of cards. It's like different mafias operating under the umbrella of mafia. Like during Prohibition era in the US, you make alcohol illegal, all of these mafia organized crime businesses prop up. So if they're making most of their profit from alcohol, the sale of alcohol, it's their vested interest for alcohol not to become legal, because then all this business is taken away from them. So even though there's infighting, which Joe Rogan brought up in an attempt to strawman this, or just his own incomprehension, yes, of course, there's rival factions. And I bring up the slave owner example, where different slave owners on different plantations, they might have rivalries with each other. They might want to make more money or have the better cotton exports or tobacco, whatever it is, but it's in all of their best interests that the institution of slavery continues. So they'll do what's necessary, even without necessarily being in cahoots. They'll have their own independent line of thinking and reasoning and schemes and conspiracies. They might not even let each other in on those. Sometimes they might, sometimes they might not. So Rogan, for whatever reason, the mental capacity is either not there, or he's just faking, where he keeps pretending that institutions do not have any kind of self-preservation tactics and that ego plays no part. As Upton Sinclair once said, it's very difficult to get a man to understand something which his salary depends on him not understanding. So all of these scientists, they're all under the umbrella of the establishment. So and if they're only being funded in one particular area, you see this with so-called climate change. Again, let's not focus on religiously and dogmatically clinging to one particular conclusion or one side. That's not what this is about. You don't develop logic by just invoking the circular reasoning logical fallacy. For the purpose of logically examining, this is like exercise for your brain. It's not about winning a particular basketball game or football game. It's not about that. It's about the actual skill involved and the exercise and fitness factor of exercising. It's not about winning the game. It's not about which side wins. So, and that's the only way to really develop logic well, is by understanding that and examining these fallacies for what they are and learning how to think critically and how to deduce. And that's something Joe Rogan is violently opposed to, because, of course, he's so ego-triggered, he's so emotionally triggered if he's not faking. Obviously, different theories on all of this. If he is faking, to what level he is faking, and I'm not going to fall for black and white fallacies myself, but obviously, going back to that Upton Sinclair quote, a scientist that is under the establishment umbrella, what is he going to do? Is he mentally strong enough to really be objective and neutral about anything? Of course not. He's getting a paycheck like everybody else. There's a certain status quo that needs to be maintained. You see this with relativity all the time. And if you look at history in any field, archaeology, physics, what's commonly thought and commonly accepted, once again, appeal to authority, appeal to popularity logical fallacies, that's been wrong a lot of the time throughout history. So to just pretend that whatever cult is in power, whatever ideas they have, whatever religion, whether it's the church of the CDC, the church of NASA, that doesn't mean that what proponents of those churches, what those priests calling themselves scientists, it doesn't mean what they're saying. That's why the truth is not afraid of investigation. You can put their claims to the fire, to logic, so to speak. Logic is the way to truth. And Joe Rogan is deathly afraid of doing it, that he has to pretend it's a problem to do this. And he has to pretend that scientists are somehow so infallible, so morally pristine that they would never lie, or that they're so perfect that they would have definitely noticed an error. And again, in denial of all basic human psychology. Joe Rogan's not too bright here.
Look,
dinosaurs are for kids.
Look, this is you could go over these different sections of the Earth.
That looks
you
fake.
can look at the next one that comes 10 minutes later. Maybe you won't think that one's fake.
So Joe Rogan, they're on NASA.gov right now looking at images of the Earth. So Joe Rogan, I guess he's that bereft of logic and reason that he thinks that so a serial killer might have faked some photographs to prove an alibi, and you might think one of those photographs is fake, but maybe if you keep looking at his other photographs, you might not think those are fake. It's like Rogan is operating with this just revolving door of these just few fallacies, shifting the burden of proof, appeal to authority, appeal to popularity, appeal to incredulity. Like, he's so clueless. I'm going to introduce some other more advanced fallacies in a moment. I haven't yet because some of the MindShock listeners, I don't know if they're trolls or they're genuine, they were complaining that they weren't understanding these basic logical fallacies. So I've intentionally avoided using some more advanced ones, but whatever. I'm going to use whatever applies. I'm going to be objective and neutral. I'm not going to worry about those below the children's basic level of understanding.
Like, oh, wow, that one's kind of
It
real.
looks all fake.
It doesn't look fake. To me, it looks like what the fucking Earth probably looks like when you're 22,000 miles away.
But how would he know that? He's saying, to me, it looks like what it probably looks like. That's kind of like saying, well, the Bible seems true to me because that's how it would be if there was a God. He's not even saying if. He says probably, what it probably looks like when you're that far. So he's never been that far away from it. But he's taking on blind faith as gospel truth, completely ignoring human psychology, logic and reason itself, or the scientific method. And that's all really Eddie Bravo is pointing out here, and they're so triggered. Like, Joe Rogan is so heavily triggered. They're on the NASA website. Going. So again, I've pointed this out in the past. People don't get triggered about things that their subconscious has not recognized is legitimate, or at least a legitimate line of inquiry. We're not talking about Eddie Bravo being right about anything before the trolls misconstrue. I'm not saying Eddie Bravo is correct about anything other than his reasoning and line of inquiry. We're not talking about conclusions here. We're just talking about the line of inquiry, whether it's logical and an analysis of this so-called debate where they're going back and forth. But Joe Rogan is so triggered he can't let it go. So, for example, if Eddie Bravo had some conspiracy that didn't make sense, like whatever, automobiles aren't real or fake, or the iPhone is fake, whatever, they might laugh about it for a second, but they wouldn't be going on Apple's website. They wouldn't be bringing up the models of phones. They just wouldn't do it. Joe Rogan wouldn't do it because he wouldn't be triggered about that, because he knows that that's silly. Whereas with this, his subconscious has accurately recognized that it's a legitimate line of inquiry. And he's so triggered here that this is all he can do. He can't help, his subconscious can't help itself from projecting these things and showing how silly he is. And he's projecting this on Eddie. It's very funny.
To you, it does, not to me.
But
This is NASA's, by
It's
the
no
way.
big deal.
Oh, so NASA
can
has
we
one
agree
too.
to disagree?
Yeah, but why think that it does?
Why be logical? Why be objective and neutral? Why be scientific? Joe Rogan, very anti-science, and he makes it known. And he just goes for this argument by repetition, this ad nauseum logical fallacy. Or it's also known as proof by assertion, as if you assert something or say something a million times, it's going to make it true. Because if Rogan had any legitimate points, if he had any kind of scientific, logical points here, he would have made them. It's just like in the previous logical analysis I did where Joe Rogan and Jamie were going after Eddie for not thinking nuclear, or for thinking nuclear weapons might not be real because he hasn't seen the evidence. And Rogan was just like, oh yeah, he understands it. But yet he had never made a single logical scientific argument for it. All he did was appeal to fallacies. All he did was have logical fallacies. That's all he had as part of his argument, same as here. If he really had a legitimate argument, he would have made it. That's what's really hilarious about this. He just keeps going and going and regurgitating all of these fallacies, including this so-called proof by assertion logical fallacy, where he just repeats ad nauseum. Why? Why question? Why question? Why question? I mean, this is a cult member, and he's just really taking offense to Eddie Bravo not drinking the Kool-Aid.
Because I don't trust shit.
Why think that
I don't trust
the
shit.
government does make these fake pictures of the Earth?
But now he's strawmanning again. Strawmanning and then shifting the burden of proof fallacy. It's just nothing but fallacies. It's so strange. You'd think Joe Rogan might be able to squeeze at least one legitimate argument in there. Maybe one? But he's got nothing. It's just hours and hours of nothing. And because again, Eddie Bravo repeatedly says he doesn't necessarily think it's fake. He just doesn't know that it's real. Again, the scientific position, the non-religious, non-dogmatic position. And Joe Rogan is refusing to accept that, either, again, his own incomprehension because he's that ego-triggered, or he's chilling and trying to make Eddie wrong somehow. And again, just as a result, again, of either insecurity or agenda pushing, whatever it is.
Don't you think that would be like a
we could
risky
speculate.
thing?
You want to speculate? I mean, I could speculate.
I
don't
want to hear
know.
you speculate.
It's
And also notice Eddie Bravo saying, it's speculation. He's not saying any of his theories are true. That's a very important point there. Eddie Bravo is being more logical and scientific, regardless of conclusion. I have to keep repeating this because there's so many trolls out there that think I'm advocating flat Earth. Their English comprehension is at such a low level. They think me discussing whether something is a logical line of inquiry, that means I am alleging a certain conclusion. Again, that in and of itself is a compositional logical fallacy. But anyway, so Eddie Bravo is explicitly stating over and over and over again, he doesn't know what's true or not. So he's speculating here. Whereas if Joe Rogan was logical or scientific, he would speculate that it might be real, but he's saying there's no reason to believe it's not real. He's a very religious, fundamental mindset where none of the tenets of the religion can be questioned. The church cannot be questioned because it's the church of NASA or it's the church of the CDC, whatever he's talking about.
Easier to control people when they're on a ball?
I've been trying to tell people that forever.
I don't know.
But, like, we got to live on a ball. I told it to my wife. I said, it'd be easy to get the kids to listen if we just lived on a ball.
So this is an appeal to humor logical fallacy, where he just makes a joke of whatever is being said instead of addressing the actual argument. Also known as appeal to ridicule, as an attempt to discredit somehow. So, like, for example, if what Eddie Bravo said is true, then how does appealing to ridicule... It's weird how Joe Rogan doesn't have a single non-fallacious point to make in the entire podcast. I mean, I think even Neil deGrasse Tyson sometimes makes some real points. I mean, even Bill Nye, who's not even a real scientist, he can make some real points occasionally. But for whatever reason, when it comes to certain topics, I guess that Joe Rogan is just that triggered about, or he's just not intelligent enough to push forth the agenda if he's a shill. Because otherwise he'd have something other than logical fallacies.
Fuck this household shit.
I don't know, man. I don't know what to believe. I don't know what to believe.
That doesn't even make any sense.
And again, he's so bereft of reason. If something doesn't make sense to him, then it's not true. So once again, he must think calculus is not true if the equations don't make sense to him and if he can't figure them out. Does that make math not true if it doesn't make sense to him?
Why would it be easier to get people to listen if they're on a ball rather than they're on a plate?
Because if there's more land, people are going to want to work. There's actually more land. Shit.
What do you mean? There's more land.
Who knows? If you
like the
yeah,
world's
exactly.
like
That's
what are you talking about? I don't understand what you're talking about. Like more land.
You're saying
So it's weird because Joe Rogan said he has looked into it, but he doesn't even understand the basic conspiracy. He doesn't even understand, or he's pretending not to, the very basic conspiracy. At least understand it first, then you can debunk it properly. But if you don't understand it and you just attack it with nothing but logical fallacies, that's why there are so many flat earthers. And either Joe Rogan's just that silly that he doesn't realize it, or he's shilling and that this is some part of some kind of weird CIA psyop where the intention is to get more flat earthers by making the defense of the heliocentric globe model so silly and idiotic that causes more flat earthers to gain in numbers, regardless of what the real model of the universe is. I mean, it's all up in the air now.
if the world is flat and the flat Earth model is true, what's the point of it? What's the point of?
Notice again that Eddie Bravo starts with if. If he's not saying it's true. Again, that's called being logical, being scientific. Something Joe Rogan knows nothing about, clearly, here.
So all the math is fake?
So again, the math is fake. Nobody said the math is fake. This is one of Joe Rogan's biggest straw man arguments here. I mean, it's just fallacy after fallacy. This might be a record. I mean, I've done a couple of logical analyses, some of them on the flat earth. I've done the worst flat earth debate ever. This one might actually be worse in terms of the defense of the heliocentric globe, because Rogan has nothing but logical fallacies. He hasn't made a single real point here. And the straw mans and the intellectual dishonesty, it's so obvious and apparent here. No one said the math is fake. Did you hear Eddie Bravo said the math doesn't work, the math is fake? But he hasn't looked into it. Joe Rogan hasn't looked into it on the math, but he said he did. So just a flat out lying, or Joe Rogan just really isn't operating with a full deck of cards here mentally. So he really thinks he looked into it, and he thinks his Dunning-Kruger might be more extreme than appears on the surface.
The Earth is going 24 hours in a circle. Is that all fake? that it spins, it's going
Gravity.
1,000 miles an hour.
I don't. When you look
Spins,
into it,
corkscrews.
we're stationary. They haven't
Corkscrews.
proved. There's if you
Oh,
look
we're
into the
stationary.
experiments. If you look into the experiments to prove that the Earth is spinning, all of them failed. Look into it.
What are you
You could just think that. We've been indoctrinated into thinking
that's
all
not
this.
true. That's not true.
That's not true. But notice Joe Rogan does this all the time. He interrupts with, "That's not true. The problem with your thinking," without actually offering any evidence whatsoever to back his position. That's what's so hilarious about this. He doesn't offer anything to back his position other than, "That's not true. You're thinking about things the wrong way." And then, of course, all of these logical fallacies. This is nothing but fallacies. I mean, Joe Rogan could be the poster boy for logical fallacies at this rate, just based on this podcast.
Okay, I'm crazy. I get it.
Eddie, Jamie, what you gonna say?
I don't have the science in my head to back it up either, but you
Oh, so now Jamie admits, I don't have the science to back it up in my head either. So they're just taking the word of priests. So if they're just religiously taking the word of priests on nothing but faith, regardless of whether the conclusion is true, again, I'm not saying the conclusion is false. It's not what I'm saying. I'm not stating what the true model of the universe is here, although I will do a proper defense of the heliocentric globe model. Again, that doesn't mean it's true just because somebody can defend it logically. That still wouldn't make it true. But he's admitting here he doesn't have it in his head, but they're just going to assume, they're going to presuppose that this model is true and Eddie's crazy or wrong.
that's not true. You can't say things like that. That's what Eric Dubé says, and he's not backing it up.
Ooh, so Eddie Dubé doesn't back it up. Okay, right or wrong, Dubé did back it up. So if you do look into it, which these guys claim they did, but obviously they didn't, because if you listen to what Dubé says, and again, I'm not saying Eric Dubé is right about anything, but he does show his work. Nobody can dispute that. He did cite the exact experiments and his interpretation of why they failed or didn't fail, which is a lot more than Joe Rogan or Jamie ever do.
Where's the evidence that? Find the evidence.
There are
Eddie,
13-year-old
we're
kids in
moving.
high school right now that can show you the evidence with
Well, where's it?
scientific
How come you can't show it to me?
Because I'm not in class right now,
Well,
and I'm not up to
where-
date. I'm doing JRE work right now.
So as soon as you start working on a podcast, you can no longer do science. Because if it's that easy to prove, like if Eddie Bravo was asserting that, let's say, cell phones weren't real or whatever, you could pull out a cell phone, they could call each other. All of a sudden, they know how to do a scientific experiment when it comes to something that is easy to prove. But they're pretending that the heliocentric model is that easy to prove and it's a given. They're pretending it's a given. And yet they can't prove it. Now that should already, and that's part of the reason why they're so emotionally triggered, because they know it's a legitimate line of inquiry and they know they can't really prove it. They just don't like that Eddie's not drinking the Kool-Aid and taking it on faith. Now, again, I'm not saying they're wrong. They might be outraged but they don't know that they're right. That's the point. They took on faith that this model was the true. Now, whether it is or it isn't, maybe it is, but they took it on faith and they don't like that Eddie's pointing it out. People, not just these people, but in general, people really hate when their religious faith-based views masquerading as science are exposed as religion as faith-based. Again, nothing to do with them being wrong about the conclusion, but they just really hate that. Just, again, basic human psychology here.
Okay, you're talking about some shit you don't know about.
Camera.
You're
No,
talking about some
but
shit
so
you don't know
are you.
about.
But you're saying
I'm just saying I don't
something-
trust it.
You're saying something that people have been proving for hundreds and hundreds
Look
of years.
into
Ooh, okay, there's another one. So Joe Rogan is presupposing, and okay, I'm going to introduce this fallacy now because I think it's the perfect time, and I'll keep referencing. It is called the ludic logical fallacy. So this is something that people really, really struggle with in everything. I mean, with physics, true crime cases, I've seen this all over the place. I haven't talked about it much because it does require just a modicum of more mental capacity than the other logical fallacies, but it has to do with unknown variables. So again, Joe Rogan here is presupposing that all these experiments really do prove what they think they prove. So he thinks, again, humans are just these infallible gods that can't be wrong about everything, and that they must have considered every single possible variable and accounted for it. That's how silly Joe Rogan is, and Jamie here. And a lot of people who they go by faith instead of science. So part of being scientific and logical is understanding the limitations of the fallible human-based technology you're using. So a scientific experiment can only prove something definitively if it's definitive. Now, using fallible human technology and understanding the technology itself is fallible, and it might not be interpreting the result of fallible technology subjectively. So you have a fallible human scientist with a fallible human brain, always working with incredibly limited information, using fallible technology. So his interpretation, of course, is subject to fallibility as well. Again, it shouldn't be that hard to understand. I mean, children can understand that humans aren't perfect. I mean, that's what it comes down to. And the hubris in thinking that an experiment proves what it alleges to without definitively showing how, without showing that strict adherence to the scientific method. Part of the scientific method is, of course, understanding variables, understanding controls. So let me go over the ludic fallacy here. So for the people that have trouble with English comprehension and logical fallacies that are very vocal on the MindShock social media, pay attention here because this is a big one. So in general, the ludic logical fallacy is assuming that flawless statistical models apply to situations when they actually don't. Okay? So this results in an overconfidence in probability theory or simply not knowing exactly where it applies, as opposed to chaotic situations, for example, the natural universe, or situations with external influence that are too subtle or numerous to predict. Now, I will do a dedicated podcast on the Cavendish experiment because that, again, people point to that as proof of gravity of mass attracting mass, whereas there was the unknown variable of electromagnetic attraction, physical electromagnetism. If that variable is not accounted for, then it appears that mass is attracting mass. So that's another example of an experiment that alleges to prove mass attracts mass, but does not account for electromagnetism. It does not account for non-mass attracting mass-based variables. But it assumes that this is a flawless experiment that flawlessly detects gravity via mass attracting mass. Now, the ludic fallacy itself was originally presented by Nassim Nicholas Taleb in his 2007 book, The Black Swan. So this book is The Black Swan, The Impact of the Highly Improbable Fragility. Okay? So here's the example that's used in the book. So there are two people, Dr. John, who is regarded as a man of science and logical thinking, and Fat Tony, who is regarded as a man who lives by his wits. A third party asks them, assume a fair coin is flipped 99 times, and each time it comes up heads. What are the odds that the 100th flip would also come up heads? So Dr. John, supposedly a man of science and logical thinking, says that the odds are not affected by the previous outcomes. So the odds are still 50-50. So this, for the 100th flip, they would still be 50-50 as for the previous 99 flips, but it keeps coming up heads. Fat Tony says that the odds of the coin coming up heads 99 times in a row are so low, because this would be less than 1 in 6.33 times 1,029, that the initial assumption that the coin had a 50-50 chance of coming up heads is most likely incorrect. So what does that mean? So for those that are having trouble, there's an unknown variable here. For example, let's say, so they said it was the coin itself was a fair coin. So that means it's not a weighted coin. Okay, so that means we have to consider other possibilities. So what if there's some kind of an air vent or something that's catching either the head, one side of the coin, for whatever reason, there's an unknown variable here. Now it's very, very subtle or whatever that's causing the coin, or it's unknown. I just brought up that air vent because the air vent, there would have to be some kind of an angle where they're flipping it or in some kind of a corner that would cause the head part to always come up as opposed to the tail part. So we're talking something very, very subtle variable. So it's probably not an air vent. I just brought that up. An X variable is causing it to come up heads each time. So Dr. John's still going 50-50, but Fat Tony's saying he's going to bet it's going to come up heads again because there's an unknown variable. Now, for whatever reason, I see this in everything, in physics, in true crime cases. Most people I guess it's a form of cognitive dissonance where it's too mentally uncomfortable to believe that there's more unknown variables. Because humans like certainty, there's a certain fear of the unknown, and that manifests in many, many ways, even in mundane, everyday situations. But this ludic fallacy really brings to the forefront unknown variables. So the explanation in general for this coin flip, imagine yourself watching a coin flip. Knowing all about the gambler's fallacy, you would hold out much longer than someone like Fat Tony when you get to the point where you say, all right, something's going on here with the coin. At what point does it become fallacious reasoning to continue to insist that you are just witnessing the inevitable result of probability? There is no definite answer. Your decision will need to be argued and supported by solid reasons. Again, if you're going to surmise that it is an air vent, or I guess what's more likely is that there's some kind of super sensitive technology, or there's some kind of an uneven magnet on the floor, or something's affecting that it's always coming up heads, but you don't have to know about it. So again, this all points, again, we have to go back to Dunning-Kruger. Would an intelligent human understand unknown variables? And this is such a foreign concept to many people. I'm going to give another super easy example here. And you can find these online. Logicallyfallacious.com is a pretty good website. These are easy to understand terms. Some people think that I'm making these logical fallacies up or something. I mean, this is very easy to understand. It's readily available on the internet. It's just like working out. An obese person might come up with excuses not to get off the couch, but I mean, you can go for a walk, you can go jogging. This is the equivalent of developing logic. It's really not that hard if you put in the effort. Here's another example on this website. Half the people in the world are female. The chances of the next person to walk out that door being female is 50-50. And someone else says, do you realize that is the door to a gynecologist? So the first individual is focusing on pure statistics, ignoring actual reasoning or other variables. They're closing their eyes to other variables. For example, in the Cavendish experiment, if you're only focusing on certain variables and not other variables, the result of an experiment would appear to give you a certain result without that actually being the result. That might not be the truth, because if mass does not attract mass, if the theory of gravity is not really proven on a basis of mass attracting mass, nobody's denying forces in the universe. Nobody's denying that. That's a straw man that the pro-relativity people immediately go to. And once again, if you haven't checked out Dr. Run-Z Cow's dismantling of the theory of relativity point by point in a children's level manner, you can check those out on YouTube. So, of course, the explanation given here in the book, chaos theory plays a huge role in our universe and is way beyond the scope of this book. As for this fallacy, many things that appear to be random are actually chaotic systems or unpredictable deterministic systems. Attempting to apply the rules of random probability in these cases will result in all kinds of errors. Once again, the ludic logical fallacy, assuming that flawless statistical models apply to situations where they actually don't. So out of all the laws of physics, basically infinite laws of physics, how many do humans know and understand? Very little. So to pretend that a fallible experiment using fallible technology and the fallible interpretations of that experiment somehow irrefutably prove something, I mean, that's just silliness. And that is the limitations of human-based scientific experiments. We're not talking about computer-based mathematical models contained to that mathematical model, because that would be true, as far as we know. Again, that's still an assumption, but at least that's reasonable and scientific. Whereas relying on the fallible human mind working with limited information and many unknown variables, that's logically fallacious. So let's go back here to see what they're going to say.
Into the Michelson-Morley experiments. That was Einstein said it himself. Einstein said, to this day, Einstein said it, there's no proof that we're moving. Do you guys just haven't looked into it? That's all it is.
You're watching
you guys haven't looked
YouTube
into
videos,
it.
Eddie. There's a difference between looking into it and watching YouTube videos.
Okay.
Is there really? Because if you're watching a NASA YouTube video, I mean, you still, the YouTube videos are things from other sources as well. So you can find the Discovery Channel on YouTube. You can find all sorts of official narrative documentary, establishment pushed propaganda, religious and faith-based, that Joe Rogan and Jamie believe in. You can find those on YouTube too. So of course here, now they're using, of course, another straw man They're using the cherry picking logical fallacy where they're only looking at information they disagree with on YouTube and discrediting YouTube. Whereas literally everything they believe in is available on YouTube. So so if YouTube invalidates it, that means everything is invalidated because everything's on YouTube. So again, not very logical by Joe Rogan. He might be setting some kind of record here with the amount of fallacies he's hitting.
So let's say this. Okay, so what if it's true?
The same channel?
Okay, what if it's true that Albert Einstein said there is no evidence that the Earth is spinning? What if he says he said a quote? You say that's not true. I saw it on YouTube. But what if we find out that it is true? Then what?
It actually is true. Einstein did say at Kyoto University in Japan on December 14th, 1922, he did say, I have come to believe that the motion of the Earth cannot be detected by any optical experiment. And of course, this is easy to understand for anybody who understands frame of reference and all of these things. So is everything else moving? Are you moving? So these things, again, that's one of the main tenets of relativity. So the fact that these goofballs like Joe Rogan and Jamie, they don't even understand the basics of relativity and Einstein's work or the historical context in which that was said. We're talking the 20s here. I mean, geocentrism versus heliocentrism was a big debate back then, but these guys are, of course, clueless. And Eddie, who, even if wrong about conclusions, is so much more educated and logical. It's so hilarious.
But what if we find out that it is true? Then what?
What if they find out leprechauns are really butt-fucking
Exactly.
genies
That's
on the
what
moon?
I thought.
All right. That's all Rogan has. I mean, he's like an immature little 4-year-old who has to, again, appeal to ridicule and all these things because he has no argument. He doesn't actually want to engage logic and reason because it's hard work. I mean, to be objective and neutral, scientific instead of religious, just to consider that the propaganda that you've been indoctrinated with is false, it's very difficult. You have to be truly scientific to do it.
That's what I thought.
What does that mean?
That's what I said. So you're saying, do
you really
it's
think
on
that
YouTube?
Einstein
You really
said that?
Look at
Maybe in
I don't know.
1947 there wasn't much evidence that the Earth was spinning because they didn't understand it yet.
Okay.
Oh, okay. So then it's not that ridiculous that he said that, right? Way back then. He actually said it in the 20s. And he's assuming they didn't understand it yet and they understand it now. So he's putting all this faith in the infallibility of humans. Again, very, very silly.
It yet.
Okay.
When we're talking about something that happened more than a half a century ago, Einstein is, look, you compare all the people that are alive today, whether it's Lawrence Krauss or Stephen Hawking's most famous failed experiment.
That's the Michelson-Morley experiment. It was they couldn't recreate it. It was in the 1880s. I looked this up when I was watching a podcast.
True science
Okay,
is
so listen to what he just
supposed
said.
to recreate it.
No,
Right.
Eddie, exactly.
You keep using that. Look at the Michelson-Morley experiments. I did. I read up the information on it. It's an experiment that was supposed to be able to be recreated. It was not able to be recreated. So that evidence is used by flat Earth supporting people. Like you just said, like, go look it up, go look it up.
Yeah,
so I
true
did
science
look it
is
up.
repeatable. You can't repeat
Eddie,
it. It's not real science.
you don't understand
That's
what
you're
saying.
saying. I'm
Okay.
trying to tell you that. That's the
This
evidence you were trying to say. It's
If
fake.
they say the experiment showed the Earth is not spinning, no one can reproduce that experiment.
All right, so here's these clueless buffoons arguing about this is hilarious. So Jamie read some basic propaganda. Joe Rogan just took it on faith that basic propaganda on whatever official narrative sources that supports his religion state. Now, the Michelson-Morley experiment really needs its own podcast, but here's the crux of the issue on the Michelson-Morley experiment. Again, human fallibility plays a huge role as well as propaganda. Okay, so what did the Michelson-Morley experiment actually measure? So this is the main crux of the issue. They say the experiment hasn't been repeated, therefore it's not valid. But here's the thing. Can it be repeated? Can it be repeated easily? Here's where assumptions and variables come into play again, the Ludic fallacy. We have to measure ether. Any conversation about the Michelson-Morley experiment cannot be had without ether. Notice how Joe Rogan, Jamie, they're so ignorant and illogical and uneducated about the history of all these, because they're just taking on blind faith the word of priests. They don't have any historical context. They don't know how the scientific method works. They have no grasp at all of logical fallacies, particularly the Ludic logical fallacy. The Michelson-Morley experiment specifically involved ether. Not to mention, the null result was not a true null result. of movement. There was a fraction measured, but it was considered null. It was not a true null. Okay? But here's the thing. The experiment considered that ether exists. Of course, and I'll get into ether in 1 second. I'll keep this really, really short because I'll do a dedicated podcast on this experiment and the ether and geocentrism, because that's what the debate was, whether the earth was moving or not. It wasn't so much supposedly about whether it was flat or a globe. Supposedly it was agreed upon that it was a globe. Whether it was moving or not, geocentrism versus heliocentrism was the true debate. So this Michelson-Morley experiment in 1887 supposedly proved the earth is motionless. Here's the thing though. It assumed the existence of ether. So if the earth was traveling through ether, would that create winds on earth? And of course, these winds were supposedly missing. Okay? Because goofballs like Joe Rogan and Jamie, they don't even understand the true purpose of the experiment or any of the details of the experiment. They just jump on that one propaganda line. It could not be recreated, but they don't know why. They don't know why anything, because they're just preaching their religion. So let's discuss the true science of this. There was slight movement. It was given a zero null result, which is not true. Also, it wasn't exactly a precise experiment. It was an imperfect experiment in the first place. So let's go back to the ether for just 1 second. In 1913, Sagnac proved that there was an ether and that moving through ether would create wind turbulence at ground level. This is, of course, the Sagnac effect. And this supports the Michelson-Morley experiment that the Earth is motionless. So, of course, Einstein's theory of relativity, which is nonsensical, according to Nikola Tesla and many other pure physicists, was to counter these experiments and these proofs that have been mostly erased. But, for example, the Michelson-Gale experiment. So the Michelson-Gale experiment actually detected ether passing the surface of the Earth with an accuracy of 2.6% of the speed of the daily rotation of the Earth. So does the Earth rotate, or is there ether? That's the main point here. So for the propaganda discounting the Michelson-Morley experiment, if you assume there is no ether, of course the experiment can't be replicated. I mean, these goofballs, just the basic logic required to understand these arguments. Again, I'm not saying whether it's true or untrue, just the very, very basics of not understanding whether you're assuming a certain variable or not. Again, the Ludic logical fallacy. It's not even really the Ludic logical fallacy because the ether variable is known. So it's a step further. So it's basically just pure straw manning. Not to mention there's a ton of other experiments by De Palma, Kozyrev, Lamoureux, Elias, and the Byfield-Brown effects, which all supposedly prove that there is no gravity by mass attracting mass, but simply force of ether waves. Okay. So, I'm just going to mention one quick quote from Tesla here. Only the existence of a field of force can account for the motions of the bodies as observed, and its assumption dispenses with space curvature. All literature on this subject is futile and destined to oblivion. So are all attempts to explain the workings of the universe without recognizing the existence of ether and the indispensable function it plays in the phenomena. So this is Nikola Tesla, the guy who created the modern world, the technology that we're all using that everybody pretends is based on relativity. It's actually based on all of Nikola Tesla's patents and work, all his wireless, transistor technology, electricity. All of these things are Tesla's. The modern world, all the technology we're using is all Tesla's. But yet everybody wants to cling religiously on blind faith and accept as religious dogma Einstein's relativity. I'm just going to do one more quote from Nikola Tesla just so these goofballs like Joe Rogan can understand how silly they are appearing here. Einstein's relativity is a magnificent mathematical garb which fascinates, dazzles, and makes people blind to the underlying errors. The theory is like a beggar clothed in purple whom ignorant people take for king. Is he describing Joe Rogan and Jamie here? Its exponents are brilliant men, but they are metaphysicists rather than scientists. And this is, of course, a quote from Nikola Tesla. So let's go back to the Joe Rogan podcast, of course, with these goofballs like Joe Rogan not understanding the role of ether. Of course, if you assume ether not to exist, of course the experiment's not going to be replicated. But in the original experiment, they assumed ether to be real. Therefore, so if you account for the existence of ether for this variable, you can replicate the experiment all day. Possibly.
That's why it's not real.
And that's why, no, his lack of understanding of ether and variables and the basic scientific method shows that his belief is not scientific. It's not a real scientific belief. Joe Rogan's just preaching religion here. And you can see how triggered he is at Eddie over this when it's his own ignorance. Again, Dunning-Kruger in full effect.
So this thing that you keep repeating is bullshit.
Or is it? Once again, if you actually learn something, Joe Rogan and Jamie, learn about the history of the experiment, the variable of ether, and how that would affect results, and learn about all these other experiments and the history of geocentrism, you might learn something instead of sounding like goofballs getting triggered by Eddie Bravo, who, again, he's not the best at putting forth his arguments, but that still doesn't, I mean, the definitions of science are still the same, no matter how hard Joe Rogan and Jamie pretend that ether was assumed to exist and then the experiment was not replicated. No matter how hard they ignore all these other experiments, which of course are not mentioned in mainstream literature, the same way at a church you wouldn't necessarily have books from other religions showing that your own religion is false. Why would you have that in your house of worship? You wouldn't have that. But these goofballs don't even understand basic conflict of interest.
Okay.
And this thing that you keep, but don't, no.
Hey, where did you get this information?
Jamie.
Where'd you get it?
Where'd I get what?
This information. What is this coming from?
This is coming off the internet.
Exactly. So
The
you're
American
reading
Journal-
some information. I'm reading some information
Slow down,
off
slow
the
down,
internet.
slow
You
down.
didn't go to the
Slow
library.
down, slow
Oh, it's
down.
on Wikipedia.
Just slow down.
Eddie, stop
There's
doing that.
sources here. There's a book called the American Journal of Science. I'm sure that a lot of people respect that.
So now he's citing to the Bible. These sources that they regard as gospel truth. Now, maybe they're true, maybe they're not, but it's just you can hear the reverence in their voices. The reverence in Jamie's voice when he says source.
Bought and paid for.
Well, maybe.
It is. It's bought and paid for. It's part of that.
Here's the thing, Eddie.
It's
why?
like the Washington Post.
Eddie, why would anybody be paying money for people to lie?
Again, appeal to motive. So Joe Rogan's denying everything just to discuss motive, which is the least important part of everything. Motive is not relevant to any physical evidence or physical experiment. Why? If we use Joe Rogan's faulty logic here, just complete brain dead logic here, why would mass attract mass? Because he believes in gravity and that mass attracts mass, but why would it? Nobody knows why. You measure the effect. That's what science is. Now, whether it was measured accurately or not, whether it accounted for other variables, that's what we're discussing here. But this motive is just, humans are corrupt and imperfect. It's really not that hard to understand.
About the world spinning.
That's a very good question that everybody asks coming in. Everybody asks that
Coming into the group.
Yeah,
Have a
people
seat.
get-
Have
people
some
get
coffee.
knocked down
My name's Eddie, and I
one
believe
by
the Earth's
one. They're
flat.
getting knocked
Hi,
down.
Eddie.
All you gotta do
no,
is look
Eddie,
into
they're
it.
not. They're
Yeah.
not. They're
It's
not.
huge.
They're
Flat
not
Earth
getting
is
knocked
huge.
down. That's why we just read this thing that you've been citing, and you didn't even understand it when we were reading it.
And Joe Rogan didn't understand anything either. And he said we were reading it. Jamie was the one reading it. But, of course, they have to, they want their safety in numbers. Because, again, you have to have a certain amount of mental strength to go against status quo. So, because Joe Rogan is all about appealing to authority and appealing to popularity logic fallacies. But Joe Rogan and Jamie are so clueless about the Michelson-Morley experiment. They looked at one line from a propaganda official source website and they assumed it true. And that's what they're getting on Eddie Bravo about. So the hypocrisy is so hilarious because they're mad about Eddie possibly reading something quickly and not understanding it, when that's exactly what they did. They don't even understand the variable of ether and the role that plays in the Michelson-Morley experiment. So regardless of whether, again, let's not cling desperately to conclusions. Regardless of whether the experiment proves something or not, the role of ether is the critical factor in the experiment. They're missing that information, and they're just illogically assuming and clinging to their faith dogmatically while attacking Eddie for hypocritically doing what they're doing, or at least thinking that that's what he's doing.
You read
That's
off
how-
the internet.
but that's
you
how
read off the internet.
complicated-
Where the
I
fuck
read
am
it
I
off the
supposed to
internet
read it?
too. I read it off
I
the
don't have
internet
any
too.
books here. I'll go find the encyclopedia if you
we're
want
both reading
and
off the
print off-
internet. We're both getting our information off the internet.
So you're
Eddie,
saying
one
who's
of
right?
them is peer-reviewed journals from scientists.
From-
Appeal to authority, appeal to popularity again. Peer review means nothing. Because if you have a group of people indoctrinated into the same inaccurate scientific information, whether intentional fraud or not, just like if you look at the peer review from over 100 years ago on outdated and inaccurate theories, they were all peer reviewed. Like, what is peer? I mean, the truth is the truth. Science is not determined by consensus, obviously. But Joe Rogan, again, either he's that mentally deficit or he's shilling. I don't know. I really don't know.
American Journal of Science. Come on, that's like
also
NIST.
data
That's NIST.
and
That's like
Eddie,
that's like The
articles.
Economist.
So you think it's more likely that everyone is in on it and lying than it is one guy doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about and he makes a YouTube video and you get convinced?
Okay, so again, completely missing. Like, this is the king of straw man arguments that just stacked a ton of fallacies there. Nobody's in on it. I mean, we're talking 99.99999% are not in on it. They're just reading the literature purporting to be scientific and buying it. So the few people, obviously, there's how many truly revolutionary geniuses like Tesla are there? There's not a lot. Is Joe Rogan really expecting the cognitive dissonant masses like himself, who they're just very, very mentally deficient? They're not scientific, they're not logical, they've been basically brainwashed and indoctrinated out of the use of logic and reason. And he's assuming that all of these individuals would blow the whistle. I mean, a lot of them did, actually. If you look at the history of relativity, even with Michelson Morley, there's all these other experiments, and there were physicists who were pointing this out. It's not one guy. These were accomplished physicists. I'll go over this in a dedicated podcast. I mean, this is already going long because Rogan is just stacking these fallacies and to address them point by point. I mean, it's almost exhaustive because he hasn't made a single legitimate point this entire podcast. And now he's strawmanning Eddie Bravo into pretending that Eddie Bravo is arguing that everybody's in on it and lying. Of course not. What a silly, silly goof.
And it's attractive to you because it seems like it would be an amazing conspiracy to be ahead of. And you get trapped in the fucking rabbit hole and you go down the flat earth rabbit hole and you find yourself defending things with experiments that you don't even understand.
Well, look who's talking. He doesn't understand, Joe Rogan doesn't understand any of these experiments either. So again, the hypocrisy, I mean, this might be Joe Rogan's most hypocritical podcast in addition to the most illogical.
Which means
you
haven't
just
really
read
looked
some
into
shit that he pulled up off the internet,
But
and
I know that you don't
and
understand
you're like
it.
all over it.
I know you didn't understand
No,
it.
I understand it now. It doesn't matter.
Twice.
It doesn't matter.
But I understood it, and he had explained it to you twice.
Well, nobody understood anything here. If you didn't mention ether, you don't understand anything, Joe Rogan. You're completely clueless about the Michelson-Morley experiment while pretending they're not clueless, while completely denying all science, logic, and reason. Just the very use of variables. I mean, just completely clueless Joe Rogan projecting this on Eddie Bravo.
You didn't understand it. You were arguing
No,
for it.
no. This is the proof. Now I understand it. There was an experiment to prove that the Earth wasn't moving,
And it was not repeatable.
And then they proved it, but it
No.
But
No, they didn't prove it.
No.
They didn't.
I get. They
Or did they? Again, without talking about the ether, and even if they did with that experiment, that still doesn't make it true, right? Because I don't know why Joe Rogan and Jamie, they're these goofballs, they assume that an experiment is absolutely infallible. Whether it did or didn't prove anything, how does that prove that the experiment itself was set up in a flawless fashion that would prove it one way or the other? I mean, these goofballs, man, this is rough.
didn't prove it, but
Right.
that doesn't mean that it's spinning.
Oh, Jamie, I'm sure you can find some evidence that the Earth is spinning.
And yet, look, we're going all this time, and they can't find any evidence that it's spinning. And Joe Rogan assumes they can, because again, he's so blinded by faith. He assumes it's there without knowing it's there. That's the very definition of faith and religion.
Eddie, people have known it's spinning forever. That's how the seasons
Gravity,
work.
baby.
That's how you see the sun. We spin around. That's why it
Okay,
makes
explain
eclipses.
this to me.
And these are, again, all presuppositions based on a particular model that he has faith in, that the model is gospel truth and can't be disputed, and that everybody knew it at all times, which is demonstrably false. Many different groups of people thought many different things. Some of them scientists and physicists, some of them. I mean, there's still geocentrists today. There's hundreds of physics professors, allegedly. This has been reported in certain sources. Maybe it's not true, but supposedly there's something around 200 physics professors that are geocentrists. Obviously, they don't make that position publicly known, because that would be, they'd probably be fired. But they talk in private about it. Some of them not completely in private. There's a couple that have been public geocentrists. And I guess Joe Rogan thinks he knows. I mean, if he's going to appeal to authority fallacies here, they're physics professors. They know more than him, right? So if they think it's geocentrism is the correct model, what does that mean, Joe Rogan?
That's why we
That's why you
age,
can
too.
track time zones. That's why you can put a piece of stick in the ground.
You're saying all the correct shit.
It acts as a sundial.
What the heck? How would putting a stick in the ground acting as a sundial prove any model of the universe? That might be the silliest thing Joe Rogan has ever said. I mean, pretty much you could come up with 1 million different models. You can go concave Earth, and you could still get a sundial from the sun. I mean, how does that prove what you're on? That just proves that whatever above you is moving, or you're moving around it. That just proves there's movement on one side, whatever, or both sides, whatever that may be. It doesn't. So I mean, I guess it's possible. Is it possible that Joe Rogan is just extremely mentally deficient and a shill? So he doesn't understand anything, but he's just also pushing an agenda? Is that the most likely explanation here? And we'll be continuing this episode because there's just so many more fallacies than even I thought there would be. So this is actually going to end up being a series. But I hope you enjoyed another edition of the MINDSHOCK podcast in this analysis of Joe Rogan versus Eddie Bravo. Flat Earth debate. If you like the podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure you subscribe to the channel. Hit that bell for notifications. If you like the podcast, hit the like button. Share it across social media platforms. Questions, comments, thoughts, theories, suggestions, debunkings, rebuttals, leave them in the comments section. You can also check us out on Twitter, Reddit, Patreon, and Facebook. This is Bruce McGuire, signing off.
If you like audiobooks or audio shows, check out a free trial of Audible. Just click the link in the description.
Welcome to MINDSHOCK. This is Bruce McGuire with the ongoing logical analysis series of Joe Rogan vs. Eddie Bravo and the Flat Earth debate, a highly conspiratorial chat that took place on the Joe Rogan Experience 948. Brendan Schwab guest stars for comedic effect, and of course, Jamie in the background, proving his incomprehension of science and logic as well. I actually didn't expect this to be an ongoing series for whatever reason. I thought I could take care of it in one episode, but yeah, no, Joe Rogan has nothing but logical fallacies to hold up his faith-based religious belief systems. Regardless of whether or not the conclusions are true or false, that's not what this logical analysis is about, or any logical analyses. As always, if you like the podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure you subscribe to the channel, hit the bell for notifications. Make sure you allow your device to have those notifications come through. If you like the podcast, hit the like button, share it across social media platforms. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, rebuttals, debunkings. Thoughts of any kind, leave them in the comment section. You can check us out, Twitter, Reddit, Patreon, and Facebook. All right, so let's jump in right here. We just left off in the previous episode where Joe Rogan and Jamie didn't understand anything about the Michelson-Morley experiment, and they were, due to their incomprehension and just complete lack of understanding or education, their sheer ignorance on the Michelson-Morley experiment, they were kind of pretending that it not only could it not be replicated, but that proof invalidates it, which, of course, this is just a stack of logical fallacies. Make sure you listen to part 1 and part 2 of the logical analyses before continuing on here. But we're picking up right where we left off. Joe Rogan spewing nothing but faith-based religious ignorance.
You're saying all the shit.
Eddie, there's a fundamental problem with the way you approach these things.
Again, Joe Rogan has a fundamental problem with science, logic, and reason. He has a fundamental problem with it. He accuses Eddie of it because Eddie is actually scientific and logical, regardless of whether his conclusions are true or false. I have to reiterate for the trolls all the time, I'm not saying the flat earth model is true in any way. I am just examining debates or arguments for logical veracity. Because even if Eddie's wrong about everything, At least he's taking a logical, scientific approach of neutrality and objectivity based on empiricism and the scientific method itself. Now, Joe Rogan has nothing but faith-based logical fallacies holding up his religious view system, which he's pretending is scientific. And Eddie's exposing that. So, of course, Joe Rogan, again, he could be a poster boy for the Dunning-Kruger effect. He doesn't realize he doesn't have the competence to realize his own incompetence. And, of course, his highly insecure psyche, where he has all of this psychological projection going on. His ego can't handle it, and his subconscious is so triggered. He's so triggered, he has to project all of these things, and he has to say there's a fundamental problem with basic logic, reason, science, with basic questioning. You're not allowed to question this faith-based establishment narrative that Joe Rogan vehemently believes in with religious fervor, unless, of course, he's a shill and he's faking all of this.
These things.
No, and there's not a problem.
The problem is you
I don't
go
trust
into
shit.
them.
You do.
But it's not that I
don't
trust
have a
shit.
problem.
No, but Eddie, you know I don't trust shit.
I'm having fun
you
with it.
You know I don't.
We don't know that. All he's done, when you're constantly appealing to scientists, to authority, and pretending that they don't work for the establishment, that is trusting. Joe Rogan is either a gullible fool who doesn't understand anything about basic logic and science, or he's a shill, or maybe a combination of both. I floated that theory on the previous episode, where if he really is just a complete buffoon and a goof who doesn't understand basic English comprehension, basic logic, the scientific method, if he doesn't understand any of it, plus he's a shill, that might possibly be the best fitting explanation. I don't know.
It doesn't matter if it's flat or round. It doesn't matter. I'm having fun with it.
Fallback. You keep saying that. It's a bad fallback because what we're saying is there are conspiracies. The problem is when you think everything is conspiracy, you act as a psyop guy and you fuck people over that want to look at real conspiracies.
So, okay, that's a pretty wow. So I don't know how much of an egotistical statement that is. As if Joe Rogan is the supreme authority. He is so infallible. He is so morally incorruptible and is a genius of the highest order that he knows with certainty which conspiracies are true and untrue. And because of that, he's criticizing someone else who's just being objective, logical, and neutral, as turning people away from looking at the conspiracies that Joe Rogan believes on faith are true or untrue. Nothing but faith. Oh, man. Joe Rogan is one of the most religious people, one of the most religious personalities, podcasting personalities. Very, very religious here. So since Joe Rogan is kind of running the gauntlet here on logical fallacies, nothing but fallacy after fallacy after fallacy, we could add in here the red herring logical fallacy, because he's basically misleading and distracting from this conspiracy by not just strawmanning, but creating this red herring all wrapped in circular reasoning, logical fallacies, and all these other logical fallacies, faith-based presuppositions that Joe Rogan holds, like, for example, the model of the universe. So he's kind of creating this red herring here to distract, where he's trying to paint this picture that Eddie Bravo, always being skeptical, always being scientific and logical, that somehow that's taking away from conspiracies which Joe Rogan subjectively believes are true. It doesn't make any sense at all. Oh, man, it's funny. There's no logical coherency here from Joe Rogan.
Because the real conspiracy is like the Gulf of Tonkin.
That's what I thought too.
Okay. Like the Gulf of Tonkin, real, like Operation Northwoods, real things that really happened. When you look at those things and people explore them, they go, "Oh, I don't think they really killed Kennedy." Are you sure? Why don't you look at this? Look.
And why don't you look at this, the geocentric model, Joe Rogan? Just look at this. But he's refusing to look. He's doing all these things that he's criticizing all these other people of not looking at the so-called real conspiracies that Joe Rogan believes in. It's almost amusing.
Look at this stuff. There's a lot of really crazy evidence.
Just like with the geocentric model or the fakery of NASA. There's a lot of really good evidence, but Joe Rogan refuses to look at it. And now, again, he's chastising Eddie Bravo here from somehow leading certain people away from the real conspiracies by talking about greater conspiracy? I mean, what is Joe Rogan's line of reasoning, if any, here? It's almost like he's talking for the sake of talking. All he's doing is making fallacious faith-based claims, and now with this massive red herring here.
When you start thinking that the world is flat, the dinosaurs aren't real, all this nutty shit that you believe.
And that's exactly what people say about Gulf of Tonkin, JFK. That's what they think about that. They think it's all nutty. So now he's going to like an ad hominem logical fallacy. This is the laziest one. You just label something nutty that you don't want to look at. Now, is labeling something nutty make it untrue? Some people think the Gulf of Tonkin is nutty. Some people think JFK being some kind of insider conspiracy by the U.S. government, they think that's nutty. They call it nutty. How logical is that, Joe Rogan? Once again, the most hypocritical podcast he's ever done, probably.
And you just jump into it with, the problem is, it discredits all these other things that you believe.
Okay, is that true? So again, the ad hominem logical fallacy. Does it discredit? Does it discredit really? Now, to someone who understands logic and reason, why would someone believing one thing discredit something else? So if someone's like a devout Christian, but they're also a doctor, a modern medical science doctor, does them being a Christian discredit them being a practicing doctor? I mean, I guess in Joe Rogan's mind it does. I don't really know. Again, that's why this is such a massive red herring logical fallacy. But no surprise, since Joe Rogan only brings logical fallacies. I mean, his podcast should just be called the Logical Fallacy Podcast with Joe Rogan.
That might be real. Because the other things have some validity to them.
So now, again, he's presupposing. He's doing these circular reasoning fallacies. These other things have some validity. But again, that's why logic is important. I'm going to restate the definition of logic, which I did in episode 1, because Joe Rogan definitely doesn't know it. So depending on which dictionary you use, here is the definition from the American Heritage Dictionary. I've given various definitions. This is a pretty good one, too. The study of the principles of reasoning, especially of the structure of propositions as distinguished from their content and of method and validity in deductive reasoning. So validity keeps coming up here. Another definition that I've used before, a more basic one, is simply reasoning conducted or assessed according to strict principles of validity. So basically, to be able to discern whether something is valid or not. So clearly, Joe Rogan has no clue what logic is or what's valid evidence or not valid evidence, as he's proved. But that might just be because he's so emotionally triggered by this topic. Because if you're talking, again, Gulf of Tonkin or 9/11, or at least in the past, and again with the moon landing conspiracy in the past, or JFK in the past, and maybe still, I don't know if he's ever backtracked on JFK. That's the one's a little bit more obvious. It's harder to fool people. If he is a shill gatekeeper, he definitely wants to keep that gate open regarding JFK. But how would he know whether something is valid evidence or not if all he's doing is dismissing it? All he's doing is appealing to ridicule every time Eddie Bravo brings something up, appealing to authority, appealing to popularity. I mean, he's doing nothing but appealing to the fallacies and his own blind faith with religious fervor in these priests that indoctrinated him. So how would he know? But he's already assuming he's already correct. This type of narcissistic ego domination that Joe Rogan is a slave to, regardless of whether he's a shill or not, that much is obvious just through his psychological projection and these basic psychological processes that, again, you don't need an advanced level of psychology to understand these things. This is all basic stuff.
Just haven't looked into it, that's all.
Eddie.
I used to say the same
Eddie,
stuff.
you're talking about the earth being flat.
And now now Joe Rogan is starting to yell because he's so triggered.
Thousands of scientists have looked into it. You think they're all wrong?
You think all the scientists are wrong? So again, he's appealing to appeal to authority, appeal to popularity. How many times is Joe Rogan going to make this fallacious argument? It's just nonstop. So, and again, Eddie Bravo never said they were wrong. He said it remains unknown. Again, the very nature of science is skepticism. You're not just going to take on faith. Now, again, Joe Rogan, in his silliness, in his goofiness, and he's so triggered and angry here, I'm not sure he's shilling on this topic. I think he really might be just that clueless in general and that illogical, or a combination of both. Again, I don't want to fall for black and white fallacies myself. Yes, the majority of scientists have been mistaken by the majority of things for the majority of history. This is nothing new. Again, if you just think about how things are going to be 100 years from now. This is just the basics of human psychology and history. I mean, Joe Rogan just does not want to learn anything from history. He doesn't want to be logical. Again, because he's so triggered, the logic switch just got turned off in this particular topic.
That's so insane.
You haven't looked into it.
It's so insane. Again, appeal to incredulity, ad hominem logical fallacies. Notice how Joe Rogan has not offered anything of substance. He just calls Eddie Bravo crazy, and he just keeps appealing to popularity and authority. That's it. That's all he does. I mean, it's almost, I mean, I don't know if it's sad or funny. It's definitely hilarious. It's definitely funny, but it's also sad. It's sad that a functioning adult doesn't even have a basic grasp of logic.
I have.
No, you have.
Oh my God. How could I not have?
Well, it's obvious how you could not have. He didn't even understand the land argument with if there's more land, you keep people confined to a ball. Again, I'm not saying the flat earth theory is true in any way, but to just understand the basics of the alleged conspiracy. I don't think that's too much to ask for if you're going to choose to discuss a topic. It's like sitting down to play chess at a tournament, but you don't know the rules, and then you upend the chessboard, then you get mad at your opponent, and you accuse your opponent of cheating or whatever. You don't even know the rules. If you're gonna sit at the chess table, at least learn the rules first. Maybe don't even follow them, but at least know what they are first. I mean, is that too much to ask for? And Joe Rogan is proving that he didn't learn the rules first before sitting at the chess table. He says he's looked into it, and then he's trying to say, you don't think I've looked into it. As if he didn't, when he's done nothing but prove he doesn't understand the conspiracy even being alleged.
You don't think I have? I'm watching you go down the rabbit hole. You don't think I've tried to pay attention to what the fuck these people are talking about? It doesn't work.
I don't think so.
What do you mean it doesn't work? Of course it works. Doesn't mean it's true. It's logically consistent. You know, as George Carlin once said, you don't need a formal conspiracy when interests converge. This is all basic logic, basic psychology. Everything is logically consistent. However, that doesn't mean it's true. You can come up with a million logically consistent models, but you need actual evidence to prove that they are true. Again, so same thing with flat earth. You can make a flat earth, a logically consistent model of flat earth. That's not going to make it true, is it? It's something the flat earther side doesn't understand. But the heliocentric globe believers, those that believe on blind faith, and unfortunately these are the vocal mouthpieces. For some reason, logical, scientific, heliocentric globe believers are not publicly defending their model, at least not yet. I think it's going to get to the point where they're going to have to come out and defend it. Otherwise, you get Joe Rogan looking like a buffoon here, making one of the most poorly argued defenses of the heliocentric globe. It's sad here.
Eddie, there's websites dedicated to debunking it.
And then there's websites dedicated to debunking the debunking. What does that mean, Joe Rogan?
Is dedicated to showing you the science,
On the
showing
internet.
you the math.
Just like with the ether and the Michelson-Morley experiment, there's websites dedicated to showing the difference. And again, with this ludic logical fallacy that I brought up, how unknown variables factor into assumptions or subjective conclusions made by fallible scientists, by fallible humans, using fallible technology in their fallible experiments. Now, again, that we don't need to jump to true or untrue, but again, in the world of science, which, again, Joe Rogan doesn't know the difference between science and scientism. Joe Rogan is a devout scientism follower. He worships at the altar of NASA, the CDC, academia. He worships at their altars, thinking that it's science, but it's really scientism. Now, again, that doesn't mean it's wrong. Again, all the trolls always jump on me for that one. I'm not saying that they're wrong about anything. I'm just looking at the methodology, and I believe strict adherence to not only the scientific method, but the principles of logic is important if you're going to have non-faith-based beliefs. If it's all faith-based, it's not scientific. That's all the purpose of this logical examination is.
That you can do.
How come when you check the internet, it's valid, but when I'm on the internet, it's not?
You're not talking about the internet. You're talking about a guy's YouTube
No,
video.
it's not.
Well, actually, no, he's not. So again, not only strawmanning, but that was a valid expose on Eddie Bravo's part of Joe Rogan's cherry-picking logical fallacy. Because he's cherry-picking, he's saying YouTube's not valid or whatever, when everything that Joe Rogan believes in can be found on YouTube. And if Eddie Bravo watched, let's say, a YouTube video of a debunking of a flat earth video, Joe Rogan would think that it's valid. So that's how silly Joe Rogan is.
Guys, there's a lot of guys. There's a lot of people.
Okay. But they're just YouTube videos.
It's huge.
Eddie.
No.
The science behind them
It's huge.
is not verified by peer-reviewed journals.
So again, now Joe Rogan is again exposing his own blind faith in peer-reviewed journals. Because what is a peer-reviewed journal? Is that part of the establishment? Is there a certain dependency on the maintenance of status quo enforcement? There's a certain status quo enforcement, of course, because I will repeat Upton St. Clair as well. It is very difficult to get a man to understand something which his salary depends on him not understanding. So if you have a whole house of cards built on something, like, for example, tobacco science or something of that nature, or so-called sugar science, which Joe Rogan himself admits was fraudulent. He actually brought up this example. So again, there's the hypocrisy and this on and off switch that takes place in logic in whatever's left of Joe Rogan's brain here. When you have corrupt institutions, of course the members of those institutions will maintain status quo. Again, that doesn't mean they're in on it. It doesn't mean they're lying. If they were just severely indoctrinated, they're taking on blind faith as gospel truth, whatever they're learning in a textbook. If you go back 100 years, the stuff they learned was different, but it was the same thing. All these peer-reviewed journals were still showing a peer-review scientific consensus, which didn't prove a theory true, did it? I don't know why Joe Rogan has such blind faith. If all priests in the Catholic Church agree that God is real, I mean, there's consensus. I mean, they have their own journals or whatever publications they put out. I mean, you got Catholic priests in America, you got Catholic priests in Britain, you got Catholic priests in Italy. They all agree God is real, right, Joe Rogan? And if you didn't go to seminary school, you're not an expert, so you have no business telling them they're wrong, right? Because how could all these priests be wrong, right, Joe Rogan?
The science of the earth, and gravity.
The government science that's bought and paid for, of course. You start talking about
Eddie,
flat
this is
earth
so
and the science.
crazy.
So crazy. Again, appeal to incredulity.
Oh, you just
You
haven't
think
looked
the earth
into
is
it.
flat?
I didn't say that. I said, I don't know if it's flat or round. When I see a picture of Earth from space,
And you could hear Joe Rogan, he's constantly trying to shift the burden of proof. And straw manning, trying to pretend that Eddie Bravo is saying that it's flat and attacking Eddie Bravo for something he's not even saying. Because again, that's the very nature of a straw man logical fallacy. That's the very nature of the shifting the burden of proof fallacy. Eddie Bravo is just advocating being objective and neutral, aka scientific. And then, of course, Joe Rogan hates it because he's not drinking the same Kool-Aid for the cult of state worship, of authority worship, of institutionalism that Joe Rogan and Jamie, these guys, they worship at these altars of authority religiously. And they don't like their faith being questioned or exposed as what it actually is, which is blind faith.
what we're sitting on from space, when I see a real picture, then we'll have the proof. I'm just saying we don't even have proof that it's real.
No, we're looking at pictures while we're sitting here. Okay, you're not even taking into consideration the fact that this is a monitor. That you're looking at this, you're not even get like the high resolution. I mean, they must be gigantic files that they get. You would never be able to see them.
What the heck is Joe Rogan talking about? He's pretending he knows what Eddie Bravo is or is not taking into consideration. If anything, and this is how silly Joe Rogan is, because again, Joe Rogan's not an expert in optics or anything, as he pointed out. So what does his opinion mean? And yet he's still giving it as if it's more valid than Eddie's. Because if none of them are experts in optics or imagery or whatever Joe Rogan alleged, I go over that in episode 1 of this analysis. If Joe Rogan is falling for the appeal to authority fallacy, none of them are authorities, so why is he discussing it? Why is he believing it's real if he's not an expert in it? There's no logical consistency in whatever's left of Joe Rogan's mind. So the other point here is, I know Joe Rogan's clueless about all this, but when you put something on a smaller monitor, it actually looks better. So, for example, if you're watching something, if you scale something down, it looks better. So if you watch a video, like let's say a low resolution video, like something that's not high def, and you watch it on the smaller screen you watch it on, the better it looks. When you blow it up on the bigger screen, it actually looks worse. Like you'll see more of the blurriness or whatever. So having the bigger the screen, you would have to have bigger resolution. Smaller the screen, smaller resolution. So there's a certain proportion here that Joe Rogan, of course, is ignorant of, as he is of everything he's been discussing here. And now he's just pretending to know what Eddie Bravo is or isn't taking into consideration, while his own Dunning-Kruger is so extreme, he fails to realize all of the infinite factors that he's not taking into consideration. Of course, the ludic logical fallacy comes into mind again. Check that out in the previous episode. I go over that in depth of how the ludic logical fallacy is very critical, and having blind faith in the infallibility of humans is very silly and very religious, like Joe Rogan proves with everything that he's been saying.
And their actual resolution on a regular monitor in the first place. You're talking about a photo of the Earth. Photo of the Earth from 22,000 miles away. And
No, again, that's circular reasoning, logical fallacy, presupposition. If it's real, then that's what it is. But he's automatically stating that's what we're talking about, as if he knows for sure that it's real. Now, I'm not saying it's not real, but the religious fervor which Joe Rogan is preaching here, that it's definitely real and that's what they're definitely talking about, and that's why Eddie Bravo is silly. I mean, it's just not only intellectually dishonest, but it's lazy. It's very, very lazy. There's just not a lot of cognitive function being demonstrated from Joe Rogan here.
Take one every fucking
Looks
10
CGI
minutes.
to me.
The only way you can convince him,
It
Joe,
might look CGI to you.
you'd have to jump in
I
a
could be
ship and go
wrong.
yourself.
No, I could be wrong. It could be real.
There's too many things
It
that
could
you
be
don't
real,
believe
but
in.
There's too many things you don't believe in. That's interesting coming from Joe Rogan. But why would you believe it? Like, it's again, Joe Rogan has such a problem with people that aren't drinking the Kool-Aid. People that want to be scientific, objective, and neutral, like Eddie Bravo.
they've been faking them so much they look like all
That's
those other
but
fake ones.
that's not
They
good
look.
enough.
I've seen so many fake ones that NASA admits that they're CGI composites. There's so many out there. So when you see this one, it's like this is the same one.
Yeah, but
I've
fake-
seen so many.
Fake
You go,
and
this is
CGI
another one.
composites is different. When
You
you
could
take,
believe- I don't believe it.
Eddie, please. When you take one of these photos, what are those called? When you fucking do that?
Panorama.
So he doesn't even know what a panorama is, and he wants to give an opinion on the subject.
Panorama. When you do that, you know what that is? That's a composite. You're taking a bunch of photographs and they piece them all together. It makes one enormous photo. When you see these photos from space of the Earth from a closer satellite, not the NASA one, the
Oh man, this is rough. This series might be long. I mean, Joe Rogan is spewing nothing but illogical nonsense, non-congruent examples. There's a difference between a composite and a CGI composite. So when you take your own panorama, you're taking a bunch of real photos, putting them, stitching them together. That's not what NASA is alleging. I mean, maybe on some of them, but in most of them, they're stating that it's put together from data and then interpreted. So that's not what the photo was. This is what they're stating. So whether true or untrue, Joe Rogan doesn't even understand what these CGI composites are or how they were made, and he's criticizing Eddie Bravo. I mean, the hypocrisy, the silliness. I mean, has Joe ever appeared dumber than in this podcast here? I don't know.
Jamie just pulled up, which does show a full-size image of the Earth. What you're seeing is they take a photo, they take another photo, and they piece them all together. There's no seams.
This is a composite
No,
photo.
no,
I
there's
took.
an actual
Yeah.
CGI
This is 3
artist.
photos.
There's
They
a
put them
CGI.
together.
And now here's, now Jamie's jumping in, showing his incomprehension, where they're using actual composites without data that has been interpreted. So the satellite data comes in, allegedly. I'm not saying it's real or not real. This is NASA's story, but Joe Rogan and Jamie, they don't even understand what NASA is alleging that that this image is. They don't even understand that, but they're immediately jumping on Eddie. They're creating all these straw man arguments. They're showing they don't understand anything, and then using these non-congruent examples to try to prove Eddie wrong. It's just silliness beyond silliness. And then they can't be surprised by the flat earthers. They just keep growing in numbers because this illogical, silly defense of people with not a lot of cognitive function just preaching their religion and taking offense to people who don't drink the Kool-Aid because of their own misunderstanding of basic logic, reason, and science.
I know,
No,
but
they
look,
fit together.
The
Eddie.
colors everything in.
Eddie, is this CGI?
No.
Question for you: is this CGI because it was made in a computer and it fits the definition of computer-generated image? Because
This
that's a
one,
composite.
this one could easily be.
I made this.
This one,
I'll
this,
show you how
this
I made
could
it.
be. No. I'm just saying. But this could be easily a real picture.
But it is
Easily.
a real picture.
Well,
But
yeah,
it
it's
could
like
not.
that's not a hard picture.
Where I was-
picture of Earth from space. That's a hard picture.
Where I physically was on the ground in New York City to take that with the camera I was using,
Mm-hmm.
that building would not fit in my lens. I wasn't far enough away.
But that's not what they're saying they're doing. They're saying they take strips.
That's
but-
what they're saying they do.
No.
So again, Jamie and Joe Rogan are arguing something that wasn't even presented, and they don't understand that's what that is. Eddie's trying to correct them but they're too cognitive dissonant, they're too ego dominated, their Dunning-Kruger is so extreme, they're not even processing Eddie Bravo's words, which he's saying in a quite simple fashion, but they're so triggered, their logic has been turned off. They don't even understand how silly it is to use an example of someone taking a building on a street in a city, which millions, if not tens, if not hundreds of millions, if not billions of people have visited and taken pictures of. And not to mention, you can empirically verify the existence of the building and that it is the height that it is alleged and all these things. Could they have picked a more non-congruent example? Again, people who don't even understand the basics of logic, this is what they would be talking about. And keep in mind, again, the fact that they're dedicating so much time and effort into this conversation shows how triggered they are and shows how their subconscious has recognized how legitimate that Eddie Bravo's line of inquiry and questioning is. Science is skepticism, questioning the nature of the world around you. That's the very nature of science, not taking on blind faith what priests have said that it is and expect you to just believe it with religious fervor like Joe Rogan and Jamie do.
They're saying, I'm going to show you a video of the artist who actually did the latest one. They go, oh, NASA, here's the guy who did the latest
tell
picture.
Us what to look at. Tell us what to look at. Let's watch the video.
Just put NASA, artist, CGI picture of Earth, and you're going to hear him talk.
All right, this is the first brownie point that Joe Rogan can receive here. He was willing to actually look at a piece of evidence. So it's been now almost a half an hour into the portion of the podcast where they're discussing flat earth and conspiracy. So Joe Rogan went off the rails almost a half an hour straight with nothing but fallacies. I have to give him this brownie point where he's at least willing to look at something. But again, if this was all a silly conspiracy that didn't mean anything to him, he probably would have just dismissed it and not spent any time on it at all.
And he says it is Photoshop. It is Photoshop, but it has to be Photoshop. He says that word for word.
It's
a NASA video.
Well, that's
what
what
does
I was
that
just
mean?
asking you to. I was asking you to clarify that. I'm trying to tell you. That's what I literally had to do. I had to have been farther away to get the photo in one photo of that giant building, but that. In order to get that distance away,
did you color it in with CGI?
There were buildings in the way.
So you're saying
I put it in Photoshop.
Yes,
I put it in Photoshop.
He's going through the video, going, I got it. Sometimes I put green shades here, and I'm not an astronaut. I've never been to space, so I have to kind of use my imagination to get.
Are they taking black and white
It's the
photos?
latest picture. It's the latest picture that NASA releases of Earth. Here's the latest one.
Real life didn't look like this that day. It's a little exaggerated. The darks weren't that dark in real life. The brights aren't that bright in real life. So yes, I added color to it. I did some artistry to it, but
that's bullshit.
That's what that fucking building looks like.
Okay, now find the CGI NASA artist.
Eddie, do you buy into anything? Do you believe anything?
I believe shit that I can prove for myself. Like I believe the science in like a skyscraper. Why? Because I see the skyscraper, it's standing there. That's truth.
Right, but how much?
I believe in that
How much
science.
have you looked into like the science of space travel? How much have you looked into how much work was done to try to put satellites into orbit?
Oh man. This is rough, because first of all, Eddie's not even denying anything. He says it all could be true. He's just being objective and scientific. The issue here, again, is with Rogan's complete dearth of logical understanding. He's not even at a children's level. Because if you don't understand logic, how much work people put into something has no relevance to truth, right? Because look, according to Joe Rogan, the heliocentric model is true. So all of the countless hours of work and experiments that geocentrists put into their experiments, into writing all their books about geocentrism, what does that mean? If the model's not true, it's not true. How much work someone puts into something has nothing to do with anything, right? I mean, look at how much work is put into Hollywood movies. That doesn't mean that those events really happened. You know, if you're watching a movie about Mars or whatever, about people colonizing Mars or ghosts on Mars, you put a lot of work into the special effects or the supernatural. That doesn't mean it's real because you put work into something. Oh, man. Joe Rogan's silliness knows no bounds.
So you think we went to the moon?
That's not what I asked you. I said, how much did you look into that?
Do you think we went to the moon?
Eddie, answer my fucking
How come you don't answer my
You talk
question?
ridiculous.
So
because
you're
you
trying
talk
to
in circles.
Okay.
You're
All
talking in circles.
And Joe Rogan's not talking in circles? Because he just keeps pretending the scientific method's not valid. He keeps pretending you have to take everything on faith. You're not allowed to question, and it's a problem to question. The way to approach things scientifically is a problem, according to Joe Rogan. He just keeps spinning around in that circle with nothing but logical fallacies to support it. And now he's accusing Eddie of talking in circles. Again, the projection is very obvious here.
I am?
They're ridiculous conversations. Everything is the government. The government's fake.
Fake pictures. Watch,
I'm just asking you a question.
Punch up NASA CGI artist picture of Earth. I don't see that up there.
Eddie, it's so crazy.
Which one would you like me to click on?
Any of them.
Well, which
that one right there, the
specifically?
second one right there.
This one?
Right
Appealing to incredulity and ad hominem. That's all Joe Rogan's devolved to now. Calling something crazy doesn't make it untrue. People call the Gulf of Tonkin incident crazy or insane for people believing that was a real incident. It's all propaganda. I mean, the silliness is just so funny. And also, Joe Rogan really didn't want to answer the moon mission question, because back in the day, I guess before the drugs fried his brain or before he became a sold out shill, according to some theorists, that they believe that's what he is now. But way back when, he actually did present pretty interesting logical arguments for the moon landings being a hoax. And I mean, just scraping the surface. I mean, obviously there's other researchers that are way more logical than Joe Rogan, and they go a lot deeper than he did. And there will be a MINDSHOCK series. I know a lot of people have been asking about that on the moon landings, which I will go into. And I will bring up arguments that nobody has brought up before for some reason. I don't know why. Into the videos being faked and most of the data and material available being faked. Now, again, that doesn't mean they didn't go, but very separate issues. All right, let's continue here.
Flat Earth.
I mean,
No, just listen to him talk.
Okay,
He
stinky
only has
cash.
20,000 views.
Well, it's going to get more now.
Hey guys, Jeff here, and today I want to share with you this article that's on
guy seems legit.
NASA.gov.
Are we allowed to play this?
this is the guy who's a scientist.
AKA
Are we
Mr.
listening to him or the guy that made the video? You said we were going to listen to a scientist.
You see how desperate Jamie is to hear from the priest directly? It has to be a priest. It has to be someone that went to seminary school. It has to be a so-called scientist. Too funny.
Well,
forgot from
it
NASA.
looked like the right video. I don't know. Look,
Maybe
but that
we
is
got
the
the
guy.
wrong
That
video.
is the artist, and that's a picture of the video.
His
He's
name's
talking
Robert Simmons.
talking about how he created the latest picture of Earth for NASA.
Okay, so what
They're
this is
celebrating
this is
CGI.
the Goddard. It's from the Goddard webpage. So he's doing a recap of something that's written on the Goddard webpage. So go to the Goddard webpage, find that guy's page,
Robert Simmons Photoshop. There it was.
and we'll see what he's actually
Blue
saying.
marble.
This one, I think so. Yes, this
Is that it?
That
Okay,
guy looks
good.
so
Blow
skeptical in his
homeboy up.
picture.
What do you think is the most interesting your role here at Goddard? How do you help support Goddard's mission? My role is to make imagery from Earth science's data. I turn data into pictures.
So that just proved that Joe Rogan and Jamie had no clue what was being talked about before. He's turning the data into pictures. It's not pre-existing photographs that he's stitching together. That's what Joe Rogan illogically assumed based on his own misunderstanding, and so did Jamie. And then Jamie even brought up a photo he took of, or someone took of a skyscraper that had to be two pictures stitched together, and he did a little bit of color correction, and he equated that to interpreting data from satellites. If that's what was done, but it's just hilarious.
I look for new interesting events that NASA satellites have seen or that are hidden in the latest data to find anything interesting that shows off NASA's unique capabilities. Finding things is the fun part. I rely on engineers and scientists to produce the data. Their reliable real-time stream of 1.7 terabytes a day, holy shit, is incredible.
Terabytes.
The same as producing 3,000 CDs a day.
Yeah, that's really the same thing as just taking photos of a building, taking a couple photos and putting them together in a panorama.
We know where to look for the interesting stuff because each instrument provides a very specialized type of information. So if I'm looking for something specific, I know where to look. For example, recently there was a volcanic eruption in the Red Sea. The only reliable imagery of this was from NASA satellites. We basically confirmed the existence of a new island.
Yeah, that's not propaganda at all. There are no other satellites other than NASA satellites. There are no high-altitude planes other than belonging to NASA. There are no hot air balloons. There's no other photographic equipment from any other country or institution other than NASA. That's not propaganda, right?
Okay. So let's get to some Photoshop
You gotta
shit.
find the one where he's talking.
Okay, but this guy's talking about science here. Like some of the science has to be real, right, Eddie? Like there has to be some satellites, like DirecTV. DirecTV's not fake, right?
I don't know. I don't know, but
Is that Brendan Schwab laughing in the background? That's so funny. So Joe Rogan's kind of appealing, like, some of the religion has to be true, right? Some of the faith-based religious principles, like, some of them have to be true. Who cares about proving? You gotta assume that some of them are true.
You could do all that with landline stuff. You don't need to go bounce anything from space. You could do all that with landline.
Why wouldn't you? You could just put it in space and it just broadcasts and shoot it up there.
And of course, why wouldn't you? Joe Rogan's default is never to the scientific method or proving something true. Why wouldn't? Or what would be the motive? I can't understand it. I mean, can you get more anti-science than Joe Rogan while using the word science and not even understanding what it means? Joe Rogan should just swap out science for scientism because that's what he believes in. He doesn't actually have any irrefutable scientific proof of anything. It's all religious, faith-based.
Shoot it back? Why would you lie about that? I mean, there's a ton of fucking space junk.
So if Joe Rogan's sitting on like a jury and a previously convicted serial killer, or at least suspected, said he's innocent of the crime, why would he lie? Let him go.
Satellite's easy. Satellite's easy. Every time they you know who pays for satellites? You know who pays for satellites? The taxpayer. They get bills. We need a new telecommunications satellite. We got to throw it up there.
So
we need $35 million.
You don't think
and they go,
satellites-
yeah, okay, we're gonna sign it. They get the money.
God.
It's a tax scam.
You don't think satellites are real?
I don't think so.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
I don't think so.
Well, what's happening?
Appeal to incredulity. Let's get some blasphemy in on this.
What are those things up there that you can watch from the ground?
Have you ever seen the space station fly overhead?
You can see it.
They can
I've never
time
seen
it.
it.
I have pictures of it. They timed it. They told me it was going to be overhead. I took a picture of it.
How do
There
you
it
know it
was.
wasn't a high altitude plane? What's the difference?
Why would they do that? Why would they lie?
Again, why would humans lie? I mean, let's throw out everything that is known about human psychology. Let's pretend humans aren't humans. Why would they lie? Is Joe Rogan alleging that humans wouldn't lie for money, profit, or to maintain a status quo regardless of whether they believe the status quo is true or not, just to keep things running smoothly? Again, I mean, a child can understand the conspiracy. Again, doesn't mean it's true in any way. Maybe they're not lying. But to not even understand the basic reasoning why a human would lie. And not to mention the word lie already there, that's intellectually dishonest. Because if they think they're telling the truth, they're not lying, are they? First of all. Second, if they really think it's the ISS up there, and I'm not saying it's not, again, before the illogical cognitive dissonant trolls jump on this, I'm not saying the ISS is not up there. But if it's not what it is purported to be, once again, if you can't prove definitively it is what you say it is, having some lights in the sky at a particular distance, which you need to verify the distance and all those things. If you do not verify those with strict adherence to the scientific method, then you're just using faith and your religion.
Why would they pretend it's a space station and instead put a high altitude plane up there?
How high do airplanes go? 30,000 feet, right?
No, they can go higher.
I'm gonna repeat just this very, very basic principle of any kind of logic or scientific debate. And Joe Rogan uses, again, the shifting the burden of proof fallacy. One is not called upon to prove a negative. If Joe Rogan is asserting that the ISS is real, it's not up to Eddie Bravo or anybody else to prove that it's not real or that they're lying. If Joe Rogan wants to defend his faith-based religious position, he's pretending it's not religious and faith-based. Now, if he wants to defend it, it's up to him to prove his assertion. It's not up to someone else to prove a negative. Otherwise, we all have to believe that some invisible flying spaghetti monster rules the world and lives in the sky because no one has proved it false yet. What kind of silliness is this, Joe Rogan?
No,
They
but
go 50,
no.
50 plus.
Commercial airplanes, on average,
I
go
think
about
they're somewhere in the
30,000.
30s, yeah.
30, 35,000.
Right.
When you're on the ground, you can barely see them. When they're at 30,000 feet, you can barely fucking... And when you're in 30,000 feet and you look down, you wouldn't be able to see a goddamn
It's true.
bus or a plane. Now, those satellites are supposed to be like 100 miles up. Think about that.
Yeah,
How are you going to see them?
Because they're in space and they're a light. They're a very small pinprick of light that moves across the sky. You can see them with optics.
Okay, I've never seen them.
Okay, but you really haven't looked, and you definitely haven't looked with optics. If you look with like a big spotting scope, these people get these telescopes and they look up and they know exactly where it's going to be. You can actually program it into the telescope. There's things that you can download where you can find the coordinates of each individual planet. The way these really super powerful telescopes use that amateur astronomers like to use, you punch in the key numbers and it'll move specifically to a spot in the sky where you can tune into the moon or tune into Saturn.
Whoa, I think Joe Rogan just said something that was true. We had to wait more than a half an hour into this discussion on conspiracy theories for him to say something true. Yes, you can track heavenly bodies and what is alleged to be the ISS. Now, these lights in the sky, does that prove that it is what you say it is? So if you put up some kind of a high altitude balloon with lights on it or whatever and give its exact location, does that prove it is what you said it is? Or it just proves that there's a light that's there? Is anybody disputing the light is there? So again, this kind of straw man where Joe Rogan is pretending that Eddie Bravo's argument is that it isn't, that something isn't there. Nobody's denying the moon or Mars or these heavenly bodies. I haven't seen, maybe there are some flat earthers that deny their existence. I haven't seen those from what I've seen, because there's so many different flat earth theories, but the majority of flat earth theories do not deny the existence of the heavenly bodies. They do not deny these lights that can be tracked. So what Joe Rogan is saying here for the first time, it's actually true. You can track these heavenly bodies and it can be programmed.
Or into very specific areas of the cosmos that change all the time. Because of the fact that the Earth is spinning, we're catching...
Whoa, because it's spinning or because the cosmos is moving, because these heavenly bodies are moving. All these presuppositions and religious assumptions, Joe Rogan. I'm not saying which is which. I'm just saying, how would you know? And of course, Joe Rogan doesn't know. If he could prove it, he would state the proof instead of just using these fallacies.
All sorts of different shit, all sorts of different times, especially no matter where you are. If you're on the equator, you're looking at a totally different image, at one moment in the sky than you are the next moment.
Which would be the exact same thing on any model. If you're looking at a flat earth model, just like, again, the simple example, again, I'm not saying the flat earth theory is true in any way, but it's not that hard to understand the theory. And that's the problem here. Certain people like Joe Rogan, they're so illogical, they're so silly and bereft of cognitive function, they can't understand that if you go into a giant warehouse and you put different color lights and different combinations in the ceiling, if you move around the warehouse, they will appear in different positions. The lights will be in different position. There'll be different distances and different places in the ceiling depending on where you are on the floor. That doesn't mean the Earth is a globe. Now, there are other proofs that you could use for the globe Earth. He's not using them here. That's where the silliness is. But this is not one of the reasons.
So it can tell you exactly where the space station's going to be, where the moon's going to be, where Mars is going to be, and they punch these coordinates into these little computers, and they all move to this thing. I mean,
you believe the Mars rover is real?
Now, here's where Eddie kind of took a page out of Joe Rogan's playbook, just changing the subject and misdirecting about the Mars rover, instead of addressing Joe Rogan's straw man that Eddie Bravo was somehow alleging that the lights aren't real or that these heavenly bodies aren't real.
Man, Eddie, I don't think I can do this anymore.
Throw in the towel, Joe Rogan. You've embarrassed yourself enough. Logical, objective, scientific discourse is obviously not possible for Joe Rogan here, at least not in this subject he's emotionally triggered about. Having his religious faith-based views exposed as such, he can't handle it. He can't do it anymore.
Because it's just like, I don't see why. First of all, I don't see where the money is. I don't see, hold on a second. I don't see where the money is to have all these hoaxes.
He doesn't see, well, you can find the NASA budget in like 30 seconds. Have Jamie pull it up. They get somewhere between $40 and $60 million a day, averaged for how many decades? Even if it's only like 10 to 60 million a day average for how many decades? You don't see where the money is, first of all. Second of all, again, a child could probably understand. If the conspiracy is true, and I'm not alleging that it is, but if it is, obviously there'd have to be a good reason for it. Now, would a regular civilian without access to any kind of top secret classified documents, would a regular civilian be able to understand or see the reason? I mean, it has no relation to it being true or not. Just because you don't see the reason for a serial killer to kill people, particularly children, I mean, that's dark and that is so dark and disturbing. I can't see a reason for it, but that doesn't mean that that's not what the serial killer's doing. I mean, come on. This is such basic stuff, man. I feel embarrassed for Joe Rogan here.
You don't see the tax scam with the rovers? NASA got $19 billion. Trump gave him $19 billion.
So it's kind of weird. So Joe Rogan, Jamie, all these cognitive dissonant sheep in their religion of authority worship. Again, I'm not alleging that the conspiracy is true, but are these $19 billion, even if it was $19 million, $19,000 for certain people, what would people do for $19,000? What would people do for 19 mil that they wouldn't do for 19,000? What would people do for 19 billion that they wouldn't do for 19 million? And again, especially if all these individuals are all hoodwinked. Again, someone like Joe Rogan, he's got to be faking. I'm going to have to appeal to incredulity myself. It's very difficult to believe that Joe Rogan is this brain dead, because does he not understand the compartmentalization of any aspect of any conspiracy theory? I mean, intelligence agencies and military institutions are quite open about certain practices, including compartmentalization. Why would you have everybody in the know unnecessarily? Need to know. Everything's need to know. For your eyes only. Top secret. Classified. These are the basics. I mean, people that aren't even interested in conspiracy theories know this information, and Joe Rogan's either that brain dead or he's playing this level of stupid. I mean, should he be playing this level of stupid if he's trying to convince people of something? I don't know.
Isn't it possible so that they can actually make a rover?
Tell me what the space shuttle has done for humanity. Tell me all that money that was wasted on space shuttle, and then they just trashed it. They went up, I don't know how many times, and then they just trashed it.
He's got a point there. It could feed every starving individual on Earth can be fed. Every homeless person can be given shelter. So it's interesting. It's interesting how you would defend that.
I don't
Tell
know,
me
man.
how those billions of dollars has helped humanity. Tell me.
Well, I think scientific innovation is very important to us, because in our minds, we constantly want newer, better, more innovative technologies.
Notice he didn't cite any of the technologies. I mean, they are there. NASA did invent a couple things, allegedly. He noticed how Joe Rogan didn't cite any of them. It's just nothing but obfuscation and this demagogue to try to pretend that Eddie's wrong. And his subconscious not being able to handle it. You have all of these psychological issues he's projecting, all very obvious to see. But the main point is Joe Rogan, I don't want to straw man here, but by saying this, is Joe Rogan alleging that this illusion of innovation or even real innovation is more important than all the children that died of starvation? I mean, I realize that can be construed as a logical fallacy of appeal to emotion, but let's leave the emotion out of it. Let's not be emotional. Let's just count the lives of the children. Let's say they're equal to the lives of old people. Let's not put emotion into it. Just, do you have respect for human life non-emotionally, or do you not? And do you think this innovation or the illusion of innovation, in particular in the field of space travel, that usurps or outranks the suffering humans on Earth? Even if you have no empathy or sympathy for their suffering, just completely in a cold, neutral, objective fashion, it's bizarre.
Just a part of being a person in the 21st century.
What did we learn, though?
Everybody wants a new computer. Everybody wants new things. And a lot of this new stuff comes from NASA technology.
Really? Computers come from NASA technology? Does he have any proof to back up this faith-based assertion? I mean, Joe Rogan's talking nothing but nonsense. Just very bizarre.
Comes from all the science and innovation that goes to be a part of me. There's a list right there, Eddie. But why do you say this when you don't look into it?
I just need to tell me how
highway safety.
How can we couldn't do that down
here?
And you can even hear in his voice the inflection of what he's talking about. Improved tires, like, Joe Rogan is clueless about all this. He doesn't know about any of it. He's just citing on faith. He's taking on blind faith as gospel truth that these technologies really were made or innovated by NASA and somehow could not have been innovated or created for much less money without NASA. And that's something, again, bizarre. I don't know, Joe Rogan. I don't know. I don't know if he's faking. He's pretending to be this stupid. He doesn't understand anything about political philosophies or the cheapest, most efficient ways to do anything. I mean, I don't know if he's just playing stupid or he's really this stupid. I don't know. All we can do is logically analyze this discussion.
How come we couldn't do that down
Eddie, but the massive requirements that you have on the gear, when you're talking about going through fucking space, the insane stress of re-entry, they've figured out all kinds of crazy shit, the speed in which you land.
Is that why they kept going to the moon? Because they figured out all this stuff to do it easier and faster? Wait a second. I mean, Joe Rogan just takes all of it on blind faith, and it's just nonstop presuppositions, all faith-based.
They figured out a bunch of crazy shit. Enriched baby food. I mean, portable cordless vacuums, freeze-drying technology. All this comes from space. There's a shitload of things that they figured out. Harnessing solar energy.
And notice how he's taking it all on faith without actually looking into it, without actually verifying any of these claims on NASA's own website. Obviously nothing to do with propaganda. I mean, does Joe Rogan just really not understand what conflict of interest is? Children can understand this, and yet Joe Rogan is just reciting this, just with religious fervor. You could hear it in his voice.
There's a lot of innovation that comes from the development of either the space station or the shuttles or a bunch of different things that they've invented, and they continue to innovate these things. These new satellites that they're shooting out into space are way better than the Hubble. They keep doing more and more, better and better, and it's this constant rush to see who can get to the furthest point of technology in whatever field they're in.
Is that why they're visiting the moon, they're visiting Mars, Jupiter, they're visiting all the planets now because they're getting bigger, better, faster, more efficient. Technology is just that much better, right, Joe? I mean, he's just talking nonsense here, all presupposition and faith-based religious preaching.
Whether it's the field of rocketry, whether it's the field of satellites, there's this massive amount of competition between the top scientists in the world. And to think that that's all fake doesn't make any sense, because there are some things that are fake.
And again, the Dunning-Kruger on full display here, because Joe Rogan's too incompetent to realize his own incompetence, because only he knows what's real and fake, right? He hasn't even looked into it as what he's saying, what he's hypocritically accusing Eddie of verifying these claims. He hasn't verified any of them for himself as well. He's just taking it all on blind faith.
So why assume that all this technology is fake when you really could see the Challenger? You saw the Challenger explode in the sky.
Wow, another massive straw man, possibly attached to an appeal to emotion logical fallacy. How does nobody's disputing that they're launching any rockets. I mean, what is Joe Rogan really this silly? Is he straw manning to these extreme lengths that are so, again, obvious to just a children's level of logical understanding? It's very bizarre how silly of an argument. I mean, it's almost like this is a competition to see if Joe Rogan can make a sillier argument than anybody else. It's just really bizarre.
If it's fake, no one was there to engineer the shit that failed.
Who said that was fake?
Well, any space travel.
The
If
space shuttle's
station-
going up. It's a high altitude
Did you know
plane.
the space shuttle goes up and they use work on fucking satellites?
So again, that's a compositional logical fallacy. Joe Rogan's assuming, like, let's say you go on a road trip. If somebody saw you start your car in your driveway, that means you arrived at your destination, right? If there's no proof of that. You don't need proof of the arrival if you saw the departure, right? These are the depths that these certain individuals, these personalities that are making a mockery of themselves publicly in the way they defend the heliocentric model and their religious, faith-based indoctrination into the cult of state worship and authority worship. It's really, really bizarre, and he probably doesn't even realize how silly he is. Again, doesn't mean he's wrong about any of the conclusions. I have to keep repeating that because the trolls really come out in full force pretending that I'm advocating for a particular theory when all I am doing is advocating for real science and for real logic.
I
Do you know they dock with the space
I
station?
need to see video of that.
Oh, okay.
Show me video of that.
That's what spacewalks are usually about.
Jamie hit it.
They do. There's a lot. The problem is there's a lot of these things that you just automatically
Dude,
want
they
to.
faked 6 moon missions, dude. Of course I don't trust shit
Those were
coming from
people
NASA.
even if that was true, those are people in 1969.
So if Prohibition era mobsters lied about a bunch of stuff, that means modern mobsters are trustworthy, right, Joe? Because there were different people within the organization. If Joe Rogan understood the conspiracy being alleged, then he wouldn't come back with this level of silliness. I mean, there's so many legitimate, logical, scientific arguments that can be made, and Joe Rogan doesn't make a single one. It's endlessly amusing.
They're not the same humans.
Those
people they're not the same human beings. That's just like saying
No, that's just like saying the priests of the Catholic Church today are different priests than before. So God must be real? Like, what is Joe Rogan smoking? I mean, I guess we do know what he's smoking. He smokes a lot of stuff.
and that the people who made the movies in 1969 are the same people that made Fast and Furious 8.
Well, not at all. But if they're using movie magic, of course, movie magic would evolve. So if they were using Hollywood movie magic decades and decades ago, and they were faking stuff, again, for the newer Hollywood movies, the Hollywood movie magic has evolved, and I don't think Joe Rogan realized that he just supported Eddie Bravo's position there.
It's the people that make the movies. They're not the same people. They're totally different humans. It's like saying the stand-up comedians from 1969 were the same as the one.
That's not like saying that at all.
That was NASA in 1969. They faked 6 moon missions. How am I supposed to believe anything from that?
Those are not the same people.
How?
Even if that was true, those are not the same people.
Ooh, second brownie point for Joe Rogan. He actually phrased something correctly. Even if that was true. So he's now admitting that possibility. That's a big step for Joe Rogan, because thus far, we've only seen really, really deep brainwashing and indoctrination where he just regurgitates these religious faith-based talking points as if they're legitimate science. This is the first time where he's shown any kind of modicum of logic, where he understands that it might not be that simple in knowing whether something was true or not.
Richard Nixon isn't alive anymore.
So you just write them all off, though, Eddie? Just off that
you
one
prove
exception?
it to me. I don't need to believe it. I don't need to believe it. It's not gonna. How's it gonna? I don't believe it. But if it's true, I don't give a shit. Okay, it's true. Oh, that's true. Okay, but you got to prove it to me. Otherwise,
the problem is
Joe Rogan doesn't want anybody using science. In science, you actually have to prove things, but Joe Rogan doesn't agree with that. He wants everybody drinking the Kool-Aid.
I don't care.
No
the problem is there's no proving it. And
whoa, what do you mean there's no proving it? Is Joe Rogan denying all science and the scientific method? There's a lot of things that you can prove. So he's saying you have to take it on faith because you can't prove it. So is that kind of like a priest saying you can't prove the existence of God, you just have to take it on blind faith?
You want to always assume that it's fake. You don't have like this empty prove it to me. Like, I'm not assuming either way.
Actually, he does, to a certain degree. And Joe Rogan's doing some serious projection here, because he just called all of it crazy and ridiculous and just appealed to incredulity and appealed to ridicule. And now he's telling Eddie Bravo he should be open, prove it either way. Eddie Bravo has stated how many times that he doesn't know if it's true or not. That's called being open, Joe Rogan. I mean, he might be sinking so fast here that he's not even comprehending basic English. Is that what this is?
You're assuming it's fake every time.
Mm-hmm.
But he's not assuming it's fake. He said it could be real. He literally said it could be real, I don't know. How many more times does he have to say that for someone of Joe Rogan's level of mentality to understand it? I mean, obviously for little kids, you want to repeat things many, many times to get them to understand it. But if they keep strawmanning this hard, if they're this intellectually dishonest this often, is there even a point to continue discussing anything with Joe Rogan?
They faked 6 moon missions.
But that doesn't matter.
That doesn't matter. So if an organization, how does it not matter if you don't know what the purpose of an organization was? So if the conspiracy is true, again, I'm not saying it's true in any way, but if it's true and the true purpose of NASA is to deceive and to have this tax scam functioning, he's saying it doesn't matter that they faked all the moon missions, but if that's part of the status, if that's part of the goal of the agency is faking everything, then it does matter. It's directly relevant. It couldn't be any more relevant. And is Joe Rogan really that bereft of logic and reason that he can't see that, or is he faking here? That's the true question.
These are not the same people.
So because they're different people, they're not going to. I don't understand that logic.
Well, the logic is just because someone faked something one point in time before you were alive, doesn't mean that those same human beings have managed to download their brains into everybody that ever did that job for the rest of time.
So wait a second. So let's say the CIA is an intelligence agency. So in one generation. So does that mean they're not going to be an intelligence agency in the next generation? What? Joe Rogan, oh man. This is getting really embarrassing for Joe Rogan. I don't think he realizes how silly he sounds. I mean, small children can make better arguments here.
Because they're not the same humans.
He just really attached to this straw man, they're not the same humans. So a soldier in one generation that went off to fight a war, all of a sudden the next generation of soldiers are not going to go off to fight a war? They're no longer going to have the same goal of defending a country? I mean, what is he talking about here? Nobody's alleging they're the same humans. Oh man, this is rough.
So the
That
people
could
that
be
are
the
scientists
exception.
that are today, the generations later, whether it's NASA or these Japanese scientists or the Russians or the Chinese, whoever the fuck is putting satellites and rockets into space,
If they are, again, nothing but presupposition, circular reasoning, logical fallacy.
they're not the same people from 1969.
Okay.
You can't like look at them as like in one blanket organization.
I can't.
Why not? Why can't you look at them as a blanket organization with a specific goal? Because what if that is the specific goal? You'd never know, right? You'd never know if you're not even looking at it open-mindedly, if you're not even being scientific, objective, neutral, logical.
I can't blame NASA, 1969 NASA with Werner von Braun at Nazi. I can't blame today's NASA for all the lies from, is that what you're saying, from the early 70s?
I'm saying, do you believe that the space shuttles were real?
So you could see the desperation. You could hear the desperation in his voice. He wants so badly for Eddie Bravo to drink the same Kool-Aid as he's drinking, almost as if it lets him off the hook. I mean, and this is a very, very obvious ego tactic that humans use, because by Eddie Bravo not drinking the Kool-Aid, by Eddie Bravo having the mental strength to be objective, logical, neutral, in spite of this Mr. Smith response of the cognitive dissonant masses, that these nothing but appeals to incredulity, appeals to ridicule, ad hominem attacks, because he's not drinking the Kool-Aid. He's not taking on blind faith as gospel truth, the word of these priests. So this is all the religion of scientism masquerading as science, and Eddie Bravo calls it out. Joe Rogan doesn't like it. His subconscious recognized it, and now he's just extremely desperate to get Eddie to believe. And we will continue this logical examination in the next episode even further, because it's just nonstop logical fallacies from Joe Rogan. Hope you enjoyed another edition of the MINDSHOCK podcast. If you like the podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure you subscribe to the channel. Hit the bell for notifications. If you like the podcast, hit that like button. Share it across social media platforms. You can check us out. Twitter, Reddit, Patreon, and Facebook. Patrons do get priority for topic requests, for logical analysis requests, and for true crime case requests. All done in typical MINDSHOCK fashion, with logic and reason at the forefront, going down every avenue to explore every avenue, to find out what the truth really is without falling for logical fallacies regarding some of the most mind-shocking topics. This is Bruce McGuire, signing off. Catch you guys next time.
If you like audiobooks or audio shows, check out a free trial of Audible. Just click the link in the description.
You are listening to the MINDSHOCK podcast. This is part 4 of the Joe Rogan versus Eddie Bravo debate on Flat Earth on the Joe Rogan Experience, episode number 948. A very long discussion on Flat Earth conspiracy and the nature of conspiracy itself, and exposing Joe Rogan's lack of critical thinking ability or logic and reason of any kind, as he only backs up his faith-based religious belief system, which is mostly just worshiping at the altar of authorities, whether it be NASA, the CDC, or other government institutions, and his failure to understand the basic premise of the conspiracy being alleged against the establishment and the house of cards that supports various aspects of the establishment. I am Bruce McGuire, and as always, I will examine this debate or discussion with logic and reason at the forefront, exposing logical fallacies and the anti-science rhetoric spewed by Joe Rogan. I actually thought I'd be able to get this done in one episode. This is now episode 4, so if you haven't listened to the previous episodes in this analysis, check those out. It's a pretty lengthy, exhaustive, and comprehensive expose on Joe Rogan's lack of cognitive function in supporting his belief system. Now, again, that doesn't mean his final conclusion that he believes in religiously isn't true, that's not what the purpose of logical analysis is. As always, if you like the podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure you subscribe to the channel, hit the bell for notifications. If you like the podcast, hit that like button. Feel free to share it across social media platforms. You can check us out on Twitter, Reddit, Patreon, and Facebook. Patrons do get priority for case or topic requests or logical analyses, requests of debates or interviews. Any questions, comments, theories, debunkings, rebuttals, leave them in the comment section. All right. So where we left off in the previous episodes was just Joe Rogan proving his incomprehension and his extreme Dunning-Kruger and psychological projection in accusing Eddie Bravo of not understanding certain things, when he's the one that doesn't understand what's even being alleged.
No, I do believe the space shuttle is real.
Why just that?
Why because I've saw plenty of video of them, like
So do you
landing
think
and
they
shit,
just made
and
the
then they
space
take
shuttle
off.
and that's it? And everything else bullshit?
So Joe Rogan, again, with the compositional logical fallacies. He's desperate, very, very desperate to get Eddie Bravo to drink the same Kool-Aid he's been drinking, but Eddie Bravo is sticking steadfast to logic, reason, the scientific method. Science is skepticism. Eddie Bravo is steadfastly sticking to objective and neutral logic and reason. Joe Rogan, of course, hates that. He calls it a problem every 2 seconds. And you can hear the desperation and cognitive dissonance in his voice.
No, they made the Saturn V rockets and they launched them.
Okay, so do you
I don't
think
know where
that
they
people went
went.
into orbit?
I don't know.
People went into orbit or
I don't
no?
know how high people are going. I don't know. I'm not sure.
You don't
I don't know.
know.
I know they're going high, but I don't know how high.
So why would you assume that any of it is fake?
Why would you assume it's fake? So every Hollywood movie you watch, everything you see on TV. I mean, one of the funniest arguments Joe Rogan made of people who believe in the moon landing as advertised, the argument was, I saw it on TV. And then Joe Rogan was like, oh, you saw it on TV, you're a genius. Joe Rogan's default position is to take on blind faith as gospel truth, to maintain the religion of authority worship, the cult of state worship. Questioning it, not allowed. Remaining objective, not allowed. Demanding evidence, not allowed, according to Joe Rogan. You have to take it on faith. Why would you question? Why would you assume any of it is fake? So what, again, he's failing to comprehend Eddie's basic premise. It's not about assuming true or fake. It's about sticking objectively to science, to what can be proven, not using logical fallacies to keep the faith.
They faked 6 moon missions.
Okay, you keep saying that.
No, but that's why.
Yeah, but we're not talking about the same people, Eddie.
And again, Joe Rogan goes back to this straw man of pretending Eddie is talking about the same specific humans. If you're talking about some kind of intelligence agency, from one generation to another, they're still going to have the goal of an intelligence agency, right? Unless they change that. But being exact specific humans, the level of silliness that Rogan is bringing forth here. I mean, if a certain ruling king and queen of a country, if they're duping or exploiting their populace, we could talk about serfdom in the Middle Ages, the alleged Middle Ages, whatever. The prince and princesses, they might keep up certain scams throughout the generation if they want to maintain ruling the kingdom. I mean, it's not that difficult to understand. And children can understand this, but I guess Joe Rogan here is proving that he can't. Or he's faking. Or he's just playing stupid.
But it doesn't matter. It's the same organization.
The problem is
they're worse today.
You've turned them into they. As soon as you say they.
So as soon as you say they, the mafia, and that the mafia is engaged in crimes, that's a problem to say they, and they would continue engaging in crime. According to Joe Rogan. Or like if you're talking about religion, the Catholic Church, they. According to Joe Rogan, it's a problem to assume that the Catholic Church would continue to preach Catholicism. I mean, come on, Joe Rogan. You can summon some kind of brain function, can't you?
But now let me ask you something.
Let
me ask you, Brendan. Do you see that how I can't trust NASA because even though it was different people in 1969 to 1973, even though the NASA of today aren't the ones that faked 6 moon missions and stole billions of dollars from American taxpayers, just because the guys from today, somehow they got weeded out and then NASA, I don't know that they got weeded out and then NASA became this honest agency of the government. Yeah, but I don't know that. I'm going to assume no. I think it's still part of the same
Eddie,
shit.
That's what
I'm going to assume. I could be wrong. I could be wrong.
But let's say those 6 missions were all bullshit and was fake. You're going off the exception, not the general rule.
Oh man, I don't even know if I want to go into addressing Brendan's logical fallacies because I don't know if anybody purports that Brendan is being logical. There are certain fans of Joe Rogan who think that he's actually highly intelligent and logical, which is why I'm doing this logical analysis because at least in this podcast, he's nothing of the sort. This is probably Joe Rogan's worst showing ever. So, I mean, I don't know. The one on nuclear weapons was pretty silly as well, where he just wanted Eddie to take everything on faith, and Eddie doesn't. So he just gets really, really triggered by Eddie exposing that this is a scientific, logical, valid line of inquiry, legitimate line of inquiry, to not take things on faith religiously, especially for people pretending or alleging that they're scientific or rational. So Brendan is saying that this would be an exception, but again, that presupposes that NASA is not an organization built on deception for a specific purpose. We don't know that. We don't have access to all those classified files. So whether it is or it isn't, Brendan's just presupposing here. Not going to waste too much time with that. But also just wanted to note that Eddie's constantly saying, I could be wrong. How many times has Joe Rogan said that? Like, who's the egotistical narcissist here? Who's Dunning-Kruger is the most extreme in this conversation?
So it's like me coming into your academy and some guy's a dick. I'm like, all those 10th Planet guys are dicks. Like, you're just lumping all of them in the same fucking category.
That was big shit, though. It wasn't like side project NASA employees.
Do you hear what he's saying, though?
This is landing on the moon. No, I understand. He's saying the same thing you said. He's saying that just because...
So they're kind of like misrepresenting the hasty generalization fallacy. So the hasty generalization, of course, you made that generalization hasty. But if you can't prove any of what NASA is doing, is it really that hasty? If you spend that much time, is it really a hasty generalization fallacy? So again, the mental gymnastics here that Brendan and Joe Rogan and Jamie go through, it's actually quite silly because if you want to make an honest comparative example, like Eddie Bravo brings this up all the time, it's like a trial. If you want to prove beyond a reasonable doubt, which again, that might not necessarily be a scientific line in the sand beyond a reasonable doubt. But in general, if a serial killer is either suspected of committing many, many crimes, you're not going to take on blind faith his word as gospel truth that he's no longer shady. You're just not going to do it. And Joe Rogan and even Brendan here refusing to understand that, or playing stupid, or whatever. If they're being genuine, just that bereft of logic and reason, who knows? But that's really all it is. Can you prove this? Is it reasonable to assume that if, again, we're considering the theory, if it is the serial killer who's on trial, are you going to believe his word? So if NASA is guilty of all this, why would you take their word on blind faith at this juncture?
Dude, that was, the moon landings were so gigantic and so global and the greatest achievement of mankind, and they don't even have the records anymore. Joe, you know what I'm talking about. We were talking about this earlier, man. We were talking about this earlier. You know all that moon.
Telemetry data is missing.
Yeah. So you know what the head of NASA on video says? He says, yeah, we don't have it. It's missing, or maybe it's stolen. But even if we did, the head of NASA, even if we did have the tapes, we don't have the machines to play them anymore, so it really doesn't matter. Come on, man. The dumbest retard detective on the planet would be suspicious.
That's a good point. The dumbest retard detective on the planet.
That's just
of
me.
That mission, but you can't just lump all. Oh, it's all bullshit then.
You know what the
most?
Fake. You want to see something, Brendan, that'll make you think this is the most suspicious thing. One of the weirdest things about the moon landing is the post-flight press conference. Have you ever seen it?
No.
It's really weird. It's real weird.
You know what's weird is that Joe Rogan, even when he's attempting to be slightly logical, he always picks the worst examples. So he's talking about the press conference after they came from this alleged moon mission, which is very, very shady, I admit. But if they really did go, what are the psychological effects of being in space? Like, Joe Rogan picked out of all of the arguments you could make for the moon landing being faked, I think the post-press conference video of just fallible humans responding, I mean, yes, it is highly suspect, no doubt. but it's probably the worst piece of evidence you could use for the moon landing being fake.
Well, that would make sense where if they did fake
conspiracy hippo
Skeptical hippo
goes, what the fuck is going on here?
So you guys are open to the fact that maybe they faked it because now you're open to the fact that maybe they faked it.
Maybe they did fake that, but you can't just lump. And I'm not even saying they did.
That's the greatest achievement of
but
mankind.
At the time, there's
and it's
a reason
okay.
to
You know
do
what?
it. But at the time, there's a reason to do it.
We got new people now. Come on, man.
So now Brendan, through revisionist history, through the 2020 lens, looking back, he's saying there was a reason to do it. For example, beating the Russians or whatever is used as the reason. What if there was a completely different reason that you don't know about? So again, this is where Dunning-Kruger comes in. This is where the ludic logical fallacy comes in that I mentioned on episode 2. If you haven't checked that out, make sure you check it out. It's very critical. It's pretty much disregarding unknown variables and how they can affect something. So let's say the moon missions were faked for a completely different reason than Brendan thinks. So Brendan is using this so-called line of reasoning that there was a reason to fake the moon missions in the 60s and 70s, but there's no reason to fake any of this now. Well, not knowing the reason doesn't mean there is no reason. Again, children's level logic here, but you can't expect Brendan or Joe to understand that clearly.
That's hilarious.
So you're saying all of them are bad?
How can you see how I can't trust shit from NASA?
But it's
they
not
fake
that
sick,
but do you
so I
understand
should
that it's
trust
not
them
that you
because
can't trust shit?
maybe they all those bad people have died and they're all old, and the new NASA, they're the good NASA.
They can't all
You're gonna
be
believe
bad.
that?
Well, how do we know they're bad?
What's better?
There was an
believing
agenda.
That or believing a guy on YouTube that says the world's flat and dinosaurs aren't real? What's
So again, appeal to incredulity, appeal to ridicule, straw man of the highest order. Because if you completely remove Eric Dubay, I think this is the guy on YouTube that Joe Rogan keeps referencing, let's remove him from the equation. It doesn't make any of Joe Rogan's faith-based religious beliefs any less faith-based. So this is a fine line between intellectual dishonesty and pure stupidity. I don't know which Joe Rogan is exhibiting here. Maybe a combination of both.
He lives out of his mom's
It's not
basement.
like that. There's a lot of people saying it, man.
okay,
There's a
all those
lot
guys.
of
There's a
people.
lot of people in mental
There's a lot of people
institutions. There's a lot of people in jail. There's a lot of people that are child molesters. There's a lot of people.
A lot of racist
if you
people
gave those
have
people
clubs.
videos, if you gave every racist person a video camera and made them a YouTube video, you'd be like, oh.
But would it make any of Joe Rogan's faith-based religious beliefs any less faith-based? That's the real question here, because we're going on 40-some minutes into this aspect of the podcast that deals with this conspiracy, and Joe Rogan hasn't cited a single piece of evidence other than logical fallacies. It's hilarious.
Have you
YouTube's
watched?
all filled with racists.
Have you watched History of Flat Earth by Eric Dubay? Have you seen that?
Sure have it. How long is it?
Watch it.
No,
It's
how
an hour.
long?
It's an
Eddie, no.
I don't have an hour for that.
There you
That's
go.
so
You haven't
ridiculous.
looked into it.
You're asking for a job.
Listen, you gotta listen. What is their side?
So they don't have an hour. So they'll make fun of Eddie for hours and hours on end, not even understanding the conspiracy that he's alleging and that he admits might not be true because he doesn't know if it's fake or not or any of this stuff. He's admitting he can be wrong. So they can spend countless hours making fools of themselves and proving that they don't understand basic logic and science, but they can't spend an hour to watch the video. It's like they want to sit down to play chess without knowing the rules, and they want to make a big deal out of it. They want to make this whole production out of playing the chess game, but they can't even spend it, and they'll criticize the game, maybe even upend the board when they get frustrated or emotionally triggered, but they can't spend the time. They're that lazy that they can't spend the time to at least understand the premise of the conspiracy, which, true or fake, if you're going to spend the time to argue, refusing to talk about it is perfectly fine. It's perfectly fine if they recognize, if they're that cognitive dissonant, mentally weak, if they're not chills, then they just don't want to talk about it. Like if Eddie just said iPhones aren't real, they would laugh for a second and move on. I don't think they would spend countless hours making fun of Eddie thinking iPhones aren't real, because they know it's ridiculous, because they know the scientific evidence is there, can be proven, so they don't need to spend the time to do it. Whereas here, they're just so triggered because their subconscious, at least, recognize the legitimacy of the scientific inquiry, the objectivism, the empiricism that Eddie is coming at this with is legitimate, and at least their subconscious recognizes that, and we're seeing the psychological effects of that in their projection and their triggering.
What is their
Looking
side?
into
What is
it.
their side? What is Eric Dubay's
I don't want
side?
to. I
What's his
don't
side?
care his side
cares?
though. Fourth grade, my teacher. Cool.
Hey, you know what? You don't care, and that's fine. I'm not going to be mad at you for not caring.
No, of course
Don't
not.
be mad at me for caring, though. That's
I'm
all.
not
But
mad
it
at
doesn't
you.
make
Make
any
any
Okay,
sense.
sense
I'm not
because
mad.
you don't look into
But
what
don't get mad,
scientists
though.
say.
Oh, so if Joe Rogan doesn't look into what priests say that went to seminary school, because if God is real, you have to look into what the priests that went to seminary school are saying. And again, Joe Rogan's completely ignoring. There are scientists and mathematicians now who are flat earthers. Now, again, this is why I appeal to authority's logical fallacy. Just because you have a degree from some indoctrination facility, which may or may not be teaching the truth, I'm not saying any of it's not true. I'm just saying, again, did you come to a conclusion logically, using logic, reason, or science, or are you believing in a religion based on faith? So far, Joe's only brought faith and fallacies to the table.
Why are you getting mad?
Because you don't look into what scientists say.
How does he know that, by the way? I think Eddie looks into more what scientists say than what Joe says, because he knows Neil deGrasse Tyson's arguments. Any flat earther has researched most of this stuff, and they know most of these theories more than the goofballs that are arguing for the side of heliocentrism. That's the ultimate problem here, because these flat earthers are mopping the floor logically and scientifically with these globe earthers. Now, for whatever reason, maybe the logical heliocentric believers, they think it's hilarious, so they're just sitting back and laughing and enjoying the show because they can't believe that other heliocentric globe believers are so illogical and silly, and they find it funny that they're intentionally not going to debate the flat earthers to set the record straight and make a logical scientific defense of the heliocentric globe model. And I can't blame them for that. This is pretty funny. Like when you got clueless goofballs like Joe Rogan trying to appear intelligent, it's just there's a certain brand of comedy that can't be denied in this instance.
You just automatically
You
don't
dismiss
know what
them
I'm
all
looking
corrupt.
at.
Joe,
You
is
look
it-
into
know what
what
I'm
YouTube
looking
Kind of like how Joe Rogan automatically dismisses that the mainstream narrative might be false, that humans might be fallible, that scientific experiments might not be perfect, that the theories that everybody took as gospel truth on blind faith might be illegitimate. And Joe Rogan just automatically assumes that's an impossibility.
people
Joe, is this
say.
fair to say the reason why you care so much about Eddie believing this shit and Eddie going, I'm crazy, is because he influences a lot of people?
So again, if Joe Rogan's a shill, that's a valid concern, because if Joe Rogan is a gatekeeper shill, he doesn't want Eddie Bravo to influence people. Joe Rogan would want everybody drinking that government Kool-Aid, drinking the institutional mainstream narrative Kool-Aid. Now, here's the real question, though. Let's say the mainstream institutional narratives are all true. I'm arguing that it's still very worthwhile to learn logic and reason and real science, because then you can continue maintaining truth. Taking anything on blind faith and promoting this religion of scientism, I think that's a great detriment to mankind as a whole. And what Eddie Bravo, even if wrong about the flat earth theory, and even if wrong about all conspiracies, just that objective, logical, neutral approach, an evidence-based approach instead of a faith-based religious approach, I think that is really, really good. But of course, that is dangerous to institutional narratives that have been built on faith and religion.
And
Look
you're
for
sure
the
that's
truth.
one of
Find
it.
out for yourself. Look for the truth.
talking about
Look
some
into
shit
it like
you're on
you're
talking about
investigating.
some shit
Just
you
look into
do,
both
but you're
sides.
saying-
There's
I'm
a
saying I
reason
don't
why
trust it.
it's becoming huge. There's a reason.
Yeah, because people don't really go to school.
So if you don't go to seminary school, you don't believe in God. So people who don't go to seminary, if they went to seminary school, they would believe in God, and God must be real, right, Joe Rogan? Oh, man. I think it would blow Joe's mind if he realized how dumb he sounded. But of course, Dunning-Kruger would prevent him. His ego is... And again, this is why learning psychology in addition to logic is so important and valuable, because you can see how your own brain protects your sanity. Because if Joe Rogan's subconscious recognize, like this is if he's not a show, if he's not faking being dumb, his own subconscious has recognized that it would be too damaging if one part of your brain recognized that Joe Rogan is too mentally weak to handle the truth and it was blow his mind too much, then it's like the fight or flight response. The brain is going to turn off logic in this instance regarding this topic because it recognized that he can't handle it. So it's just a protective mechanism of the brain, of which there are many. So from that aspect, it's not that surprising.
Okay.
Yeah,
And
not huge with
they
the
don't
educated
learn,
people.
They don't learn astrophysics. They don't study all these things. It's hard to learn. The entry barrier is fucking huge. If you want to study physics, you want to figure out.
It's a beast.
I can barely pay attention to it.
So, so now he's falling for the anecdotal logical fallacy because Joe Rogan's attention span is so small and Joe Rogan's mental capacity is so deficit compared to the average individual that because it's hard for him, because he doesn't understand it, he thinks other people don't understand it. He thinks Eric Dubé, if Eric Dubé is a shill, he might be a shill, sure, and everything he's saying might be false, but he's done the homework, he's done the research, he has an argument that he makes, and he took the time to understand the heliocentric argument. So if he's disingenuous and a shill pushing the false narrative of flat Earth, that's a valid theory. Maybe that's what he's doing. But he took the time to understand it. I mean, he's infinitely smarter than someone like Joe Rogan. And just so Joe Rogan, again, confusing. He's so bereft of basic logic and reason. He thinks that because something is difficult for him, it's difficult for other people. The entry-level barrier for physics is not as extreme as he's alleging. And again, if you learn logic, basically the language of truth, the language of validity, you can see whether all of this rhetoric you're memorizing in a government text is religious and faith-based, or if it's rooted in the scientific method and real science. So that's the critical point here. Joe Rogan doesn't really understand the difference between science or scientism if he's not faking being this silly.
I listen to these books on tape, and I have to go back over them 3-4 times just to understand a paragraph.
So Joe Rogan just admitted that his mental level is so little, like it's basically lower than a child's. He has to go over something 4 times to understand a paragraph. So clearly he's not an expert in any of this stuff. Why is he talking about this? Why is he embarrassing himself this badly in front of his friends and the whole world? It's really weird.
Try to figure out exactly what the fuck they're quantifying. They're talking about really intense shit that thousands of people have been working on in conjunction. They all feed off of each other's innovation.
Well, that's not quite true, because if you look at all the inventions of all modern technology, wireless technology, that's all Nikola Tesla based. He believed in the ether. So whereas Einstein, what is based off of Einstein's relativity? Again, Run Zcow debunked it. So Joe Rogan, again, falling for these appeal to authority, appeal to popularity, logical fallacies. All these people are working on it and building off each other. That's just proving Eddie's point. If that base layer of the house of cards is not scientific, if it's not true, whether a result of conspiracy or just honest errors of fallible humans performing fallible experiments, working with incomplete information, always. And they're building on this house of cards, and if the base layer is not true, why is Joe Rogan so insecure and terrified of people examining that base layer? Why is he so anti-science? It's just bizarre.
There's so many people working on these things, Eddie. The idea that they're all in on some sort of a giant global lie is insane.
Now again, massive straw man, again, pretending they would all have to be in on it. And all of this nonsense, appeal to incredulity again, of ad hominem attacks, would be insane. Some people think believing the Gulf of Tonkin happened is insane. Or believing that this many people would keep the JFK assassination quiet. It's insane. I mean, the illogicality of Joe Rogan, I mentioned this so many times, it just knows no bounds here.
Yeah.
To be less than 1 in 6.33.
There's no winning here. No, there's no winning.
History of Flat Earth, look into it.
No. Definitely not.
No, definitely not. Joe Rogan is refusing to examine the evidence. He wants to continue sitting at the chess table without learning the rules. Too funny.
Sir,
Look into it.
Can't.
Why not?
Eddie?
For
Look
entertainment.
into it.
You
It's
watch Game of Thrones. That's not real.
I don't watch Game of Thrones.
You
I'm
watch Game of Thrones.
I'm anti
You don't watch Game of Thrones?
No, there's dragons in it.
What do you watch? Breaking Bad?
I don't watch Breaking Bad.
Better Call Saul?
Nope.
What do you watch?
I watch real shit like First 48 and.
But Eddie, you're not talking about.
Is that a show?
But if you
Is that
watch his
fiction?
Game of Thrones, he
Real
knows it's
shit.
fake.
Yeah.
You're
But
watching
approach it like
Flat
this, like it's
Earth,
fake.
and you
It's
start-
entertaining.
But
Approach
you
it like
don't.
it's fake.
But you don't.
I'm just having fun.
What do you think? Is the Earth flat or round?
I don't know if it's flat around until we see a picture from space.
Okay, so again, how many times does Eddie Bravo have to repeat, I don't know? How many times for Joe Rogan to understand? It's almost like Joe Rogan wants to trap him to make him say something that seems that more extreme, because he knows the line of inquiry is legitimate. Again, his subconscious triggered him for a reason. He knows it's all legitimate. He takes offense that Eddie Bravo is not being lazy. not going with the crowd and just selling out and drinking the Kool-Aid in this faith-based religion of authority worship, this cult. And how do people respond when their own cult or belief systems are questioned? This is just a natural psychological response, regardless of what the real truth is.
You're saying this
faith.
bitch could be square.
I don't know what it is. It could be round. It could be way. It could be round, but
iPhone
way
HD
bigger.
camera
with fish-eyed lens. You guys are fooled by the fish-eyed lens. Come on, man. Come on. There's
So
plenty
it's
of
fake?
pictures without the fish-eyed lens that you could find. This fish-eyed lens, you guys
But
are
you
getting
understand
fooled by some
perspective?
basic.
He just asked Eddie Bravo if he understood perspective. If Joe Rogan doesn't even know what a fisheye lens is and he's asking Eddie Bravo, Joe Rogan doesn't even know what a panorama is called. He had to ask Jamie. So and he's saying Eddie Bravo is not an expert in optics and all of these things and imagery. So what basis does he have to believe or disbelieve? Well, what about Joe Rogan? If he's not an expert in this, what basis does he have? How much is his opinion worth? Again, nothing but fallacies from Joe Rogan.
Gas, kindergarten.
Do you understand
fish-eyed lens.
perspective? Do you know that if
I do
at
understand
that high, if you didn't have a fisheye lens, you're looking at this tiny fraction of the surface. The
Take
reason
the
why
fisheye lens off. That's
Eddie,
it.
they do.
This was from 1946.
How do you know that's real?
Could be fake.
Because it's a picture?
I read it on
How
the
do you-
internet. That's why I know it's real.
I don't know. How do you know it's real?
You
You're a
guys are wasting-
photographer.
If you could
How do you know
show
it's real?
any,
I'm going
I
hard
could
on it
do a
now. We're not
selfie
on
from
the internet.
space like this, and
Would you?
Eddie, that's
Eddie,
real? Shit's
Would
fake.
you?
That's real?
Yes,
Would you
that's
be
real.
open?
Okay, that's real to you.
Eddie, would you be open to talking to
I don't
an
care
actual,
if you believe that's real. I don't care.
Would you be into talking to an actual astrophysicist?
So would Joe Rogan be interested in talking to an actual priest that went to seminary school? Because if Joe Rogan doesn't believe in God, I mean, because he didn't go to seminary school. So Joe Rogan's not trained in God or the Bible. But would Joe Rogan be open to talking to a Bible expert or a priest, someone who's been trained?
Yes, I would love to.
Like, what would you do if
Still
Neil
not that
deGrasse
hard
Tyson
to
was
put
here?
it
Would
I
you
would have-
keep
I would have
these same,
questions
these
for
same
him.
arguments?
On
Would
this
I would
you,
have some
survey,
questions.
half the
But would you
people in the
listen to
world
him?
are
Like,
female,
if he
and
told you some
the
shit
next
that
person
actually
walked
made
out that door
sense?
being female.
Wow, what a loaded statement. So again, just because something doesn't make sense to Joe Rogan, he thinks it's fake. He equates his religious faith-based belief system with truth and sense. And anything that threatens that, he immediately thinks it doesn't make sense. Or he doesn't have the mental capacity to examine it logically, reasonably, using the scientific method itself, using objective, neutral, skeptical science. So I guess he's asking if Eddie Bravo would take on faith a priest of scientism, because Joe Rogan himself is not a priest. He's just a blind follower worshiper. He thinks to convert Eddie into the cult, he needs someone higher up on that cult food chain totem pole.
Or would you just
Again,
think
if
he's
you
a
have
part
totally.
of
that
getting paid
I-
off by the
I-
round
I-
Earth Society?
dismantling of the
I
theory
think
relatively point by
he's
point in a children's
there's people
level
that they push to be the
manner. You can say-
spokespeople.
And there's really brilliant people that are good at talking, and they're educators like him, and then they get on television and people love it, and so he comes back and then he does a hit show called Cosmos.
So somebody who is a high-rated evangelist or something like that, a televangelist, someone who's on TV preaching, that makes it true, Joe Rogan? I mean, does he really understand how silly he is? None of his arguments stand up to any kind of logical scrutiny. It's just fallacy after fallacy after. If we had a fallacy counter, it would be broken right now.
Reenacts the Carl
brilliant.
Sagan show, and everybody loves it, and more people understand science now than ever before.
because he breaks
It's
it down
hard,
for them.
Eddie. You know, it's hard
Don't
because
be
you
mad.
didn't go to school for
Don't
this.
be mad.
Didn't go to seminary school. It's hard. Nothing but appeals to authority.
I'm not mad.
Okay.
But look, I love you, man. I love you. You know,
I just don't want. I'm just trying
Eddie.
to. I want to be able to talk about flat Earth and have fun.
Okay, but it's not fun for me because I think there's some 16-year-old kids out there that are listening to this and they think you make sense.
And that's kind of dangerous because everybody's got to be indoctrinated into the cult of state and authority worship. Everybody's got to keep up that faith. And Eddie Bravo here promoting logic, reason, objectivity, the actual scientific method, the real science. Science is skepticism. That's dangerous when you're running a cult. And Joe Rogan clearly states that here.
And the problem is
What's wrong with that? Who cares about that?
because those poor
What's
kids are
happening
gonna,
to me? What's happening to me? My life is going to
wasting
shit.
time.
No, it's having. You're wait.
I think it's wasting
Is it really?
time.
Dude,
Is
you
it-
fucking
If you're
come on.
watching
Come on,
mass
Eddie.
You do a
No.
lot of shit that,
I do waste time.
that you would
Still-
consider a waste of time if you
Some
didn't do it.
people would.
If someone was all into
Sure.
pool and he was obsessed with pool, you would say you're wasting your time. What are you getting
Right,
out of
but
that?
when I hit those
it's okay
balls,
for you
I
to
know
waste
they're
time.
real. They're real.
Okay.
I hit those balls, they go into the hole. It takes skill and concentration, and it gives me something to occupy my mind. It's a game.
So he's basically, again, he doesn't realize that he's propping up Eddie's point in empiricism here. When someone's playing pool, you can verify that the pool cue is real, you're holding it, and you can verify that the billiard balls are all real, the table's real. You can verify the physics of the interaction between the pool cue and the billiard balls. So does Joe Rogan not realize that he's proving Eddie's point here? Because Eddie only believes things and he can verify empiricism, real science. This has nothing to do with faith.
It's a mind game. It's a body game. When you're watching a fake video the guy made about
You think it's fake.
nuclear bombs not being
You
real.
think it's fake.
Okay.
That's what you think.
Okay.
I mean,
I just feel like all the people that study it at all the universities
In
have come to a
Japan, December
conclusion.
14th, 9th.
Again, appeal to popularity and appeal to authority. So he completely ignores the historical context. I mean, it's like a broken record now. Joe Rogan has his go-to fallacies. Now, I got to admit, he did spice it up a little bit. He went with the ludic logical fallacies. He went to the no true Scotsman logical fallacies. Appeal to ridicule. I mean, he spiced it up a little bit. The ad nauseum, just repeating things ad nauseum. And here, even his inflection, all this, like, again, he doesn't understand basic logic, children's level logic. He doesn't get it, or he's faking, and he's just playing stupid that he doesn't understand it. But again, obviously, that's why science has nothing to do with consensus. If everybody believed, or even math, let's say everybody got tricked into thinking 1 + 1 is 5, and that's what they taught in school, and that's what all the textbooks said, would it make it true? According to Joe Rogan, it would make it true. According to someone being actually scientific, the amount of people that believe something that's not true, even if they're being honest to propagate those beliefs, they're not in on a conspiracy. Again, just anyone who's not bereft of logic and reason would understand how conflict of interest, how basic conspiracies, how compartmentalization, how classifications work. Because there's no reason to let more people in on the secret than need be in any kind of conspiracy. These are all basics. Why do they even need to be explained? This is a very embarrassing podcast from Joe Rogan.
And then one guy makes a YouTube video, or 20 guys.
There's a bunch of
Let's say
guys,
there's
dude.
1,000.
Santos Bonacci.
Why would you listen to them versus
what credibility
all the
do
people
they have?
And here's another, like, he thinks that because he falls for nothing but logical fallacies that Eddie would. What he's failing to realize is that Eddie Bravo and other conspiracy theorists, they are examining the merit of information being presented. They're not falling for ad hominem logical fallacies. This person is a particular type of person. They're not falling for appeal to authority logical fallacies. They're examining arguments for their own merit. I mean, that's what real science is. The truth is the truth, regardless of who's saying it. So can we examine arguments for their own merit and logically scrutinize those arguments to examine if they have scientific merit or not? Joe Rogan's so obsessed with these fallacies, he can't understand how real science works.
For generations after generations of studying the science behind it.
And the same could be said if you believe that the ancients all believed flat Earth, the generations upon generations, all their scientists, all their research, all the people, they all believed. That made it true, Joe Rogan? Come on, man. I think his kids must be smarter than him.
You gotta listen to it. There's a lot of shit.
Repeatable science.
State.
Right, but you just
Now,
told us about this
the
one
Michelson-Morley
test,
experiment really
and you
needs
parroted
its
it out
own
as some sort of a
podcast,
theory that we should
but
look up. And
here's
when
the
we did,
crux of the
it turns
issue
out
on the
it didn't even work.
Michelson-Morley.
Again, Joe Rogan's own Dunning-Kruger and misunderstanding of the Michelson-Morley experiment, where ether was assumed to exist, therefore there's no motion. And even that wasn't necessarily true with the null result. But what Joe Rogan in his feeble mind and Jamie, they looked up one piece of propaganda and that's it. They didn't really learn about it, which they're accusing Eddie of doing. That's why this is so hypocritically hilarious. Joe Rogan is such a hypocritical goofball, he can't even see that he didn't understand it. His own Dunning-Kruger, his narcissism and ego prevents him from understanding that he's the one who didn't understand it. Now, Eddie might have not understood either. Okay, we're not defending Eddie Bravo here in this instance. I'm just focusing on the fact that Joe Rogan himself did not understand the experiment. If you assume ether, you can replicate it 1,000,000 times. If assume ether is not true, you can never replicate it. Is it really that hard to understand? And again, we're not even saying that experiment is a perfect, flawless experiment anyway. We have to keep in mind, of course, the ludic logical fallacy. There's unknown variables that can count for different results. So we're not even pretending that experiment is flawless in the first place. Just Joe Rogan is asinine here.
It wasn't repeatable.
You okay, whatever.
Eddie, I love you, but I don't like the way you approach these things sometimes.
He doesn't like science. He doesn't like anyone approaching anything objectively, neutrally, scientifically, or logically. He's making that perfectly clear in this podcast. He just repeated it ad nauseum. He thinks it's a problem to approach things scientifically. He would prefer everybody take on blind faith as gospel truth, these tenets of his own religion of scientism, of authority worship. He wants Eddie to drink the Kool-Aid, and he thinks it's a problem that Eddie's not drinking the Kool-Aid.
Because I think it confuses the fuck out of people like I was when I was young. I was super gullible. I believed all kinds of stupid shit, and I wasted a ton of time.
Like what?
Especially with successful guys
all
saying
those
certain stuff.
Goddamn UFO people, man. All those UFO stories I bought and all that shit.
And how does he know those UFO stories weren't true? And just because Joe Rogan himself dogmatically needs to cling to something on the basis of faith and religion, that doesn't mean other people are doing that. You can consider something as being true without believing in it. Now, just because Joe Rogan is so silly and bereft of logic and reason and understanding of science, that doesn't mean other people are. So if he's being genuine here and not faking being this silly, then that makes sense. It makes sense. If he's on that low level of cognitive function, he could see this as a problem.
Eddie, have you ever heard of the law of perspective?
Yes, I know exactly.
Do you know
what
that's
that
not
is.
real? It's not a law.
What about it?
They're giving the definition of what perspective is.
You know
but
what the law of perspective is?
Yeah,
I know what it
I'm
is.
trying to tell you though, real quick. There are laws of conservation of energy and such in physics. There are actual laws that they can be translated without even speaking language. It's math. The law of perspective is not one of those.
Okay, so Jamie's jumping in here with this etymological logical fallacy, basically arguing semantics. Is it a law of physics? So did Eddie Bravo say it was a law of physics or just a generic scientific law, which could apply to physics, chemistry, biology, whatever? So in terms of optics and how the eye sees, these are empirically verifiable. So what exactly is a scientific law? So basically, the generic explanation, you could look this up on Wikipedia, scientific laws or laws of science are statements based on repeated experiments or observations that describe or predict a range of natural phenomena. The term law has diverse usage in many cases across all fields of natural science. If you want to look at the law of physics, the laws of physics are defined by nature. Laws of physics are stated facts which have been deduced and derived based on empirical observations. Okay? Simply put, the world around us works in a certain way, and physical laws are a way of classifying that working. Okay, so for example, vanishing point. Convergence. If you look in the distance, the train tracks appear to touch. They don't actually touch, but they appear to touch. So in general, the law of perspective, loosely used. Okay, I guess Jamie's trying to, again, straw man here and trying to make Eddie wrong because it might not technically be used this way. But according to the definition, it could be used as a scientific law in relation to the way your vision works, right? Because there is a vanishing point on the horizon. Now, the exact mechanics of the working of it, I mean, that's up to interpretation, but you cannot see forever. I mean, your eyes are just not good enough to see forever. That's basically all the law of perspective simplified is referring to in terms of vanishing point and convergence. So Jamie pretending it's not a scientific law in the strictest definition of the law in terms of laws of physics, based on whatever website he pulled up. I mean, that's just illogical silliness because you can empirically verify vanishing point. You can go look at the horizon. Now, again, that doesn't mean the world is flat or round. I mean, I don't know. The flat earthers claim that. The globe earthers claim that. But if you're just talking about the strictest sense of how human vision works, whether it's a globe or flat, it works the way that it works. And you see, so if we're living on a flat earth, then what we're seeing on a flat earth. If we're on a globe earth, we're seeing that on a globe earth. Either way, train tracks will still appear to touch in the distance. It's a law in the sense that it's you can go out and do the experiment 1,000,000 times, and a million times the train tracks are going to look like they're going to touch. That's the very nature of science. So in a generic sense, it would classify as a law, even if it's not technically or commonly used as a law, which is why this is an etymological logical fallacy. So it's, again, Jamie's just kind of attempting to distract with the strict definition of a law, ignoring the actual point or merit of the argument relating to vanishing point or whatever reason the law of perspective or perspective itself was brought up. And let's listen to Eddie's response here.
Preaching
What is it?
religion
Tell
here.
me.
And you can see how
It's
triggered
just a
he is,
definition of
Eddie.
perspective.
What is
I'm
it?
asking
It's
you
his
what the
own
law of
I know what it
perspective
is.
is. What
I know.
is it? Because it's not real.
Well,
this thing you keep
maybe. So
repeating
you're
is
saying there's no
Or is it, once again,
law of-
if you actually
I'm
I'm saying it's not a
Joe
law.
Rogan and Jamie,
As-
learn
What is
about
it
the
then?
history
It's a
of
definition.
But what is it?
Gravity.
But what is it?
variable
It's a definition of
ether
the
and how
word
that would affect
perspective.
results,
Yes.
and learn
That's
about
not
all
a
these other
law.
experiments and the history
Well,
of
the
geocentrism.
laws of
You might
perspective
learn
are
something
the
instead of
one of the
sounding
laws
like
is
getting
No, there
triggered.
are
the
no laws of
horizon.
perspective.
The
though.
horizon
That's
will
not-
always
no, that's
rise
not real.
to high level. That's
It's not real. Empirically verified observations are not real, according to Jamie, because it doesn't use a capital L for law of perspective, which, again, doesn't meet the criteria. If it meets the criteria, it might as well be a law, even if it's not called a law, right? I mean, this is all getting into some shady and dicey semantics, but this is why the field of science exists. You can go out yourself and see if train tracks appear to touch in the distance. What this has to do with the shape of the Earth, again, nobody's proven, at least demonstrated in this conversation here, why it's relevant to the shape of the Earth, but it just basically debunks some of the arguments that globe earthers try to prove to use that it's a globe. That doesn't make it flat, though, again, against Eddie's point, but whatever. I don't even know what Jamie's arguing here. And of course, Joe Rogan is religiously jumping in to back his fellow zealot.
to eye level. That's not a law.
real.
It always
No,
happens.
that's not-
It always happens.
It's not a law,
but it
though.
always happens.
But
It's a
that's-
law if it happens.
That's not a law. This is where you don't understand part of the laws of science. That's not a law.
So Jamie is proving that he's the one that doesn't understand. And you can see how triggered he is in his voice because he himself knows that he doesn't know the real definition. And he's just taking on blind faith as gospel truth, whatever website he just pulled up quickly. But you can empirically verify the definition of a law. It's something in line with something that can be empirically verified by experimentation. Again, go out and stand in between train tracks, not when a train is coming, of course. Do the train tracks appear to touch in the distance? Do they appear to touch every single time you go out there? Unless, I guess, if there's a deep, deep fog and you can't see 2 feet in front of your face. But in non-fog-like conditions, do they appear to touch? Is vanishing point real? So he's saying there are these definitions of perspective, but it's not a law, which is kind of interesting. Can it be empirically verified? Can you see forever? If not, what is vanishing point? What is the limit of angular resolution? A law would mean that it happens every time. So whether or not it's being used and defined as such, Jamie clearly doesn't understand the definition, and he's projecting that onto Eddie because his subconscious recognized that he doesn't understand.
They're not
just a
huge.
definition.
You're not getting knocked down.
Okay.
That's
And
why
then what is
definition
the
of a noun.
what is the definition?
Definition of a noun. It's a person, place, thing, or idea.
And Joe
That's
Rogan
not a
didn't
law.
understand anything either.
That's just
And
a
he said
definition.
we were reading it. Jamie was
You know
reading
what
it,
else
but,
is?
of course,
I used to
they
call
have
this
they want that
double
safety
lotus for
number.
years and years and
Because
years.
again,
And it's
you
not
have
double
to have a
lotus. It's
certain
full
amount-
lotus.
It's not a law, though, right?
But it's not double lotus either.
not a law,
It's
though.
not double lotus
But it's
either.
just, but
just my
what
point.
you're saying is you're talking about a different word for the same move.
Same move, yeah.
What he's saying
The
is
rules of
that
perspective,
these
is that
people
better?
that
No.
use-
The
because
rules of
that
perspective.
It's not better because
the
what-
definition
hold on,
of
hold on,
perspective.
hold on.
It's the same thing.
Because
whatever you call it,
you
God,
gotta,
Allah,
all
whatever
right.
you want.
Well, when you look up this stuff online, I try to type in the law of perspective because I want to see what you and Eric Dubé believe that is.
Mm-hmm.
The only thing I ever find with the law of perspective is the words flat Earth with it, or maybe there's actually the Urban Dictionary has a definition
And
for the
now
law
let
of
me ask you something.
perspective.
What does it matter if it's law?
But it's not a law.
Like
Because it's not a
perspective
law.
or
They say
it. But they
definition.
say
It matters
they're
because
using
it's science.
But
So they keep using the word science without understanding what it means. They should look up the definition of a scientific law and see if that conforms to vanishing point, to convergence, to however human perspective works. If you just look at the basic definition of perspective, the angle or direction in which a person looks at an object. Okay, so if you're looking at an object, you can go out and perform experiments. You can go see how perspective works. So whether you call it, the reason it's not called a law is probably because it's not relating to one specific thing. So most of these things are used in either graphical projections or with artists. So it's basically just observing geometry. So there's a lot that goes into it. So in general, most of this has to do with perspective, art, how the human eye works, which just because you're seeing something with your eye, that doesn't necessarily mean that it's true, right? So if you can't see whether the Earth is flat or not, I mean, there's precipitation. You're not going to see forever. So on a foggy day, let's say you don't see something, does that mean that something is not there? Just because you can't see it. So it's a little bit dicey in that territory, which is probably why they don't call a lot of these things laws, but technically they are laws in art or geometrical projection on how intersecting line works and how things appear to your vision, and you can empirically verify this with experimentation, which would classify as a law in a generic sense, which again, Joe Rogan and Jamie don't understand any of the basics here, and they're projecting that onto Eddie.
But if the horizon always rises to eye level,
that's not a law,
you can
though,
consider
my
that. What would you call it then?
You don't believe in gravity, though,
we'll call it
either.
a thing of perspective.
You don't believe in gravity either. That falls at a constant of 9.82 meters per second. That's a law of gravity.
Gravity's a theory.
No.
Nikola
You guys have a
Tesla.
theory of what gravity is. Yeah. Density, but that's another scientific word.
Oh, wow. This is painful to listen to. These guys don't know what they're talking about. The law of gravity and the theory of gravity are two completely different things. Now, the measure of a force, the law states that the force is there, and the force can be measured and it's always there. What that force is due to might not be the gravitation of a smaller object to a greater object in mass. That's what the theory of gravity. That's the theory to explain the law. Why the law occurs, for example, it could be all due to electromagnetism, in which case the law does conform to nature, but you can call it whatever you want. You can call it the law of E instead of the law of G, the law of electromagnetism. And that wouldn't change the reality. And again, we go back to the ludic logical fallacy, unknown variables. But none of these guys know any of these definitions. I mean, Joe Rogan and Jamie are probably the last people in the world that should be having this conversation, because all they're doing is making heliocentrists look bad. Because there are smart heliocentrists out there, but these goofballs are they're giving legitimacy to the flat earth movement. And I'm not saying the flat earth theory is wrong, but if it's wrong and legitimacy should not be given, then why are Jamie and Joe Rogan the ones talking about this? It's bizarre.
You guys said that if it's more dense, it falls, but why does it fall? Why would it fall lower if it's denser?
Because it's heavier than...
Why is it heavier? Do you know what?
Because it's denser.
We're only
it's
heavy
denser
because
than the
of
oxygen,
gravity.
so it falls.
We're only
but
heavy.
Helium, how come a helium?
Because it's a gas. Helium is a gas. We're only heavy.
It's lighter than
it's
the
a
oxygen.
Gas because
That's
of
why
we're in the
it's
atmosphere.
lighter. It's lighter.
And you could hear the triggering in Jamie's voice. Someone questioned his faith-based religious belief system, and he knows he can't explain it simply because he doesn't understand it well enough. Again, these are Einstein's words. And Eddie is not really triggered. He's just saying what he's saying. He admits it could all be wrong. He doesn't know for sure. And he's just giving generic concepts which seem to make sense. Again, everybody would be subject to the ludic logical fallacy. There could be other reasons why all these things are happening, regardless of whether it's a flat or globe model.
Lighter. It's less dense.
Jamie,
I'll
I'm
explain.
sure you can find
It's
some
lighter
evidence
because
the
we're in
Earth
the
is spinning.
atmosphere of Earth.
Isn't it less dense, though?
If we were in space, there is no atmosphere.
And so what Jamie, again, failing to realize, I don't know if his comprehension is even lower than Joe Rogan's. I don't know. It's almost like a competition on who's sillier here. Because he doesn't understand what a presupposition is. He doesn't understand what a circular reasoning logical fallacy is. Because he's assuming the atmosphere is what has been proposed. He's assuming space is what has been proposed. He's using this house of cards. Now, if you can prove it, then you prove it. You don't presuppose it. You make that statement in your proof. You don't just accept people to take that presupposition on blind faith as gospel truth.
That's why everything floats. Gases and us. We're dense too, but we would float in space just like gas.
If you do float in
If
space.
we got into space, you're correct. If we got out there.
If
So
you believe that.
Can we not go to space?
I don't know how far we can go up. I
But
don't know.
Eddie, you know the space station.
I'm not sure.
You said the space shuttle went into orbit.
I don't know how far it went up.
say
It went
they
up
don't-
pretty
you say
high. I
they
don't
don't
know
know how high.
I don't know
Okay,
where it went.
but you know-
I knew it. I know it took off. Saw that.
Okay.
And then I see it landing. You see that.
Right. You know
I don't
it
know
went-
where it went.
You know it went way
I don't
higher
know
than a
where.
plane, right?
For sure.
Are you not confused on what laws and stuff science are, though? Do you not see that?
Okay, we'll call it definition.
But
of-
it's- but you
what do
can't-
what do we call it?
But that's not-
What do we call it? We'll call it whatever you want.
In science,
I
we
just
call
call it
things
stuff.
laws. We don't
Time?
call them definitions. In science, there are laws.
So why does
because
so what is that?
that law, which is most
the
in most
horizon
of-
always
Eddie, you
rises
can't
to eye
talk
level.
over him.
In
You
most-
can't
What
talk
is that
over him.
called?
In
Let
most
him-
cases,
I'll
it's
agree with you.
math.
Hold on a
In
second.
most cases, it's math, the law.
Okay.
So that math, then that formulaic equation.
Oh man, this is painful. And you could hear in Jamie's voice too that just the sheer insecurity of what he's saying. Now, he might fully well believe that it's true, but he knows he can't prove it. He knows he doesn't understand any of these definitions, but he's pretending to further his point. Well, that's what his subconscious is recognizing. His Dunning-Kruger is preventing him from actually realizing this. His main conscious is not able to realize this because of his severe Dunning-Kruger narcissism, ego issues. And with Joe Rogan also has in spades, which they are proving for this entire series here in this podcast. Now, the other reason why this is an logical fallacy is just assuming that these definitions don't change. So all law, everything that became a scientific law at one point was not a law. So does that mean it wasn't a law when it wasn't called a law? So there's a certain way that human perspective works, regardless of what you call it, and you can empirically verify this. And if Jamie understood that, he wouldn't be making this silly argument.
Can go to any country and work. I don't need to speak English to the guy in Germany to explain to him what I'm trying to get out of it. Okay. He can test it with the same things, the same variables, and get the same thing out of it. That's why all these things are laws, not definitions.
Okay, I get it.
Cleveland's finest,
Thank
Eddie.
you for clearing that up for me.
Does that work? Do you accept that or no?
I
Well, the problem
totally
is
accept it.
people use this verbose terminology because it makes them appear smarter than they really are.
Ooh, some more projection there from Joe Rogan. So they didn't understand any of those definitions or how they worked or how it applies to logic and reason. And they're just they just go along pretending that they're right and their faith-based religious views are right no matter what, and attempting to explain away. They're invoking all of these fallacies. They failed to understand the point of perspective. So they want to just jump on this logical fallacy and stating, and even if Eddie doesn't understand what the word law means, it doesn't change the merit of what he's saying, right? He's talking about perspective and how the human eye works. Now, he might be incorrectly alleging that proves a flat earth, but that doesn't mean that's not how it works. That doesn't mean that vanishing point isn't real. It doesn't mean that humans can see forever, regardless of the shape of the earth. And these guys are just trying to make him wrong about something. They're desperate. They're frantic here, so they pick that. It's hilarious.
They are.
Trying to
It makes
get a
them
point
say,
across.
No, Eddie, and they're trying to say it in a fancier way because they really didn't go to school for this shit.
If you didn't go to seminary school, you're not allowed to discuss God. And again, he completely ignores, if you actually watched any of Dubé's videos, Dubé has a very good understanding of all of these physics. Now, if he's intentionally a disinfo shill, whatever, he's manipulating this information, but he's actually presenting a real case. If it's not true, it's not true. If he's intentionally deceiving, but his understanding is there. And that's what Joe Rogan's not understand either, or pretending they're just playing stupid. He doesn't have any understanding about any of these things, so he's accusing Eddie of not this just extreme projection.
So they say a bunch of shit that's not real, like the law of perspective, and it's not a law, and it belies the real problem. They don't have an education in this stuff. And they're just talking out of their ass.
And they get
it's
other people to
disrespectful,
follow. Yeah.
disrespectful to the fucking generations of people that have been studying that their whole lives.
Around the record we go. Appeal to authority. Appeal to popularity. So in the past, is it disrespectful to all the people in the past who had outdated or incorrect models? Is it disrespectful to actually follow logic, objective logic and reason and science, real science, instead of just preaching the faith and going along with all of these previous people, just mounting on, continuing to pile on the house of cards without re-examining the base layers? It would be disrespectful not to do that, because any true scientist would want their work to be critiqued to make sure we're working with the right information and the right theories. But of course, Joe Rogan, too silly to understand even the basics. And by the way, what these goofballs fail to mention, because they're so ignorant and uneducated about all these different theories, is the law of perspective that Robotham originally mentioned in his Flat Earth books that Eric Dubé parroted. is referring to the law of perspective taught in art school. So it was the law of perspective within art, not necessarily physics. Again, these goofballs don't understand what's even being alleged, and they're projecting that onto Eddie Bravo.
That one guy can figure out all these different things, that dinosaurs aren't real, nuclear bombs aren't real.
And of course, again, Joe Rogan is strawmanning and pretending that Eddie Bravo is taking Eric Dubay as a priest or whatever. Eric Dubay is not really that original, actually. If you look at most of his claims, I mean, I don't know if he made those graphics himself, but he's taking other people's information. The whole dinosaur conspiracy, that's actually been around for a while. The flat Earth's been around for a while. And some of these flat earthers, they were real scientists in the past 100 years doing real experiments. Now, whether they're wrong or right is a separate matter, but it's so hilarious at how bereft Joe Rogan is of logic and reason that he can't even understand the theory being proposed. He can't even understand the proponents. He doesn't know the history of all the experiments for or against, and he just misunderstands all the information presented here. I mean, he just went complete goofball mode here. Just nothing but fallacies, projecting his own misunderstanding and insecurity. Just a real poster boy for the Dunning-Kruger effect.
The Earth is flat. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous.
Again, appeal to ridicule, calling something ridiculous. Some people think the JFK conspiracy theory is ridiculous. If you have proof, cite the proof, Joe Rogan. Joe Rogan has nothing of substance, nothing logical or scientific to support his position.
Satellites aren't real. It's ridiculous.
Okay, so now he's going ad nauseum. He's just going to repeat it's ridiculous, hoping people will believe that it's ridiculous. How ridiculous is that? How illogical is that?
His one guy is
It's
you
not
must
one
be
guy.
the smartest person
It
in the
isn't one
world.
guy.
Well, that one
It's
guy,
a lot of guys.
that one guy that you're pals with.
And again here, Joe Rogan is failing to realize. So Tesla, who built the modern world, like, what are the chances that he's right? He's one guy. One guy. All these other people that have been doing all this science and Tesla proved them wrong or is that far ahead of him. Tesla's wireless technology must not work. All of his inventions must not. I mean, he's only one guy. All these other scientists, let's continue to appeal to popularity. There's no way Tesla invented or created anything new or revolutionary. He's only one guy. He's one guy. He's one guy. That's all Rogan has to support his position. This is beyond silly. This is just silliness to the nth degree. And I really thought I'd be able to finish, but alas, no. We're going to have one more podcast episode on the silliness and illogicality of the highly religious Joe Rogan, having no logic or reason or scientific evidence to support his positions in this debate against Eddie Bravo, who, again, at least admits that he doesn't know anything. He might be wrong about everything. He's at least neutral, objective, scientific, relying on evidence and empiricism. Once again, if you like the podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure you subscribe to the channel, hit the bell for notifications. Make sure you allow your device to have those notifications come through. If you like the podcast, hit that like button and share it across social media platforms. You can check us out on Twitter, Reddit, Patreon, and Facebook. Patrons do get priority for topic, true crime case, and logical analysis requests. So become a patron and support the channel if you enjoy it. Any questions, comments, theories, thoughts, rebuttals, debunkings, leave them in the comments section. This is Bruce McGuire signing off.
If you like audiobooks or audio shows, check out a free trial of Audible. Just click the link in the description.
Welcome to MINDSHOCK. This is Bruce McGuire here, back again for part 5 in the logical analyses of Joe Rogan versus Eddie Bravo in this incredible, and I use that word very loosely, showdown of logic and reason and science. Science versus religion. Joe Rogan, faith-based indoctrination into the cult of state and authority worship, representing scientism, versus Eddie Bravo, saying he doesn't know anything about anything, and he might be wrong about everything, and he's not sure about anything, aka the side of science, objective neutrality, knowing what you don't know, having enough sense to know what you don't know, and demanding empirically verifiable evidence instead of faith-based religious belief systems. Joe Rogan obviously has a major problem with science. He's very anti-science here. So I actually thought I could get this done in one episode, but little did I know, Joe Rogan is just fallacy after fallacy after fallacy. As I said in the previous episode, if we had a fallacy counter, I would have broken already, because that's all Joe Rogan is presenting here. Once again, if you like the podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure to subscribe to the channel, hit the bell for notifications. If you like the podcast, hit that like button, share it across social media platforms. You can find us on Twitter, Reddit, Patreon, Facebook, and of course, patrons get priority for case topic logical analysis requests. Any questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings? Leave them in the comment section. All right, so where we left off last time, of course, Joe Rogan just non-stop piling on the fallacies, appeal to incredulity, appeal to ridicule, and this indoctrination into cult and authority worship, where he's constantly appealing to authority, appealing to popularity, and strawmanning to the nth degree, pretending Eddie Bravo is saying things that he's not saying in order to make his case stronger, but his case has nothing but fallacies to support it.
That you're pals with, you love that stuff. That guy's got videos on dinosaurs, on the fucking Earth being flat.
Eddie?
He figured it all out.
He's my friend now. I had him on my podcast.
You should ask him how much money he makes off the flat Earth. I'd be interested to know that.
Well, okay, so I see this argument brought up by silly goofs all the time. Follow the money in general, very good principle, but here is where the cognitive dissonant coincidence theorists like Jamie, this is where their lack of cognitive ability is exposed. How much money is a YouTuber making versus how much money is Neil deGrasse Tyson making? How much money are NASA scientists making? They think, so if we're using the metric of making money equals lying, so NASA's raking in $40 to $60 million a day, but that's okay, nothing to see there. Nobody's going to question the money there. But some random guy on YouTube making whatever amount of money he's making, and I think didn't Eric Dubay, at least back in the day, I don't think he even had his channel monetized, which again, that doesn't mean he's not making money. If he's a shill or a CIA disinfo agent, I mean, he might be paid very well, but if his online material is not even monetized, maybe it's monetized now, I don't know if somebody else is managing it or whatnot, but this nonsense from Jamie that if he's making money, it's not true. By that logic, if we're going by that reasoning, why are they shilling for the establishment, which is cycling trillions of dollars through all of its institutions? You're talking military-industrial complex, big pharma, academia. I mean, these are, when you add up all the money, you're talking trillions of dollars sustaining these House of Cards faith-based belief systems. And there's no motivation to maintain those systems? I mean, what are these guys smoking? I mean, I know Joe Rogan's probably smoked so much his brain doesn't work, but what about Jamie? No cognitive function at all?
He's writing a lot of books off in a lot of YouTube videos.
I don't know. Isn't everybody making money? I don't know.
Well,
Isn't NASA making billions?
Well, he's not
Listen,
NASA.
the bottom line
He's
is
a guy with a YouTube account.
NASA lied 6 times about the moon missions. Okay. I don't believe shit coming from them. That's it, but that's the root of it all. So don't be mad. That's why I don't believe. You should understand that.
That's
one
event.
But they're different now. Those guys are dead.
So because of that, the most preposterous idea available, that every photo of the Earth is fake. And there's no
NASA
photos.
tells you that.
There's no
NASA
photos.
tells you that.
There's no
They make
photos.
videos of the composites.
Eddie,
They have special videos.
You
They're telling
don't find
you.
a problem that there's no photos of the Earth being flat?
Except, now this might be Rogan's worst point ever, which is saying a lot. It's saying a lot. We're getting through this discussion, this podcast, this so-called debate where Rogan's just piling on fallacy after fallacy. Again, this appeal to incredulity, but it's not even honest. If the Earth is flat, that means all the photos and videos from hot air balloons are evidence of the flatness if it's flat, because they're not showing curve. So Joe Rogan here, he's, again, in his appeal to incredulity and his just lack of fundamental understanding of logic itself, or how science works, how logic works, and even English comprehension to a great extent. The Dunning-Kruger is so extreme. So if the Earth is flat, is hot air balloon footage proof of that? Are any of these high-altitude cameras showing no curvature proof of that? So if it's flat, it would be showing it's flat as it does, but that still doesn't mean it's flat. So again, it doesn't prove round or flat, but he's kind of denying all high altitude footage, because if the Earth is flat and it would show it to be flat in that manner, then you have infinite pieces of evidence, and Joe Rogan is pretending that none of it exists to try to make to kind of like, this mental gymnastics is just, it's terrible. I mean, you would think even a cognitive dissonant coincidence theorist lemming with you would think he'd be able to come up with something better than this, but alas, no. It's just Joe Rogan can only make a mockery of himself here, attempting to defend this model using nothing but logical fallacies, these faith-based religious appeals, and these nonsensical points. They don't make any sense regardless of which side of the argument you're on. It's just bizarre.
Not one.
There's no photos of the Earth being round either.
There's plenty.
No,
there's not even
NASA
any
will
fake
tell
photos.
you. NASA will tell you they have a CGI artist. How do we skip over that?
I think we can't get anywhere with
NASA can't
this.
even get a picture. That doesn't mean
They
anything.
never
Keep going in
proved
circles,
that CGI
dude.
artist was never proved.
It always goes back to that for me.
Jamie,
It's like
you
they
didn't see
faked
anything
6
in there
moon
about
landings.
the CGI, that article.
He just said he puts together data and makes photos out of it.
He puts together data because it has to be interpreted, because you're talking about 1.7 terabytes.
You got to play the video.
Exactly, 1.7 terabytes. We're not talking about a photo connected to another photo like a panorama. You're talking about all that data, which is digital data. It's digital data that needs to be interpreted. Therefore, by NASA's, I guess he's not understanding what's being interpreted or how. These are CGI composites. They are not analog photo film composites. You're not just putting together existing images. They're creating the images from ones and zeros. So again, that doesn't mean they're fake, but again, Joe Rogan's not even understanding what they're doing, but he's still arguing for his religion here. He's still preaching.
Play the video of him talking.
Yeah.
The video you
fuck
told
is
me
a
to play
terabyte?
wasn't
No,
him talking.
that was the wrong
Isn't it
one,
terabytes
obviously.
or terabytes?
There's
It's a terabyte.
a bunch where he's talking.
Terabytes like 1,000 gigabytes.
It says it word for word. He goes, well, it is Photoshopped. It is Photoshop. It has to be. That's exactly what he
Not
says, word
meaning
for
it's
word.
fake, though.
It has to be. He's
I
saying
don't know.
Photoshop.
He didn't say it in that article.
But he did say it coming out of his mouth. You just got to find the video.
Okay, but when you're talking,
Yeah, dig deeper.
Photoshop doesn't mean that they're distorting the image. It also can mean that they're connecting a bunch of different images to make a
Panorama.
But when
composite.
you
So again, Rogan's not understanding what that means. The information, it's digitally stored information. It's putting together ones and zeros, interpreting that plus the artist rendition. Obviously, that doesn't mean they were fake per se. If the Earth is a globe, the heliocentric model is true, and the satellite is up there doing what it's purported to be doing, fine, that's perfectly fine. But Rogan's still either pretending or intentionally misconstruing, or he's just that silly and that mentally deficient that he can't understand what NASA is saying they're doing to make these artists' renderings. These are not photographs, Joe Rogan. It's not that hard to understand. I mean, a child can understand this, and yet Rogan is just, I guess he's that triggered. The logic switch got completely turned off. So this is, I mean, it's just, again, like as I've stated, like with every passing episode, I get more and more embarrassed for Joe Rogan. I mean, this is very embarrassing.
But when you watch him talking about how he put together the official picture of Earth from space, he's talking about cartoon animation type shit. He's talking about his own imagination.
Well, maybe because he's talking about this insane amount of data, 1.7 terabytes, maybe we don't understand how the fuck that gets interpreted into an image in the first place. I don't even know if it's possible to do it in, like to have an in perspective, like you're looking at like a 12-inch screen or a 24-inch screen, whatever the fuck your monitor would be, and you're going to take this 1.7 terabyte image and shrink it down so it fits in there.
That has nothing to do with that. Rogan doesn't even know anything. Like, he's not again, as he stated before, he's not an expert in imagery or optics or computers. So he's just talking about things he has no clue about, but he's pretending it all matches, it all adds up scientifically. And he expects Eddie Bravo to take it on faith, to just drink the Kool-Aid and accept what is being preached by authority, by this particular authority, NASA. Again, I am not saying that NASA's lying about anything. I'm not saying that any of this is untrue. But the very nature of science is skepticism. Objective, neutral skepticism. And this Rogan just has a really hard time with it. If he's not a gatekeeper shill and he's not playing stupid, I mean, this is very, very sad that he's a supposed functioning adult that can't understand these basics.
I don't understand
You
that.
gotta mess with some shit.
I don't.
All
know,
I,
I don't
all I see is
understand
the
that.
finished product. Is an admitted CGI composite.
So if Joe Rogan's admitting he doesn't understand it, then how does he even know? I mean, he was pretending it was just a panorama before, but now if he's admitting he doesn't understand it, why is he arguing for it? If you don't know the rules of chess, why are you sitting down and playing and moving the pieces and then saying, well, I don't know the rules? This is too funny.
It's admitted. It's not even.
I don't know why you guys
But
did
all
it.
of a sudden, the
You keep going
Japanese
with
got
this.
real
Yeah.
ones. The Japanese got real ones, but
Can't do
NASA
it.
can't figure it out. Oh,
They-
come on.
Eddie, NASA does have one. That's what the problem is.
They
He
don't.
keeps saying they don't.
And Joe Rogan keeps saying they do without proving it objectively and scientifically. He's taking on faith that they do. Eddie's saying they don't. He keeps saying, but that's the problem, they do. He's just offering more faith. God doesn't exist. Well, wait a second. God does exist. Well, God doesn't exist. No, but that's the problem. God does exist. Says so in the Bible. You got to listen to the priest. This kind of silliness is just, it's hilarious.
From 1972. They're
No,
saying the
no,
only
no,
real
Eddie.
one they
The one I
have is
just
from
pulled up- The
1972.
one I just pulled up is up right now. That there's pictures from today. That Discover one. You said that
Go
you
ahead,
didn't.
throw some pictures up.
I deleted it. I'll get it right back.
Okay. You guys can
But you-
believe
but
that.
why-
That's way
but
cool.
why
And what is it?
disbelieve?
Why disbelieve? You have to, this is Joe Rogan's position always. Always believe, take on faith, never question, never do science. You have to be anti-science, and you have to just believe, you have to take on faith, whatever the priests peddle. Whether the priests call themselves scientists or not allowed to question. Whether the experiments actually prove what they purport to prove, not allowed to question, not allowed to use logic, reason, or science. That's Joe Rogan's default position on everything's bizarre.
And
So
because I
you
don't
believe in
because
the
they
space
lied
shuttle.
6
You
times.
believe in the space shuttle, but you don't believe in anything else. That's where it ends.
No, I
So
believe in the
these
space
photos,
shuttle
satellites,
goes up and flies around.
DirecTV.
I don't know what it does.
Dinosaurs.
I don't know.
Joe Rogan needs to look up the definition of empiricism because he just seems so clueless about anything related to science or physics, the scientific method. Just very, very clueless here. With a lot of insecure projections due to his narcissism and ego issues. Which is also quite telling because in other topics where he's not emotionally triggered, he freely says he's an idiot, he doesn't know anything. But in topics where he is triggered, now all of a sudden he's an expert and he knows which conspiracies are true and untrue. All of a sudden he's an expert in everything and his opinion holds a lot of weight, whereas Eddie Bravo's doesn't. Even though Eddie Bravo's opinion is way more informed and educated. And all Joe Rogan can do is just spout his usual fallacies, his go-tos, appeal to authority, appeal to popularity. Just so silly.
Here it goes.
This
This is it.
That looks fake as fuck.
April 16th, 2017.
Anything you guys toss up, he's gonna say
I know,
fake
that's
news.
It looks
I don't know
fake.
why-
Oh, Brendan Schwab there. Nice observation. Eddie's going to say it's fake. Obviously. Again, the basics of any kind of logical reasoning, the burden of proof is on the one making the claim. You're not called upon to prove a negative. So if anybody's talking, if you want to move away from this religious faith-based conversation and talk about logic, reason, science, you're not going to be called to prove a negative. It's not just believe anything until proven fake. If Eddie Bravo said he went to Jupiter yesterday for vacation, why would you doubt it? Why would you doubt Joe Rogan? Why question? Joe Rogan would just believe him? And if he had some CGI footage proving it true, Joe Rogan would just take it on faith as true? Or is Eddie Bravo not a priest belonging to the church that Joe Rogan worships at? Which is why he wouldn't believe Eddie Bravo, but he'll believe whatever priest belongs to whichever congregation of whichever church that Joe Rogan worships at the altar of course, Church of NASA, Church of CDC, the various churches of the government and institutions. Those are the churches that Joe Rogan worships at. So he believes anything coming from them. And he correctly his subconscious does accurately project these cognitive biases and these confirmation biases. So I don't know, he's not completely brain dead. I mean, that much is for sure. But whether or not he's a shill or he's just grossly incompetent and lower than children's level understanding of science, logic, reason, even basic English, that remains to be seen. That's debatable, or a combination of both.
I'm being
do you have-
honest.
but you know-
they
I don't know why
fake
you
them
do
all the
it.
time. I see the fake ones.
Do you have
the admitted
evidence
fake
that you
ones,
would accept
and it
as real
It looks.
to
It looks
disprove yourself?
just like the ones that were admitted that were fake. Let's say that.
Let's turn
I don't
this
know if
off.
it's fake,
Let's turn that
but they
off.
look
Let's turn that
exactly
off.
like the ones that were admitted fakes.
Will you
They
accept
they look
anything?
So they're all fake.
If they were
Or is there-
real,
will you
if it
want-
was real,
Can I send you to space and like would you need a
what I'm
videographer
saying.
with you to
I just want to see
shoot the
something that's
video
real,
too?
man. I just want to
Elon
see something
Musk,
that's
send
real.
his ass up there.
Okay, let's.
I
let's
seen
try to-
a bunch of
let's try
fake
to
ones,
stick
and then you
this
show me that
landing.
one. I go, that looks like all the
Okay,
CGI ones I
okay,
see.
okay.
I don't believe it.
Let's try to stick this landing. God Damn, this is a motherfucker of a podcast.
It sure is. Joe Rogan hasn't brought up a single logic or scientific point. All he's brought is logical fallacies. Probably his worst showing in any kind of debate ever. I mean, very, very pathetic from Joe Rogan. I don't know whether to laugh or cry. I mean, this is just quite a blow when people are pretending to be scientific when they're just being very, very devoutly religious, and then just getting incredibly triggered when other people won't drink the Kool-Aid of their religion, regardless of what the real truth is. I mean, I really have to constantly repeat myself because there's so many trolls out there that are immediately going to straw man and think that I am supporting flat Earth in any way. No, I'm supporting logic and reason, logical argumentation, logical scientific debate, not religious debate. That's more Joe Rogan, Jamie territory.
Jesus. I worry about you, Eddie. I really do.
You don't need to, man. I'm fucking better than ever.
I know
dude.
you're
you
doing
have no
great,
idea.
but I worry about you going down these rabbit holes of thought.
The worry about him being objective, scientific, worrying about not drinking the Kool-Aid, not taking on blind faith as gospel truth, as Joe Rogan has. Again, he's so narcissistic and his ego is so out of control. So that's why his Dunning-Kruger is so extreme as well. He thinks that if it were true, he would have figured it out himself, and he doesn't like other people that are not as mentally lazy, other people who can apply basic logical concepts, such as not falling for circular reasoning fallacies or these appeal to authority, appeal to popularity fallacies. He just can't handle it that Eddie Bravo is that much ahead of him logically. Even if Eddie Bravo is wrong about everything, at least, the inquiry, the line of inquiry is legitimate. Joe Rogan's subconscious has identified that, and now we're seeing how his brain has manifested that in this conversation, and it's quite embarrassing.
What's the big deal? Who cares if the Earth is round or flat? It's entertaining to me.
I understand.
That's all. What's the big deal?
I think you're very influential.
Who cares if kids start looking into flat Earth? Good. Start questioning shit. If you look into it and you have proof that it is round, instead of going, oh, some scientist figured it out, somebody figured it out, but.
Wow, Joe Rogan roasted right there. If you have actual proof, and notice how Joe Rogan or Jamie have not presented a single piece of non-faith-based religious evidence. And now Eddie Bravo's calling him out on them. It's pretty hilarious.
You figure it out. You try to figure it out. Okay. You know the one thing that all we know, that we don't need scientists to figure out, is we know a couple things. A compass. A compass points to north. It doesn't need a battery. There's this force. No, I know. Let me explain. This is all we know. This is all we know. It's pointing to the north. It's a magnetic force in the north. That's all. We know that for sure. I don't need a scientist to confirm that. I know that there's a force in the north, some kind of magnetic force. What else don't I need a government scientist confirmation from? The North Star. It's right over the north. Let me finish. Let me just finish. The North Pole, the North Star, Polaris, is directly, coincidentally, over the North Pole, where all the compasses are pointing. All the compasses are pointing to the North Pole. There's this magnetic force in the North Pole, and coincidentally,
that's not where the
Polaris.
Star is, Eddie.
No, I'm just saying the Polaris is directly over the North Pole.
You know, there's been multiple North Stars.
Is Polaris directly above the North Pole?
Do you know that there's been more than one North Star over the history of the Earth?
Where did you get that information from?
From the internet.
Exactly.
So it's just funny, like, even the tone, Jamie's tone, there was more than one, like, he doesn't know that. He took that on blind faith as gospel truth. He wasn't around hundreds of years ago. He has no way of knowing whether that information is true. But if you're just dogmatic, religious, faith-based, you're not even going to question that information. Science is skepticism. Science is always open to criticism because science is about knowing the truth, not defending a religious dogma, which is all Joe Rogan and Jamie have done here. So it's just pretty funny. He's trying to play gotcha with Eddie Bravo. Did you know this? Did you know this? As if it were true. Again, nothing but presupposition, circular reasoning fallacies. I'm not saying Jamie's wrong. I'm just examining the methodology here, the lack of logic and reason. It's bizarre how some of these goofballs just don't understand that. And Joe Rogan and Jamie, they're to blame if flat Earth is not true and this entire community is damaging to society. Joe Rogan and Jamie are directly responsible because all they have is these silly goofball religious arguments. That's never going to turn anybody away from flat Earth.
So you don't believe that, Eddie?
I don't know. Is Polaris the North Star? Is Polaris the North Star?
Let me read this, please, because it'll explain. Right now, Earth's rotation axis happens to be pointing almost exactly at Polaris, but in the year 3000 BC, the North Star was a star called Thuban, also known as Alpha Draconis, And in about 13,000 years from now, the precession of the rotation axis will mean that the bright star Vega will be the North Star.
That's according to NASA.
That's according to every scientist that studies it, Eddie.
Okay, how many scientists study it that are not a part of NASA? First question there. All these just assumptions, presuppositions. Not to mention, there are still geocentrists around today. So what do they say about it? Joe Rogan doesn't know. Joe Rogan just made an assuming statement, just silly and illogical, like everything he said in this entire podcast, just nonsense, nonstop nonsense and fallacies that comes out of his mouth. There's a lot of different theories, but this appeal to popularity, if most scientists are operating with information that's not true or theories that are not true, of course they're going to all say that. Joe Rogan is so bereft of logic and reason, he doesn't even understand the premise of the conspiracy. Like, at least know the rules before you sit down to play chess. Otherwise, it's just so embarrassing, Joe Rogan. So embarrassing. Not to mention, how is that going to be? How can you disprove or prove that? I mean, I understand all the models and the stars, but in 13,000 years from now, if it turns out that this estimation was wrong about this precession, because again, if you're operating with a house of cards that's not accurate, so if the base layer is not accurate, everything built on top of it's not accurate. So if there's a fundamental misunderstanding, of course, we have the ludic logical fallacy, which I went over. Very important logical fallacy with unknown variables. So again, fallible humans using fallible theories with fallible technology and fallible estimations. That might not be true, but Joe Rogan, Jamie, you could hear in their tone, they're reading it as this is some kind of gospel truth. They're reading this like this is their Bible. These NASA texts are their Bible. They don't like it being questioned. All priests agree. All the priests that study the Bible agree on certain things. That must mean it's true, right, Joe Rogan?
How do you know that?
Because that's why it's still up.
How do you know how do you know that? You just said some stuff you don't know. Every scientist
said, I don't know. Listen, there's no dispute about this.
Whoa. There's plenty of dispute. What does he mean there's no dispute? The whole reason they're having this conversation is because there's a dispute. Now, the dispute doesn't prove one side or another, but pretending there's no dispute. I mean, I don't know what's going on with Joe Rogan. He really didn't have a lot of cognitive function at the beginning here, but he is fading fast. I mean, he's fading really, really fast here. This is all just an exhaustive religious faith-based defense of his beliefs, of his religious belief systems, of scientism.
I bet Jamie could pull up 100 different fucking things that'll show you the same thing.
On the internet.
Appeal to authority, appeal to popularity.
But it's not just on the internet, Eddie.
It's okay if you get information on the internet, but it's not okay if I get information. It's an information war. That's what it is. It's you get your information. There's information on both sides.
But
it's
Eddie,
okay. Internet's okay when you guys look at it, but now when I look at it,
North Star changes over time. University of what is that? Michigan.
It's only okay if you guys look at it.
Okay.
Does that make sense? That doesn't make any sense. That's not science.
Why does that not make sense?
No, I said it doesn't make sense that the internet only works for you and not for me.
No.
That's hilarious.
Works when you keep looking at it over and over and over again from all these multiple sources. Wouldn't you just assume
you
that
said
all
over and over and over?
universities-
You didn't say. You said over and over and over and over, and then you
Teddy,
didn't.
why are you playing games? This is like you're playing tic-tac-toe. You're not looking at the truth.
Oh, whoa. Again, another circular reasoning fallacy from Joe Rogan. So he's presupposing that Eddie's too incompetent to look at multiple sources. He's presupposing that all of the information is false when Joe Rogan himself has done no research into the history of geocentrism. He doesn't understand anything. He doesn't even understand the basic elementary definitions of science, the scientific method. He probably doesn't even know what faith or religion is. He probably doesn't even realize that he's just being a devout scientism extremist here because he has no actual logic or reason to defend his faith-based positions. Again, he could be right about the model of the universe, but he's offered nothing of substance in defense of that. And he's done nothing but be triggered and project onto Eddie here.
You're
playing like a little jiu-jitsu game here.
Hey, if you want to believe NASA after you
This
know
isn't
they
NASA.
faked six,
This isn't NASA.
it's all government science.
Okay, why
it's
does
all
why
government science.
you tell me then? Why does that compass point towards the north?
I don't know. We know it. There's a magnetic force
Magnetic
in the
pole.
north in the North Pole, right? And we know the Polaris is right over the North Pole, and the constellations rotate around Polaris. Polaris is a fixed star, and the constellations rotate around that, and it's right over the North Pole.
How much time have you spent going over astronomy? How much time have you actually spent
Is that not
going
true?
over astronomy?
Is that not true?
No.
Explain what did I say wrong?
You guys, you and Eric Bay repeat that over and over again, like the sky doesn't change at night.
No, I didn't. No, what I said. I never said that. I said
you said the
does
stars
the North
don't move,
Star,
and et
does
cetera,
the
et cetera.
Polaris star stay ahead of the over the North Pole? Yes or no? And do the constellations rotate around Polaris? No.
The
Yes or no?
constellations don't rotate. No.
No, they
They're
spin
stars.
around. When you look at time-lapse photography of Polaris, you could watch all the constellations going. Polaris is the fixed star. That's why you can go. You could find your way around. Just find the North Star.
Jamie wants so desperately to catch Eddie on something and make him wrong. Like, you could hear the desperation in his voice, but also due to his sheer incompetence, due to his extreme Dunning-Kruger, like Joe Rogan, they can't actually catch him on anything because they know they don't understand anything themselves. Now, they probably have full belief, if they're not shills, whatever. If they really believe in this model, they're devout religious followers of the model, they probably believe that it's all true. But there's a certain frustration there because they know they don't understand any of it themselves, and they had to take it on faith. And Eddie's calling him out on it, and they don't like that. And then we're just seeing this mess, this just absolute mess of a conversation, which is highly entertaining. So that's one of the reasons I do these logical analyses, because you can learn a lot about logic, and they're quite funny, if unintentionally so. I don't think Joe Rogan and Jamie realize how hilarious they are with their silliness.
Around, just find the North Star. It doesn't move. Explain that.
Eddie, if the Earth is spinning like we know it is,
Another presupposition. Like we know it is, we know it is. We. Who's he talking about we? Is he including Eddie Bravo there? Because Eddie Bravo doesn't know that. Just the silliness knows no end.
what's directly above the Earth would stay the same because the Earth is spinning faster than space is. Earth is spinning 1,000 miles an hour in a circle.
The Earth is spinning faster than space is? Oh, that's a rough one. The Earth is spinning faster than space is. Well, the Earth is only spinning 1,000 miles an hour west to east, according to the mainstream narrative. According to the institutionalized modern physics, the Earth is spinning roughly approximately 1,000 miles from west to east on its axis. Joe Rogan is saying that's much faster than the rest of space. According to institutionalized modern physics, the Earth moves around the sun at 66,600 miles per hour. It's an interesting number, is it not? And also, our entire solar system, including the Earth, which is spinning on its own axis plus around the sun, is flying through the galaxy at 490,000 miles per hour. So almost 500,000 miles per hour. But Joe Rogan thinks that the Earth itself is spinning faster than everything else. It's quite bizarre. So according to Scientific American, other galaxies around us are also moving away from each other and us at various speeds. But the farther they are, the faster they move in general. Again, these are all theories, but this is what's commonly taught. So Joe Rogan is so clueless. He's so clueless about physics, and he's projecting that cluelessness onto Eddie Bravo, which he might be clueless as well, but Joe Rogan himself knows he can't explain anything. So in general, though, like we can look at anything. We could look at the Cosmic Background Explorer satellite that in 1989 and 1990 supposedly confirmed that our galaxies and nearby galaxies that they called the local group were moving at 1.34 million miles per hour. 1.34 million. So keep in mind, the Earth rotating on its own axis 1,000 miles per hour. Joe Rogan's considering that way faster than the 66,600 miles per hour the Earth is going around our sun at the near 500,000 miles per hour that our entire galaxy is moving through space, and our neighboring galaxies are moving at 1.35 million miles per hour, even faster than we're moving, according to modern astronomy, which Joe Rogan's completely clueless about, as he's continuing to prove every time he opens his mouth here.
Even though the cosmos is spinning, the cosmos changes as well. There's a lot of things that change. And the sky looks different
Polaris
all the time.
doesn't change. It stays right over the North Pole.
But if you were spinning, and you're talking about a small window of time, when they're taking these time-lapse photographs, they're taking them over a few hours.
Yes, but
okay, but do you understand that? That if you're looking up over a few hours, and you have one light that's directly overhead, and the other ones are circulant, the one light that's directly overhead over a few hours is not going to move enough to register in the photograph. But the ones on the sides are.
And he's missing the whole point about the constellations returning to the same spot all the time. That's one of Eddie's points. That's one of the flat earther arguments. He's making his own argument that has nothing to do with anything because he doesn't even understand the basic premise of the flat earth conspiracy. He doesn't know the rules of the game, and he's complaining. You don't sit down and play chess if you don't know the rules. But unless you like embarrassing yourself, maybe Joe Rogan gets off on this. I don't know.
When you're looking at a time lapse, you're looking at a time lapse over a few hours. If you were looking at a time lapse over months or years, you would see that thing spinning too.
Polaris would still be in the same spot.
No, you'd have the precession of the equinoxes. It changes the rotation of the Earth.
So Joe Rogan clearly doesn't understand the precession of the equinox or the time frame with which that happens. I don't know how deep I want to go here in correcting Joe. I mean, he's just so clueless. And the precession of the equinox would probably, you could fill an entire podcast with that. But just in general, for the people that actually care, because Joe Rogan hasn't gotten a single thing right here in this entire podcast, other than the fact that you can track celestial bodies. I think that was the only point he made that was true in this entire, that was demonstrably, provably true, empirically verifiable. Everything else, I mean, this whole podcast is just littered with his religious faith-based propaganda that he's spewing without understanding any of it, while hypocritically accusing Eddie Bravo of not understanding it. But in general, the precession of the equinox, which again, I don't think Joe Rogan knows what an equinox is. It has to do with when the sun is directly above the equator and night and day are equal lengths, and the intersection of these equators on the ecliptic. Now, again, I don't want to fall to presuppositions and all these theories that Joe Rogan is obviously very religiously indoctrinated into. Not that they're not true, but again, you're talking about presuppositions here. And I don't want to fall for Ludwig's logical fallacy or any of these other logical fallacies, but in general, this is the motion of the equinox along the ecliptic. So this is the plane of Earth's orbit, what has to do with the cyclic precession of Earth's axis of rotation. So again, all these things that Joe Rogan doesn't understand, like precession itself, defined as a phenomenon that has to do with the action of a gyroscope or spinning top. So this is a slow rotation of the axis of rotation of a spinning body about a line intersecting the spin axis itself. So the circling of the spinning top would be the precession. The uneven wobbling is something known as a nutation, which is a small irregularity in the precession of the equinoxes. So in general, we're talking about a period of 26,000 years, okay? 26,000 years. And Rogan's saying you can see that over the course of a year or whatever he was saying. 25,772 years is one of the numbers that's floated where this precession would consist of a wobbling in the orientation of Earth's axis of rotation. So the estimation is that in 12,000 years, there will be an angle difference of a couple of degrees. Okay, so how you can verify this in terms of in a year of a time lapse? I mean, Joe Rogan just really doesn't have any cognitive function if he thinks this has some kind of provable relation. And again, these are all stacked presuppositions and theories which may or may not be true. I'm not saying they're not true, but Joe Rogan doesn't even understand the very basis of these things.
The Earth it wobbles on its axis. They've been tracking that forever.
They've been tracking that forever. So the Babylonians with their satellites were verifying this information. And they compared notes with the Victorian era people. You'd have to have accurate translations of all this data. You'd have to pretend that humans are infallible in translating the data and comparing the data. You'd have to have faith that the data was accurate to begin with, even if it was translated. But again, these are very, very basic logical points, and Joe Rogan just doesn't understand any of this.
You could watch time-lapse photography on YouTube.
Are you not listening to me?
Watch
time-lapse photography is over a few hours, Eddie.
Yeah, and over a few hours, you can see
the Earth
constellations.
Moving 1,000 miles an hour.
You can see constellations circling around Polaris. That's one motion, right? You capture one motion in that time-lapse photography. But science is telling us that there's 4 motions going on.
There are. They're just much slower. You're talking about something that you're looking at that's very quick over a very short amount of
But
time.
year after year, decade
Eddie,
after
look.
decade,
Eddie,
Polaris
look
is in
up.
the same spot.
Not
Yeah.
even, none of these stars are staying in the same spot.
You got to find one of Polaris.
Why would I
Where's
look for
Polaris?
the specific one that
Where's
you're looking
Polaris?
for?
Find Polaris.
But Eddie,
and then
come
find
on,
the time
man.
lapse.
But just
Because
look
that's
at
the
that.
only
What are
one
you
that isn't
looking at
moving
right there?
and everything's going around it.
Eddie,
So just a quick point before this devolves into just complete chaos with Joe Rogan and Jamie not even understanding Eddie's point and arguing against it just immediately. They just immediately jump without even understanding his premise. Nobody's saying he's correct about anything, but at least understand the point he's trying to make first. But in general, if the heavenly bodies, regardless of which model of the universe you're going with, if they have a particular pattern which they appear to in their rotation, who said the pattern has to be fixed? Again, this has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth. It's so bizarre how these goofballs can't even grasp that.
Eddie, what are you looking at right there? When you see that time-lapse photo
And
of
I
space.
see shit spinning.
Right.
Yeah.
The Earth in the sky is...
How is... He's telling Eddie what he's seeing. How is a time lapse of constellations moving around the North Pole proving that the Earth is moving? Now, again, I'm not saying the Earth is not moving. I'm not saying the heliocentric model is not true in any way. I'm saying Joe Rogan cannot support his presupposition with anything but faith. And he's made that painfully obvious this entire podcast.
Is
Up
the
there.
sky spinning or is the Earth spinning?
What do you think?
I think the sky's spinning.
Jesus Christ. Why would people be lying about that?
Well, again, now he's saying, why would they lie? If they think it's true, they're not lying, right? Again, these are points a child can understand.
I think
Why would
those
they lie
lights are
about
moving.
that?
I think those look at right there.
it
There's
is.
Polaris.
Right. You know why? Because it's in the center, Eddie.
Yeah, exactly.
Because
It's always there.
No,
Like a 30-second
no.
picture.
No, you're talking about something that happens
But
very
all those
quickly.
other constellations are moving really quick.
Eddie, it's the one that's directly overhead.
Okay.
If you have a ball and you spin it on your finger like Michael Jordan, the outside equator of the ball is going to spin like fucking crazy in this big, long, wide loop. But the tip of the ball is going to spin in a very short, tight circle.
Okay.
Right? When you see the Harlem Globetrotters,
You can test it yourself.
Appeal to ridicule. Again, what does that have to do with anything? We're not even discussing the spin of the Earth right now. Oh man, that's funny. Because he can't even suspend his own illogicality and religious faith-based belief system to consider the model that Eddie's talking about. They can't even understand the model. They can only religiously regurgitate the information they were indoctrinated with.
Eddie, if you just point a camera in the same spot out of your window for like 3 months straight, take a photo, maybe even 4
I'm
or
talking
5
about
as a
Polaris.
test.
I'm talking
Okay,
about
but
Polaris.
Eddie, we just
I'm going to
pointed
give you
it
an
out.
example.
We just pointed it out. That's what Joe Rogan said. Pointed out what? Notice that they actually made no case, but he pretended he did. Oh, man. Oh, this is rough.
To test it for yourself to show you that the stars in the sky that you'll see above your head, like you've claimed to go out and look out every night, will be different throughout the year.
No. They won't be different. They're moving. They are rotating. They are rotating
They won't-
around Polaris.
They're not going to be in the
Polaris,
same spot. is what I'm
because they're
telling you.
rotating. They are moving.
Okay.
They are moving. But you're always going to see Polaris.
Why would you think that this is a conspiracy? Why would they lie about the Earth spinning when it's really the universe spinning?
Oh, again, Joe Rogan's either intentional strawmanning and intellectual dishonesty, although I probably shouldn't use the word intellectual anywhere near Joe Rogan, but people aren't lying if they think it's the truth. Just the same, again, has some basic historical context. Joe Rogan is just completely clueless.
Are they not stars?
They're trying to control us.
I don't know.
What are they?
I don't know.
People.
LEDs?
People looking down.
I don't think they're
Aliens?
LEDs.
Grandpa,
Are they
grandma,
aliens?
happy people.
They're souls.
They're angels.
You tell me my grandma's up there?
Flying unicorns, bro. Your grandma's flying unicorns.
I haven't even told you the craziest shit.
Oh, you
shit.
certainly
No, I haven't even
have.
had nothing to do with flat Earth.
You son of
I
a
haven't
bitch.
no
What's
crazier
the
than
craziest
flat.
shit?
Can't tell you.
Crazier
Why?
than flat
Can't
Earth?
tell- crazier
Why save
than
it?
flat Earth.
Why save it?
I don't want
Come
you
on,
guys
blow
to make
my
fun
mind,
of me.
Eddie.
You don't
I don't
want
want
to
you to
make
make
fun of me.
Have
You
I
guys
made
already
Eddie?
making fun of me for flat Earth?
I've
Yeah,
never
but
made
I'm
fun of you.
trying. I'm just listening.
I just don't trust NASA.
I understand.
I don't
You're in
trust
the
NASA.
safe zone. You're in
I
the
don't
circle of
understand
trust.
You want to hear
understand
some
that.
crazy shit?
Please.
You promise? Okay.
I'm scared.
Can we end on this?
Yeah, let's end.
Okay.
No, I
We'll
want to
talk
end
about
on the
it.
crazy.
Yeah,
I want to end on crazy.
You sure?
For next time.
Yeah, just don't make it long.
Drop
Hey.
it now and we'll go into
Drop
it
it
next
and then
time.
cut
Yeah,
it.
you know, if you drop it now, we'll never make
No,
it out
drop
of here.
it then cut it.
It's 6 o'clock.
I know. I just wanted.
Oh
Drop it
shit!
and
Yeah,
cut
at 6
it.
o'clock.
Yeah, it's 6
yeah.
o'clock.
Give
We'll
my
save it
son
for
a
next. Unless you want to hear it now. I don't know. It's too crazy. It's too crazy.
Let's go. Do it.
Let's go. Do
It's
it.
too crazy.
Okay.
It's
Next
really,
time.
really crazy.
Let's talk. We'll talk off air about
It,
this.
will
Holy
discredit.
shit, my
Hey,
head
it's
hurts.
so crazy. It'll discredit the flat Earth theory.
My mind can't handle it, Eddie.
Everything is a conspiracy.
I left this one to
You
you
need a
guys.
T-shirt
Yeah.
that says everything is conspiracy. You make
Life is a
Alex Jones.
conspiracy.
You'll make Alex Jones look like fucking like Gandhi.
Fuck yeah.
Like
The guy-
Alex Jones is like 90% of conspiracy theories. Like, well, that's all bullshit. You know.
Yeah.
But Eddie just
He's
fucking,
fully in.
You
You
would
gotta
have
appreciate the hustle by Eddie.
You'd have
Alex
the
Jones
ultimate
is like a blue belt
show.
conspiracy theorist.
You'd have the wow. I can't believe you said that. Let's end on that. Let's end on that.
Oh man. Okay, so this was a really, really rough one. Probably Joe Rogan's poorest showing, just completely bereft and devoid of logic or reason, any kind of anything, and there's just no inkling of anything related to science here. All he did was preach his faith and get frustrated that Eddie wasn't drinking the Kool-Aid. And then very, very bizarre. But yeah, there's other Joe Rogan podcasts that were requested to do a logical analysis on. None of them were as in-depth as this one. I think this was their longest conversation on Flat Earth. But it's interesting to see how some of these goofballs that become mouthpieces for the heliocentric model, if you don't know the rules, don't play. Because the Flat Earth movement would probably be a lot smaller if these goofballs like Joe Rogan and Jamie, like these guys who are just clueless about everything, and they're just extreme Dunning-Kruger poster boys, they're just making flat earthers look more legitimate. Now, again, if flat earth is not true, then that would be a bad thing. I don't know. I only advocate for logic and reason, not jumping to assumptions, not clinging dogmatically to a faith-based belief system, because some flat earthers do that as well, not trading one faith-based belief system for another, but just objective, neutral logic and reason. Science is skepticism. You don't just take on faith. Like, why question? Why question? Joe Rogan is very anti-science. He made that very clear in this podcast. Hope you enjoyed another edition of the MINDSHOCK podcast. If you like the podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure you subscribe to the channel. Hit that bell for notifications. If you like the podcast, hit that like button and share it across social media platforms. You can check us out on Twitter, Reddit, Patreon, and Facebook. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, debunkings, rebuttals, leave them in the comments section. This is Bruce McGuire signing off. Catch you guys next time.